Streaming it all. We had a technical emergency here of the hardware variety, and it would be amazing if anything works. So we're going to try and see if it does, and let's see if it connects to the studio, and we're going to need feedback from all of our listeners to ascertain whether that's the case or not. Okay, and hardware variety. Okay, so I hear myself miraculously, which technically means the microphone is working. Okay, everything literally fell apart. Literally fell apart. Just as I got on bandwidth. So everything fell down, fell apart, disconnected, quite literally. And I'm going to have to do some fastening of the computer to the monitor after I end live stream, or if our live stream gets ended by a DDoS attack. Okay, we're going to try and call our dear friend Aristides now. Let's start the audio there. Okay, there we are, my dear friend. Okay, so we just had, I don't know if you heard this, but I was letting our listeners know that everything physically, literally physically fell apart. Literally just before I tried to get on bandwidth. I mean, literally the microphone exploded, into components. The computer fell off the monitor. All of this was just it's just indescribable. Okay, so that being done, I reassembled everything in time to start. And can you hear me?
What a miracle.
Yeah. In the negative sense first, before I performed the mechanical aspects of making my own miracle, putting it back together again.
Yes.
Okay, so that being done, miracles have happened recently. They were very private, personal affairs in my life. I might share them
Yep.
organically. But
Right.
such having been said, I will describe to everyone what happened recently. That could have prevented my coming on tonight as well. Something else. All of this is in context of a wider narrative, which we will not go into publicly for a little bit of time, involving many other people who are impacted by this. But we'll call it a mass phenomenon of the quantum sort that has been impacting quite a few people around
Yeah.
myself. And so, all that being said, as always, our dear Aristides tends to be very well shielded. And as such, are you in the mood for the blurb?
Huh. Always.
Excellent. Excellent. Oh, please take the stage. And
All right. All right. All right. Well, let's see. Where are we at in the month here? We are nearing the end of the month. And that means uh, Douglas is nearing a time when your support
no
is
shit.
as crucial as ever and more, not only in the month, but in life.
Uh-huh.
So, he will have to
Okay.
pay his rent, which
Ooh,
he
fuck.
is marginally able to do on his own, and that's if he, doesn't eat, doesn't buy a single item, doesn't enjoy a single thing in life, and nobody deserves that. So
Okay.
please show your support first and foremost by sending a contribution to him.
Mm-hmm.
The preferred way being through PayPal, and we will once I bring up the file and share the link in the chat, that will be a handy way to do that. First
Also,
let
I
me
want
click
to
on
ask
that pop-up
everyone.
there.
I want to
Okay,
ask
go ahead.
everyone to reset the pages. Is the text overwhelming the image? Because I'm fixing
It's
the text right
huge.
now.
For me, it's huge.
Okay,
It's huge
so
size.
I'm fixing the text right
Or
now.
wait,
This is part of the hardware collapse. So the hardware collapse.
it's like it's zoomed. Actually, wait,
Okay, so as it zoomed back
it's
in.
uh, are you doing that? You're moving it around.
Yeah, I have to.
Holy
Yeah.
shit, you can do that.
I well.
Okay, yeah, right. Yes, it's good now. It's good.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank God.
wow, I've never seen anything move on the screen. I didn't know you could do that.
Okay. Yeah.
I thought it was me.
Oh no, it's the online broadcasting software
Mm,
enables me to do that, but
yes.
I've never had to do that before.
Right.
But the reason
Wow.
I had to do that now was because when the computer literally fell off the monitor and disconnected from the cable, and everything got disconnected. The online broadcasting software, which had been pre-programmed, reset itself so that everything fucked up. I mean, so it again, it's just part of the. We were able to adapt. So I guess people don't need to reset their pages. It actually did that.
No. It should be fine. If it's fine for me now, so hopefully for them too.
Yes. And everybody let us know. Thank you. Continue.
Yes. Yep. Let us know in the chat, and while you're in there, see the PayPal link. The handy way to donate or contribute to Douglas. Anything and everything that you might be able to at this current time. But you don't need to find that link or have that link to do so, even though we will try to keep it visible in the chat. All you have to do is remember that his name is Douglas Dietrich, and you can find him on PayPal. I believe if you went on there and search in a little search bar and even just put his name, Douglas Dietrich, I should try it sometime. He would be the first or among the first to come up, but there may be other Douglas Dietrich, so make sure it is the handle Douglas D. Dietrich, as is you can see there from the now, well, not moving, but you just make it bold. I think it looks like it just
I just made it bold. I just bolded it. Yes,
the Douglas just emboldened on the screen. PayPal.me or whatever variation of the PayPal link, Douglas D. Dietrich. That is the one where you need to send your contribution. So that is the way. You shouldn't even need to be logged into PayPal. I believe there is a way to just go on the site and click, send money with credit card. You don't even have to be logged in. I think they let you do that. They're happy to do that because somehow they make out in the process. I don't know how. Credit card fees or something. So please do that first and foremost. And once you've done that, which we hope you will, other ways to show your support and to help are to, as soon as you get to the program window, click that thumbs up, like button there. We all know what the thumbs up is, what a like is. Please like and subscribe, as they say, as even the little children who are left in their cribs with nothing but a device. What is that? How they would, they think that means good night. Please like and subscribe, and then they slump over and fall asleep. So but jokes aside, please like and subscribe. The likes are important, not just to show your support, but that affects the algorithm, the all-powerful manifestation of the tech gods, the algorithm, because there are those that put the downvotes, thumbs down. They're not shown by YouTube in this day and age, but they are put there possibly by using bots or whatnot, by people with nothing better to do, apparently. Get a life, get some sunshine, try to get laid.
Thank you.
But they probably don't have any hope. But,
they have no hope. Yes.
No. But anyway, it is. There are those that put those, and you're basically that's what you're fighting, the invisible downvotes there. So please hit the like. Please also slide over. You should see a notification bell or a little bell-shaped icon. Click that and enable the notifications. I have that, and even though I certainly know when to show up, I do find it handy because it pops up a little pop-up on the screen, and all I have to do is click it, and you're there. And perhaps for everyone, at least for me, it no longer shows the subscribe status on right here on the program window. But if you click on the channel name, which is just his name, Douglas Dietrich, don't click and go away from the window. Either open a new window or check later. If you click there and you go to the main front page of the channel, there should be the subscribe button. It should say subscribed. If not, please click it and make it say that. Even if you have in the past, it may have come undone. And for whatever reason, accidental, on purpose, etheric, what have you. But make sure you remain subscribed so that, you can continue to get the content without interruption. So please do that. In order to do these YouTube functions, you do unfortunately have to be signed in some regard, logged into YouTube. I suppose you can make an account with any email. I'm not sure. The most native way to do so is to use a Gmail. It's basically automatically recognized. If you're logged in with Gmail, you can have it recognize that, because YouTube is a Google product now. So either use a Gmail or make an account or whatever you have to do to get logged in. Once you do that, your little account icon will be up in the corner, as is often the case with so many things. You can make yourself a little avatar there. For that, you can click on that. You'll see a menu there. You'll see one of the main options there is restricted mode. That should be off. That is basically what a parent would turn on if they were going to let their young child use the computer unattended, which they should never do to begin with.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, but it just means that you're a child, and you maybe want YouTube to not show you age restricted content. The fact is, it may impact your ability to keep seeing or hearing Douglas's content. So please make sure that is off. Also, there is a entry, at least on the PC here, it says switch account. You might think that's, what the heck is that? But it's really not about a different account. What you can do under your main login on YouTube is create channels. You don't by default have a channel. You have a login. But then if you want to put content up, maybe different kinds of content, you can make more than one channel, or any amount of channels, I suppose. And all the cool thing is, all of them can do their own upvoting. And then once you've kind of done that legwork, all you got to do is click there, and then it'll show you, your main account and any sub channels, and you can switch between. And all of those channels can do their own independent upvoting. So I've already put 2 myself. You might think that kind of thing is impossible, but in fact, you can do multiple upvotes. So it's not too hard. So please, consider that. And then maybe if you made a channel or 2, you can, put some of your own content of your own, either your own creation or your own preference up there, and, to show the world whatever it is you want to show them. But just make sure you use it to do upvotes, and then make sure you switch back to whatever account, if you're going to participate in the chat, to that you would like to appear as, because it's easy to forget and then start typing and be like, oh, who am I? So please do that. Please do that. You can also share the address right out of the browser bar, youtube.com, or on a mobile, I think it's m.youtube or something. Whatever it is, that'll be fine, and it will remain the same after the live, after the program converts to a regular uploads and converts to a regular video. It will remain the same. So if you now, record it in your dutiful ledger of Douglas Dietrich's programs, or post it in a chat, or, print out, 100 or 1,000 copies of it with a handy QR code that you've generated to go with it also, which you can do for free online and post it everywhere in your town. Anything you can do to spread that around, that would be great. So
wonderful.
What else?
Yeah. Oh well,
what else?
you can mention there's no footnotes or tonight, but everybody's welcome to enter commentary.
I see 2 stars. Oh, so anyway, the show.
Oh yeah, there are some. Yeah, but they're minor. They're comparatively minor.
Oh yeah, relatively minor today. But yes, the Douglas pretty much always maxes out the 100 characters of the show title, and what he can't fit in there, he will put in a star asterisk 1 or 2, and that relates to footnotes down in the description. If you hit see more or whatever, you can expand that, and there he will further describe what he's talking about, or wants to, the subjects or goings on, historical, personal, holidays, what have you. He will expand upon there, and you can check that out to see. and say what, as far as what you're talking about, or explaining, all the relevant things you need to know, the context, I guess, for the program. Right?
Yes.
So,
yes.
yes. And if you once the program is in replay, not during the live, but in the replay later on, after he's done, it will enable comments below the program window. These are not enabled now. That's only an after the fact thing. Once that happens, Douglas will put a pinned comment there with his crucial information, his PayPal and website and etc. Please like that also for similar reasons, because these invisible downvotes. It doesn't show them there either, right? No. Anyway,
no. Say that again, because I'm multitasking.
It doesn't show the downvotes on the comments, right? Like it just.
Oh no, I don't believe so. No, I don't believe so. On the comments, they don't show the downvotes.
No,
but the
I've never seen one.
Do have the threats.
But they may be downvoted out by people that are
malevolent.
Right, and obviously just jealous of Douglas and all the wonders he brings to humanity. So, and then it could disappear. The comments could disappear. So, please upvote there. Please upvote any other positive comments. Feel free to leave your own, and all these things tell the algorithm this content is popular and important and something that others may want to hear, and then he will be more likely to appear in search results higher up and in sidebar suggestions, which I think is only on the PC. The phone, I looked, it doesn't have, I don't know how they do suggest, anyway, whatever type of suggested content there. Also, on the PC at least, during the replay, you can, if you're playing through and you're like, oh my God, this topic is so interesting, I have to send this to so-and-so. On the PC, you can right-click and it will give you an option to generate a timestamped link, and that will bring them not only to the program, but to that moment in the program. And then they can also partake in whatever wonders you wish to share with them there. I did try to see if there was an equivalent on the phone, and I couldn't get it to do it. But that's okay. You can still copy the main browser link and then just, tell the person, go to time so-and-so. It's not that hard. You would think, these days people could follow instructions, but the easier you make it for them, the more likely people are to follow through. That's just how it is. And so please consider that as well. And I
think you've done so wonderfully. As always, your dulcet tones help to carry us through. What I'm seriously considering doing is just to buy myself a little time to get my thoughts together tonight, because of everything that's been going on. Is I'll probably start multitasking, in the sense of I'm looking things up to make certain that when I'm quoting people, with everything that's been happening lately, whether it concerns the Epstein files or various other subjects, I want to make certain I get my quotes right. And so I'm doing that while I'll try and buy some time by talking about my experiences recently. Now, I was presented a link by Aristides that he... one thing was very strange was that... Were you aware that we were checking out this chick who was doing all of these JoJo poses? JoJo is anime. And our friend Brendan can bring it on. Matter of fact, we'll add Brendan to the conversation just in case, so he can help to verify some of this stuff. And so let's press the add button here. People and enter name, and then we put Brenzo, and here we are. And let's add him here, and that way he's at least potentially on the call. It says you'll need to add any apps again to use them with the current people on the call. Who knows? Then it went away. Whatever it was that I said, it looks like it's calling him. But he can tell us more about JoJo. But we were looking at this girl who did extreme acrobatics. Very attractive Ukrainian. She's Ukrainian. His impression is that she moved to or relocated to Dubai to escape the war. I'm not quite sure if that's the case, because the buildings around her where she does her performances don't seem to be Dubai-esque. They seem very Ukrainian. And so, but she Yeah, so she happened to be the girl in this one other link you sent me that was of people doing bizarre art. Did you
Oh,
know
I
that we
mean,
were looking at this chick when you were?
all right. Well, I'm not sure about the chick. I sent you
It was on
a
her
couple
channel.
links.
It was on her channel. Yeah, the link with the
What?
kind of weird uh artistic shit.
Weird autistic. Well, let me go look.
Yeah, artistic, not autistic. Though it may well
Uh-huh.
be.
Yeah.
It may well be. I wouldn't hold that against her.
Well, some people, yeah, some people confuse the two.
They're often intertwined. I assure you. So it was Body on Edge of Crisis. Body on Edge of Crisis.
It's about the Japanese avant-garde style of dance called Buto, right?
Oh, there
That's
we
what
are.
that's what it's about.
Mm.
I don't know who the girl is.
Okay, so if you look at
Where's
her
the girl?
channel, if you take a look at the channel, and then you
Oh,
go to the
oh,
channel, then that
oh.
girl was a girl that I first caught onto on YouTube,
Mm.
and then shared with Brendan because she does these
Uh,
poses that are fairly physically impossible for any
uh,
normal person beyond the most limber.
oh, that's why. Okay, that's why she's interested in that because the poses of
Yes.
that dance style, which
Yes.
is a Japanese style of dance that evolved in the decade or so after World War II.
Incredible.
Yeah,
Incredible.
with it just bizarre poses and expression, and it was frowned upon at the time, but most things are at the time.
Yeah.
But it evolved into a very unique form of dance expression, which I actually did watch through the video.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent.
yeah, very, very.
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you so
Yeah,
much for sharing that. And I
I could
really,
even. Should I
yeah.
put it in the
Oh, please, please.
YouTube chat now? All right.
Yeah, by all
But the
means.
thing is, we don't want people clicking on it going away from the
Oh
from
yeah,
here.
yeah, but put it there anyway. Yeah,
Okay.
and just tell them, give them the warning, or
Yeah.
whatever the caveat. Please don't, please
Yeah.
don't leave to review this. Review it
Got
later.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, and while you enter that into the text, what I'm going to do is just basically go over the next link, which I do want people to know is something sent by our dear friend Aristides, and he has, of course, the wisdom to know everyone has been hitting me with that link, which is pretty much what he said when he entered it into the into my private messages. He said, "Just came out. Expect your watch. I haven't yet." And and then he goes on to say what they're trying to say, which is basically that everything's coming out now in terms of this multimedia blitz that all kinds of people just accept as gospel when it's just a series of leaps in logic that have no evidence whatsoever. It all sources back to a blood stain on a
Hmm.
couch that's from the Führer bunker that they just took and said,
I don't
"Oh,
think you have to worry about
th-
people watching that page,
thank
Your
you,
Honor,
thank
because
you."
it's so obscure that
It's everybody's been
it's a,
sending it to me though, and remember, well, even V was sending me that email like,
well, I'm talking about the the JoJo girl.
oh,
There's
okay, okay, yeah, yeah. You mean most people wouldn't leave this to review that because it looks so bizarre.
yeah, it's not palatable unless you're like into fine art, dancing, interpretive dance.
Uh, my mother would be. My mother would appreciate that, but she didn't perform that. She didn't perform
Right.
that. Yeah, but yeah, but isn't that amazing that Aristides found that on his own without even realizing its connection to that?
Well, I think
Yeah,
the
girl.
algorithm just thinks we're all sick fucks like you or something. Because we were sharing, we're like sharing that, and we're like, they're like, oh, if they like a sick vampire, they might like the same stuff he likes, something like that, something weird.
Oh,
But yeah, it was shocking when you sent it to us, Aristides. I was like, wait, this is the same.
Oh.
And the reason why I got Dubai is because her Instagram account says they live in Dubai.
that might
So
be
whether
for
she's
her.
managed from there or
Right. Yeah, or continue, please, by all means, because I think you know a bit more about her than I do at this point. But
Oh, I was just saying, like, either she lives there
uh-huh.
or she's managed from there.
Yeah,
Like, you know.
yeah.
But in those buildings, I can pretty much confirm those are Dubai.
Oh,
Uh,
are they really?
they're just on a high rise. It's
Okay.
like the top of a high rise. They're using it,
Uh-huh.
so that's why it looks like, it looks Eastern Euro, but it's actually, you know,
Dubai-esque.
just on a high rise.
Okay,
If
interesting.
you were on ground level, you'd be able to tell, but because it's a high rise, it's hard to tell what's going on.
Okay. Okay, that's incredible. Thank you for sharing that. That's incredible. I don't know whether she's better off in Dubai with all the radiation that comes flowing over from Iraq, but it's
Well, she's definitely making more money than
yeah,
whatever
good
Ukraine can
point.
give. So
Yeah, so she's better off there. Yes, good
I mean,
point.
she's
Well
wearing
taken.
designer clothes, so that's a start.
Yes, yes, true
She's
enough.
definitely not hurting for money.
Yeah. Yeah, the way you said it, like Andrew Tate said, no pay, no play. Yeah, that's
Yeah. Yeah, so if she's managed by one of those guys, I mean, in his defense, at least he has money.
yes. At least he's keeping her well. He's keeping her well
Yeah,
kept for. Yeah.
right. There are worse things in this world.
There are, yes. Oh, so explain to people a bit about the Straw Hat Pirates, because that what Ed, Beth, and I did before my fateful injection, before he dropped me off at the clinic where they almost fucking killed me. Uh, we did a little photo session. It was quick and simple, but it was the best we could do. A little makeup on the eye and a little. I wasn't gonna hold the dead fish in my mouth, and I don't look good with the straw. When I kept putting the straw in my mouth, it looked very bad. It just looked like I was a cow chewing cud. It just didn't look right. So, but I've seen him with a dead fish in his mouth in certain miniatures that portray the main character of One Piece. But we did the straw
Yeah,
hat and just made it.
Rufy.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Ruffy. Ruffy.
Yeah, Luffy. Luffy. In
Luffy.
English, it's Luffy.
That's right. In English, it's Luffy. Something like it's almost like I don't know what English name to compare it to, but the Japanese, of course, they have difficulty with L. So with L,
Yeah,
it comes out as Ruffy. Ruffy. Yeah. It's like, oh
yeah,
yeah. Uh,
yeah,
Tell us a bit about the
yeah.
whole phenomena now and what's going on with the protests everywhere around the world and why this One Piece is so monumental. And then tell us a little bit. Oh, you can explain to people, we were talking about this girl in Dubai, and I said she's doing JoJo poses. Maybe you should tell people that that's one of the foundation anime of the postmodern world. I mean, really, it's like one of the originals. So much traces back to that, including Street Fighter from Capcom.
Right.
Yeah, so go.
Yeah, so these are like legendary, at this point, you know, bastions of manga and anime that the Japanese have created. Um, and in terms of One Piece, where that character comes from, it's the biggest anime on Earth, and it's the biggest anime in Japan. So, which is basically they running the whole, the whole gambit of the world. So every country, especially up and coming countries that have big youth populations, are very inspired by the character, Mugiwara Kaizoku Luffy, Straw Hat Pirate. So it's basically he's this, childlike, character that's very free. He's all about freedom, and his pirate vibe is just pure freedom, just doing what he wants to do, saving his friends, living a proper life, free, without any binds or shackles or anything. So it's inspired a lot of people. But in the story of One Piece, the so-called villains operate through the Marine Force, which is like the Navy and the Marines. But there's the rulers of that world are called the world government, and they're like pure evil basically. And then there's like this upper strata of the elites, and they're called like the Celestial Dragons. And they're a bunch of like backwards, they like wear like fish helmets out because they don't want to breathe the same air as like at the slaves or whatever, and they call everyone slaves and like shoot them out at will just for fun, on a whim. And they're just these like slug level characters. They're like horrible. They're just horrible to the population. So people have taken that mantle of freedom and all of that, and use the straw hat flag as a way to to show their distaste for the ruling peoples, because that's what the character Luffy does. And he doesn't do it in any kind of ideological sense. He just does it just because he doesn't like to see people he likes, get harmed and all that stuff. And a lot of it has to do with food. Like he gets, he's obsessed with eating, because that's like his favorite thing to do. So when
I do have that in common with him. I do have that, and neither he nor I gain any weight. Yeah, so there's something's going on there. But
he can like eat a whole bunch of stuff and then turn back to his normal form. But there's like lower reasons for that. But anyway, so he gets especially angry when, like, let's say there's like a king or some kind of ruler that deprives their people of food. That's when he goes like full attack mode. So he has this kind of, and it's not like I said, it's not ideological, like he's trying to free the world, but he just happens to be that's his vibe, just pure freedom, and he doesn't like seeing people suffer and all that. So these people are taking up that mantle, in an effort to say that, in a protest that they don't like the way things are being run, because all these younger people are being disenfranchised for no reason other than these like upper echelon folks just to have, they don't need any more than what they have, obviously.
Right.
So that's just what they're trying to say. And so it's gone through the Philippines, it's gone through Indonesia, where they're waving the straw hat flag. It has now reached Mexico and other parts of Latin America. And that's when the government brings out the big gun, just like the anime. So life, really imitates,
art.
So in the anime, like when like a place rebels, they'll call a buster call, which is like they'll just wipe out your island, because the world is like a bunch of islands. Just that's the nature of that world that Oda Sensei made.
Yes.
Is that making sense?
Yes, of course.
So if they want, they have so much power, they could just wipe your whole island away. So that's why no one revolts. And so there you go.
That was beautiful. I want to thank you for sharing that. There's more details, of course. Obviously,
there's a lot more.
Yeah,
explaining the whole plot would take. Yeah,
people may take this as a metaphor, but it really is not. We're all islands. We live in echo bubbles, so we live in culture islands. The elite is so vile and corrupt that the only thing that One Piece does is it basically shows them for what they are, which is they.
Yeah, and it's funny because they all look like
Elvis.
Certain families, they're like dressed like Elvis and stuff, and they have like these weird pompadour haircuts and. But they're like it's hard to explain it. They're like sniveling. They're like very slimy and lame. Like they're so lame that there's like no respectful bone in their body. It's actually funny the way it is, but then they do such like bad things that you have to hate them. Like basically there's only one answer to. It's like you have to get rid of these people. They're so bad.
Well, their behavior is gormless. They have no nuance. They go down, they grab all the attractive children, literally, usually pretty girls, but because
the chicks.
And just shoot anybody who tries to stop them. But the Elvis appearance is very telling, because if anything, Elvis Presley, who achieved a great popularity in Japan, was nevertheless he's one of the ultimate examples of egregious display of wealth, where he had he would fly in a plane to his favorite restaurant on an almost daily basis. I mean, imagine the carbon footprint of this. He had the carbon footprint of Godzilla. He literally flew a plane into the area of his favorite restaurant, where he would go to eat peanut butter and banana sandwiches for breakfast. Peanut butter and banana sandwiches for breakfast. He flew in on a plane and flew off on a plane for that. And this was a big plane. We're not talking about a private little Learjet here. We're talking about a 747.
It was a 747.
Yeah, it was a full thing. Yeah, it's a 747 with a party. You turned it into a party deck in those days. Playboy did that. So he had his own Playboy style party plane that he would fly in for that peanut butter and banana sandwich every morning, and with his coffee.
Fried.
Yeah, thank you. Fried Nola. How did you know about this? How did you know about that?
Because we used to eat them. We used to eat them when we were young.
Oh my god.
That was like the Elvis sandwich. Everyone loves that because it's like so unhealthy that you have to. It's like it's rich. It's so rich that it just tastes good.
How did he live as long as he did?
Drugs.
Yeah.
They had him on like you must have seen those like documentaries like years after he died where it showed his like wall of prescriptions, and we're talking like actual medical ones, like one for heart pressure, one for cholesterol. Like he was on everything.
Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah.
He just was so decadent that it like ruined his health.
Oh my god.
And here's the image. So the top four are like the regular celestial dragons, and the bottom four are like the badass ones.
Got it. Okay.
But the top ones are the worst. They're the ones that go around and they like declare hunting games, and they like and of course you can imagine what they're hunting. They're hunting people.
Of course.
So they just go to an island, lock it down, and then they have the badass ones like keep the people from running, so they can just shoot them in the back. I mean, it's horrendous. But it's basically, like you said, it's a metaphor for what has been done. Yes. It's like people can't run from these countries because they have no money, and then you just get worked to death. Yes. So it's like a metaphor for that.
What you're talking about is the United States of America. Fuck the third world. That's the United States of America. We can't run because we can't afford to.
Now.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Yes. So go
on.
Which
Which is what Oda shows in that. Like, Oda is the mangaka, the person that writes it. And so he shows that it's the entire world, basically. Yeah. That's why it's called the world government. And they have the same symbol as, like, the UN and all that. It's like the 5 circles. Yeah. If you look at the world government.
Oh, okay. So it's a United Nations style Security Council setup. Where,
it's 20 kings united to create that, that setup. But they're not supposed to have a king. But it turns out they have a king, and he's like this. I don't want to spoil too many plot points, but it turns out there's someone on the empty throne, and they're actually, basically evil.
Yeah, so, of course. Incarnate. Evil incarnate.
Yeah. Evil incarnate.
Yeah. Yes.
So there you go.
Oh, well, thank you for that. And as for JoJo, so this woman's getting into these rather impossible poses for anyone other than someone as limber as herself, or, the way Jackie Chan used to be back when he was young and trained by, Ip Man. So she's able to do this, but the poses themselves are reflective of, now forgive me, I'm forgetting his name already. I keep thinking Akari, the name of the man who does JoJo's Bizarre Adventures.
So it would be Hirohiko Araki.
Araki.
He said in English.
Yes. Yeah. And tell us a bit about he's obviously of the same bloodline as myself. He's not aging. Might even be of a purer bloodline in that sense.
He's got to be royalty or something. He knows.
Yes.
And I showed you, like, did you ever see that thing I sent you where he predicted a bunch of pop culture stuff?
Yes.
Like ahead of time?
Yes, including 9/11.
It's like,
yes, go on.
Yeah, including 9/11. Well, that one was a big one because that one was pretty obvious. And he did that in the 90s. He wrote that. So the Oingo Boingo, like, little panel.
Yeah.
So he must be from, like, their version of like a Masonic family, like a Black Curtain family or something.
It's called, for our listeners, it's called Kurumaku, or Black Curtain. Yeah. Yes, go on.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I would assume.
Yeah.
But he was very influential, and he's into like high fashion, a lot of grace, and his characters have a lot of grace, and they pose, and they have very elegant forms and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Oh, just a second.
Oh, yes, take your time. There's no rush. He's dealing with us from work, so I'll probably...
1 sec.
Oh, take your time. There's no rush. He's dealing with us from work, so I'll probably go straight into some elements of monologue. I do want to thank Holly Kiefer, who I forgot to bring up and add to the all-lady crew that was contributing this month. And she contributed a $100 check, which I love her dearly for, and I haven't even had a chance to deposit or cash that yet. So I keep forgetting to tabulate that or calculate that into my resources. But she does this once a month whenever she can, and I profoundly thank her for it. Concerning, as our dear friend Brennan said, maybe no one will watch this documentary. That I don't know about. Obviously, a lot of people have been watching this documentary, where simply because I say I'm the son of Adolf Hitler, and have told people about the evidence of this, they are going to do their best to say that that's impossible. And so they've gone all out with extreme leaps in logic to claim that it's impossible. The Russians, after World War II, and there's an entire movie made about this, which is about Hitler's body or Hitler's skull. And of course, they do everything they can to valorize the Russians. They all of America, YouTube, the American media, which is very Judeo-centric, is obviously very connected by the roots to Eastern Europe and to Russia. And they do everything they can to consistently and chronically valorize the Russians. And this, of course, is an American obsession. The Americans have a need always for a master race because they have no natural or organic culture of their own. America being an anti-culture, then they turn towards
Okay, I
basically.
apologize.
No worries.
I'm back, but
Yeah.
I don't really need to go into more detail. I think we got the point.
Oh well, I think no, you're doing fine, and you were just getting into it. So the interruption was kind of jarring, but yeah, he's definitely of he definitely is in the know, and he's definitely exploited that to create this incredible series that is very prognosticative, meaning it has a lot of predictions that it makes through its
Yeah. But
its
that's
narrative.
almost ancillary. I think the popular culture impact was the greatest thing it ever did. Really,
Yes.
like to where they're like making songs about JoJo posing and all that. Like it's permeated everybody of the younger generation
Excellent.
because the art is like it's literally masterful art. He
Yes.
studied all the greats. He studied Michelangelo, all the sculptors.
Yeah.
Like his art is probably some of the best in the world as far as just the dynamism, the quality of it, and the actual, the character design. I mean, it's pretty much a masterpiece of the Japanese creations at this point.
Thank you.
And so it's affected a lot of, and even pretty much every animator throw in little, odes to the JoJo, vibe.
Franchise, yeah, and brand, and just the whole thematic, I guess would be the best word for it than franchise or brand. More respectful. And I take it that art display is no longer on at the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art. You'll never get a chance
It's
to
still
go.
going. No,
Oh,
it's still going.
Okay.
Still going.
So, are you
I
coming
can
down to?
hope, I can only hope.
Okay.
Well, like I said before, I'm definitely not going to see you.
Oh,
And I will. I'll
okay.
tell you after I leave.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it was great.
So, look, it's already in the newspapers. I think we can go into an individual who was caught around the the younger educational facilities in your neighborhood, so to speak, who was doing what he did. Why don't you share with people that? Because that's in the news already. It's not gonna really,
Oh
you
well,
might as
yeah. Well, it's
yeah.
obvious. I mean, it's publicized. It's publicized, regardless of. Yeah. But did you see his response?
It's something like, well, basically they let him go anyway. So his response was, "You should
Yeah, and then
tolerate
they
because
went
I was
to.
military, yeah, and all that shit." But you continue,
Oh
please.
no! Beyond that,
Okay.
it was bizarre because what did we say last time we spoke? It was about. Remember, you were saying. We won't go. I guess we can't really say too much, but you know what I'm saying. They were shield. He was.
Yes, shielded.
You know what? Maybe we'll skip over that part. But anyways,
Yeah.
we'll skip over that part.
Save it for now. Save it for now. We'll tell everyone later. Given time.
But
But go on.
But anyways, he just. So it was a dude that was in, fatigue, like running around these.
Oh, it's
schools
much
at
more
night,
than fatigues. Kevlar, full
And-
fucking SWAT. He's swatted out, dude.
Well,
Go
he
on.
claims he was in a sweatshirt, but whatever. But the point stands. He was wearing night vision goggles, and so when the security guard, because in that area they have security guards at the
Thank
schools
God.
at night,
Thank God.
so he confronted him and he said, "Why are
By
you
the way,
running
do you
around
still
with
have
night vision
security
goggles?"
guards? Do you still have security guards at your school? Because remember that one guy was so fucking freaked out. The black kid. He was approaching you about the figure he saw staring through the fence. Just staring through the fence at night. I mean, so did you guys still have those guards, or what happened with all that? Did they take him away? Or did they knock us off? Let's take a look at the live stream. I keep expecting a DDoS attack. So, they took him off. Oh, they knocked his ass off. Jesus Christ. Oh, well, Aristides, that's, yeah. Well, we had him there. I'll go into that. So, again, to put this into perspective about this American need for a culture to look up to, having no organic culture of their own, that is at this point in history, unfortunately, through all of the wartime propaganda originally started by members of the American Communist Party, and so many members of the Communist Party who became teachers involved with the educational facility, the educational machine. They basically communized and indoctrinated Americans into believing that the Russians are the master race. And Americans believe Russians are capable of anything. They believe that they're the most beautiful people on earth who will save the world, and that the Russians they're super people, that they're all 10 feet tall and basically replace the Aryan ideal for the Americans, and that they will come and save us all. Anyhow, he says, they took me off. Too much heat for them. The perp said too much when the news talked to him. So let me check off all that. So we go to check mark all that. And it was, they took him off, but he can jump back on. Try and jump back on if you can. Try and jump back on. Jump back on if you wish. Try and jump back on if you wish. Says you are still on. Says you, okay. Jump back on if you wish. Okay, Brendan. Gotta address that to him. Here we go. At least he was able to get that through. Now, I can't find that fucking check mark. So let me see if I can get that over there. More options. No.
Okay, well, I'm here, but
okay, there you go.
The call is like hidden from me, so I had to like go into the notifications to even find it. So
no, believe me, they did not like what you were
Yes.
saying. They did not like what you were saying. And go on. So sure, what was going on around elementary schools? Well, high schools, junior schools, the middle schools, really, right?
Apparently, it was every type of school.
Okay.
Like, this dude's been doing it for months.
Okay. So go on.
So then apparently he got confronted finally by a sheriff officer, and he couldn't keep his mouth shut. So he said, "I am ex-military.
Yeah.
I want to work in law enforcement." And so they finally reported him or whatever, and his house had like a GTA, arsenal.
Yeah.
So literally from the video game.
Yeah.
Like 1-to-1 from the video game, but it was all functional.
Right. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, you have to explain GTA to our older listeners. Grand Theft Auto.
Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
So he had a full arsenal from that, but they were all functional weapons. So it was super sketchy, just to have that. But his ultimate excuse was, it was just a hobby. And so he said, I was walking my dog and I was just trying out my goggles and all this. I was in sweats, and you can go back and hear what he said on air. But they let him out.
Of course, he's shielded. He's shielded.
Even though he had a bunch of law enforcement patches and a bunch of stuff he shouldn't have had. And
right.
Apparently he worked at a gun range and they fired him for stealing.
Of course.
So this dude is like a known sketchy.
Yeah.
But there you go.
They let him go.
Can do it.
They let him go after he was apprehended, basically stalking students or the student bodies, stalking the student bodies in every sense of that term, of various schools, elementary, middle, and junior high schools throughout the area where you're at. Where he's not only doing this conventionally, he's doing it with technology, with night vision goggles, binoculars, and other equipment that enables him to record these students in compromising positions, bending over and the like, or, in the fields, so to speak, or
Yeah.
etc. Playgrounds and
Yeah.
and the like.
Yeah,
This is
and beyond that, I think the sheriff in that video I sent you, he came out and he said he wants to actually pursue the charge of impersonating law enforcement because he had the tags. He had the patches and all the tags.
I was going to bring that up.
Fascinating.
That's not fascinating. That's terrifying. That is terrifying.
Yeah.
Not only does this man have an arsenal, but he has the capacity to basically falsely present himself as an officer. I forget what the term
Which
is.
he
now.
did. Which he did.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, there you are.
Impersonating.
He's an impersonating. Thank you.
Yeah.
He's impersonating an officer. And so which is the easiest way to abduct children, women and children.
Yeah,
actually.
and to do all kinds of heinous stuff.
Oh yes. Oh, this is, and then they just let him go.
Well, apparently he posted bail, but it was low enough for him to do that.
Yeah,
So,
well, I don't care how high it was. Someone would have come in and paid for it. Because remember what I told you, that's what happened with V's ex-husband was that
he's got to be alphabet soup. I mean, how else do you get it? Like do that and then nothing happens?
Yeah.
They did confiscate his arsenal, but I mean, whatever.
Well, that doesn't matter. He can always amass.
And on top of that, they even found like an unregistered ghost gun in his attic. It's like, I mean, like so many strikes.
Yeah.
So it's like.
Yes.
Anyways, you get the point.
Yeah. And
this is all publicized, so I'm not like, there's nothing out of the. I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, we're not pulling the shit out of our ass. This is all like public domain now. It's Yeah, so people can.
It was on the news. For, boomers. It was on the news, so it's real.
Yeah. Thank you. No, important thing to bring up. I'm glad we brought that up. But it goes to show the kind of action that's going on in Brendan's world, just in his neighborhood. And there's context beyond that we don't need to go into right now. But in terms of from here, I'll take it forward with a little bit of a monologue. I'll go into trying to address what that so-called Hitler documentary is about, but you can help me with this because one of the things I pointed out was that the Americans worship the Russians as the master race. They think the Russians won World War II because they bought into the communist propaganda taught them in schools by communist teachers who dominated America's educational establishment for generations. And so,
but weren't those supposed to be like the lib professors?
Yeah, those are all the libs. Oh yeah, those are all the libs. And I've told people.
Well, then how did they switch aisles, or how did they get across the aisle to these people?
This is what happened as succinctly as I can put it, and then I'm going to turn it over to you for some of these details because they're quite shall I say relevant, and people need to know about it. But when it comes, first off, I'm going to look up that letter that had V's response to it, telling me about this ridiculous, shall we say, documentary, quote unquote. It's a mockumentary, really, and it's it's just a character assassination of the most juvenile sort. Talk about hitting below the fucking bell. They're just hitting as low as they possibly can here and saying Hitler had no dick and was incapable of reproducing, and all of this is to just discredit my saying I'm the son of Adolf Hitler. There's no other reason for them to be coming out with this now. But all such being said, the when it comes to the how succinctly we got here, basically during the American Vietnam War or the American counterinsurgency in Vietnam, one of the ways to avoid the draft was to become a teacher. And so all of these well-meaning educators began to basically cover for draft dodgers by saying, I'm bringing him in as a teacher's assistant or an aspiring teacher, kind of like an intern, and they would grandfather them into teaching positions. And this was the death of America's educational system. Now, before the Vietnam War, John Fitzgerald Kennedy was able to mobilize America to get to the moon based on the fact that he started a revolution in engineering where he said, I want all of our students to really get into mathematics, aeronautics, and literally take us to the stars. And when he did this, we were able to do that because of the incredibly solid base of primary education that taught people the 3 R's: reading, writing, and arithmetic, that was almost entirely, or certainly overwhelmingly, dominated by women. And the higher education was dominated by men, the doctors, professors. They were very prejudiced against women, very misogynist, and they wouldn't usually let them advance into professorial or doctoral status where they're teaching postgraduates or these kinds of advanced educational studies. But nevertheless, at the bottom of it all, where, well, it was women who ruled the roost, and they made certain everyone learned their reading, writing, and arithmetic. All that was destroyed by Vietnam. When Vietnam happened, a lot of these well-meaning professors at the upper echelons said, well, we'll get rid of all these cunts and bitches and replace them with all these boys so they can avoid the draft. And that's when teaching, women in teaching disappeared. If anyone wonders whatever happened to the old image of the female teacher who had the ruler, the apple, and instructing all those kids, the Vietnam War destroyed that. And so they brought in all of these boys to dodge the draft by saying, you're taking this woman's place. Get out of here, bitch. You know, they fired all the women, brought in all these boys who didn't know anything about teaching, didn't know anything about reading, writing, or arithmetic. All they wanted to do was avoid a bullet in Vietnam. And these motherfuckers destroyed education. So when they brought in all these ignorant fucking draft dodging cowards to teach our kids, literally when I was growing up, we had hippies, male hippies, teaching us astrology. Not astronomy, mind you, but astrology. And of course, it destroyed anybody's ability to do anything. And so it destroyed education, it destroyed America. And one of the other things all these motherfuckers did was, along with the elderly professors who brought them into the lower grades of education to massacre our ability to learn, the older professors themselves were all communists. Most of them were profoundly left-wing. Intellectually, they were Marxian, Leninist, and various other Trotskyite philosophies. And they would constantly press the Soviet party line that the Russians won World War II, which is the greatest lie in all of human fucking history. The Russians didn't win shit. They got their asses kicked. They are still legally at war with Japan, which means that Russia is engaged in a two-front war, a war in the Pacific with Japan and a war in Ukraine right now. So anybody who thinks the Russians won World War II, you're a goddamn ignorant idiot. Yet these professors will claim that's the Russians that forced the Japanese to quote-unquote surrender, despite the fact Japan is still legally at fucking war, as opposed to the atomic bomb. This myth is pushed relentlessly. And if you go anywhere on YouTube, it's just all pro-Russian propaganda. It's all you ever see. Oh, the Russians and their great struggle against the Nazis. The Russians and how they forced the Japs to surrender. All this bullshit. It's just impossible to tolerate for anyone who knows better. All such being said, then when it came to the Russians, the propaganda was pushed by the professors, and then they put in all of these leftist draft dodgers to teach the kids, and together everybody grows up now worshiping the Russians as the master race. And as a result, in America, people bought it for years when the Russians said, we have the skull of Adolf Hitler. And again, they made a movie about this, stealing Hitler's body, the Russians trying to get Hitler's body back to Russia because they found it in Berlin, and one old woman has it, and she kills a neo-Nazi who tries to break in to steal it. And the whole movie's based on her reflections of what happened during wartime, because they humanize her, but the evil enemy is always the eternal Nazi. Even though it's a neo-Nazi skinhead that is portrayed in the film, they present it as if the continuity is seamless. So when it comes to this kind of insanity, the Americans eat this shit up and they choke on it. And it's poisoned their brains. I mean, if you eat enough shit, your brain's going to be impacted. And this is what happened to America. So such being said, the Russians always claimed they had Hitler's skull, and it turned out it was the skull of a woman. So unless Hitler was this really ugly looking, chick who was running Germany for, that many years, and the Nazi party got away with it simply because, it was Angela Merkel in disguise.
The couch cushion DNA.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Now I turn it over to you. This is where they come to the American version now. now that they couldn't prove Hitler's skull was real because it turned out to be a bitch, now we turn it over to you. Tell us about this. This is what they claim, what they found. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to bring up the article, but in essence, they dug up, or somehow they found, this was the Brits, by the way. They found like a couch cushion remnant that was in a museum that was from the Fuhrer bunker from around when they died or something. And somehow the drop of blood was just assumed to be your biosire somehow.
Yes. Hitler.
Like,
yes.
I don't know what kind of leaps in logic they had to take to find that. It's like,
Thank you.
even like the basic forensic pathologist, like, or like anthropologist, forensic anthropologist, you can't just take a drop of blood and say it's somebody's blood. Like, you have to have like a complete match or a sequence, but they've created like this logical fallacy where if he had that condition and he doesn't have any heirs, then they can't verify their own claim. So it's very strange.
They claim he has no heirs, and yet they claim the family of Hitler refuses to give blood.
Yes. So there you go. So it just, how does that work? I don't know. It's like I said, it's a logic circle that is incomplete and it short circuits itself. And then on top of that, there's no, like, the thing I sent you where they said he was a virgin. Then then they just go into these like ad hominem, like, oh, he was an incel virgin. That's why he destroyed the world. And, he had one testicle. Now we confirmed it. And then the micropene, and it's so crazy. Then it becomes viral just because it has his name on it.
Yes.
So if you said that about anyone else, I mean, they come at you with full lawyers and everything. And so they pick dead people, like you saw the one I sent about the Mr. Epp.
Oh, Epstein?
Yeah.
What did they say? What did they say?
Oh, just some other similar story,
What are they claiming? He couldn't rape all those children because he had a micro penis? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
That must be the new Epstein defense.
Go back into the chat, and I would like you to read it so I don't have
to. Let me go back into your chat, see if I can find this. It's
if you just scroll up where it says,
okay,
right before, I think it's right before that.
Okay, busy hearting this. I
think it's right after. Yeah. It's right after the Qigong guy.
I'm too busy downloading the legendary ninja chick, the Kunoichi, the female ninja.
Yeah, she's legendary.
Yes, there we are.
So it's right after her. It's the one directly underneath.
Okay, the one directly under her. Okay, so here we are. It goes to Facebook where it says, "Sorry, this content isn't available right now." How's that for a bitch?
Well, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt
okay,
it.
so what was it saying? Yeah.
Okay, here, I'm going to send it again, so hopefully you guys can access it. But,
okay.
And once again, it's not me sending this. This is what they're putting out. This is New York Post. Okay. Yeah. But it's going, the leap in logic is what you said already.
Yes.
Like, oh, how could he have done anything? He was just a crazy flunky or whatever. Okay, so try this one.
Okay, New York Post lifestyles post. Oh, disgusting! It's a picture of him in nothing but his jockey shorts. He is disgusting.
Oh yeah, that my brain just deletes that. Just the text.
He's got hair where monkeys don't. I mean, if a woman is fucking him, that would be like a Brillo pad against their nipples. That is just it would be a punishment. At any rate, it was really small when it was fully erect. It was probably like 2 inches. Okay, this is the New York Post. Jeffrey Epstein had a tiny, extremely deformed penis shaped like a lemon, one of his victims. Okay, well, that's not unbelievable. They're not saying it doesn't function. So, yeah, I could buy that. So, such having been said, did they knock him off again? Did they knock Brendan off again?
No, I'm here. I'm just trying to ignore this disgusting topic. Fucking disgusting.
Oh, yes. No, it's matter of fact, that reminds me of the woman who you used to watch on Sacramento television with the UFO connection, the Jewish American princess named Cynthia Siegel, who actually was the woman who kind of introduced me as a public informant to the world. So goddess bless her. And Cynthia Siegel was a wonderful human being, still is, I hope. I hope she's still alive. And what happened was that she lost her job because of me. She was going to interview myself, and they said, you cannot interview Douglas Dietrich. And she said, well, I'm bringing him on. And that's when they cut her program. Then she used her position as a manageress at MUFON, Mutual UFO Network, to have me deliver a presentation, and was one of the most successful presentations that she held ever. In fact, it was the most successful presentation she ever held in her career for MUFON. And we held it at Denny's and did that little original Roswell and the Rising Sun presentation. And what happened was that was made possible by her, and is never to be forgotten. And the other thing about it was that what was I going to bring up with that? Her boyfriend. So after Art Bell left the Coast to Coast AM program, they automatically replaced him with a Jewish media personality named Mark Siegel, who had the exact same last name as Cynthia Siegel, who insisted they were not related, but they became intimate, a known couple. They were a known couple, and yeah, she just couldn't take it anymore. He was like Epstein. He had hair where monkeys don't, and it was just like having sex with a Brillo pad. It was just like it's just the friction. The friction was just it would leave her bleeding. It's like that bad. So there you go with that nice horror story. That's like Epstein, yeah. And by the way, Mark Siegel crashed and burned terribly, horrifically on Coast to Coast AM. It's like he took it down into just the depths of hell and shit. And then they brought on George Noory, which was no improvement. But that was a nightly snoozer for the elderly people and kept them all, like in a kind of.
It's almost like it programmed them in their sleep, because I remember every old person in that time frame would have it on like in their bedroom on low.
Yes.
For no reason.
Yeah. And like they said, like John B. Wells told me that all the commercials made no profit. The commercials made no profit.
Of course.
Yeah, because the people listening were all elderly on Social Security with nothing to spend, or they were derelicts, people living in tent cities, or people who were hookers, prostitutes, just just basically people on the absolute edge of society were listening to Coast AM, because these were the people who were up at night. And even though he started at 10 p.m. Pacific time, that means he started at 1 a.m. in the morning Eastern time. And by the time he was finished, which would be like, 4, 5, 6 hours later, it'd be morning. So these are people who are literally up all night. The only employed people listening were paramedics, police on night patrol, night duty, security guards, and they weren't spending money on that shit. That was so the commercials were. God knows why they did them at all, but obviously it was government sponsored, because the ratings ultimately just plateaued into nothing, especially with a audience on hospice care. I mean, I can't believe it's still on, right? Isn't it still on? Still George Noory, right? Son of a bitch is just going to do that till he dies.
I have no idea. Yeah. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I don't doubt it.
Yeah. Because he always said, I'm going to do this till I die. I'm going to do that. Dude, you died a long time ago. They just he's just a taxidermized. He's a taxidermized talking cadaver that is basically the the Charlie McCarthy doll of his producer Tom Danheiser, who has his hand up his ass and is feeding him one-liners. So it's the same shit, all over again. So there you go.
Yeah, it says he's still going.
Yeah,
33 years.
Yeah, God damn. Yeah, that's outrageous. And that guy's like, what? He's pushing 90. That fucker's on palliative care himself. So at any rate, So there we have that, and everybody generally who's been listening for a while. Let's see what this Sean's saying. Yeah, Sean
He's
said,
75. He's 75.
there you go. Yeah, that's still too young. Yeah, he's got a while to go yet. Too bad. He'll be on there another 10 years. It's like piece of shit. Anyhow,
It's like they. What kind of pact did they sign where they have to work the rest of their lives? It ain't worth it.
it's the billionaire contract essentially. They're
Right.
they're doing demonic shit, dude. They like
Right.
go to the crossroads and they like, yeah, and they
But then what's good in that when you just spend the rest of your life talking on air all day? It's like,
well, he enjoys it because he sees hookers in Vegas. That's his, as long as he gets his hookers in Vegas, he doesn't give a shit. But yeah, he's one of the people responsible for bringing the Republicans into QAnon. He's one of the big QAnon spreaders. He spread that like a what's his name? Rock Hudson.
good for him.
Yeah, Rock Hudson, when he contracted AIDS, was fucking everybody and spreading it as far and wise as could. He was sharing the love. That's what George Norrie does with the QAnon and the AIDS of the mind. Yeah, and
Good God.
so here we are. Sean says, I read X-Men comics. I know who won World War II, not America for sure. It's how we got NASA. So true, sir. Then, damn, son. So Art Bell was a shell then also? He means shill. But he was an empty shell as well. The missing 411 guy does same stuff and is part of the same tree also. Interesting. Well, the 411 guy is just like... It's like... I don't even know what to say. I'm left
Who's that?
speechless. The 411 guy was the Our Lady Holly had all of his original books, which are like thousands of dollars at this point in history. You can't find them anywhere, and so the original books. But she's got like the whole set of original books, and as far as I'm concerned, she can have them. The guy just tabulates, kind of like Charles Fort, a lot of data on missing people, and that's why it was called 411, missing
yes.
411. And so Holly was going to all these places, a lot of these places where people disappeared, but whatever was taking them never seemed to want her. But the 411 guy, it's just like when I said, hey, you want to come on my program on Revolution Radio? You gotta buy and read all my books first. And I'm like,
Holy shit.
dude, well, send them to me. I'll read them. Send them to me. I'm not gonna send them to you. You gotta buy them. And I'm like, dude, you're...
Yeah, the Peter Moon tactic.
Yeah, dude, it's like your books are hundreds of dollars. In case you didn't know, it's like, anyhow. He's just an idiot. There was another guy I dealt with like that who I tried to, just be reasonable with. But these old guys, they're just nuts. They're like they're in their own world and they just won't. And they don't need money. They don't need money, so they make their own rules, which is like just means that they make it impossible to work with. You can't work with them. But there you go with that. So if that guy's still coming on Coast to Coast AM, I'd be surprised because he kind of like was not ever. After a while, he just wasn't on much. So if he's still getting on there now, then I guess he's emerged from out of his funk or whatever, which is just his misanthropic. Yeah, go on.
They don't want people to know the statistics of missing people because it's like in America, it's so astronomical. Like,
no, it's true. It's true. People disappear every day. Every day.
Yeah, it's absurd. Yeah.
And so it's that this is the insanity of America. And so okay, all that being said, when it comes to this, here's the email that our man Brendan has already seen this, but I'm going to screen share for the sake of our man Aristides. And so when I show him this, I'll read it to the audience as well. So this was the Firehorse email that I sent out to every member of Team Dietrich. And so my cosmetologist says, love it. And I returned, love you, honey, love you. And then she says, I saw on TV yesterday, Hitler's History. True from archives. He was from an ancestuous family. I think she means incestuous, but she was never very good at spelling. Sorry, but it is true. As if I would be offended. As if... Oh my god! How could you say such a thing? Anyhow, she says, Austria town, where most of residents are related. His relatives were too, she says that with 3 O's, too closely related. He also had strange sex life, too. It made me sick, so I turned it off. His purity line was total BS and self-fear. Also, he was, and then she puts this in all caps like Trump. Like she did the opening sentence. I didn't shout that, but it's all caps. So, I saw on TV yesterday. Hitler's history. True from archives. You like that? True from archives. Like, that's, somehow these archives escape being released all these years or something like that. Yeah. Anyhow, sired also that he was, and she puts this all in caps to conclude her paragraph, sired from a Jew in the immediate family and feared someone would find out. Okay, so first off, the Jewish person in question would not be in the immediate family because then they'd all be Jewish. Right? I mean, that's the logical conclusion, correct, from any rational thought process. So the so-called Jewish entree into the genealogy would not be from the immediate family, obviously. Or Hitler would have been bar mitzvahed, right? At any rate, all of this is an amalgam or a conflation. I'll get to that in a second. Anyhow, so I responded to her. Thank you for sharing that, my beloved, believe me, I always appreciate your being forthright with myself. All my adoration. Doug. Then she says this to me. Called The Secret Sex Life of Hitler. Like I was going to pursue this. Like I was going to, oh my God. I wish she had given me the title so I could track this down. This masterpiece. So there you go. I guess we could stop sharing that now. Now I hope that was morbidly entertaining for everybody. It's cute. I gave her the thumbs up for her giving me the title of this wretched propaganda piece, hit piece really. And so in the meantime, Holly says, I never went any place because of the books, but was fascinated because nothing like that ever happened to me. Thank goodness, although had been to many of those areas before they came out. Thank you, Holly, for that clarification. Appreciate that. And so... Okay, that being said, and I'm getting a nice emoji from Brendan on Zip the Lip. Anyhow, our man Sean in the chat says, what do you know about cryptic creatures like Dogman? Does the military use them as a weapon, sir? Dude, Brendan, is this you under a different name? This is you in the chat, right? Under a different name. It's like, people want cryptids all the time. Look, organically. We'll get there. Organically. Every once in a while, I go into it. It's just try and think.
I told you your ratings will explode if you just do cryptids, but
just all day. Yeah, cryptids.
You're too elitist.
Yeah, I need to go Straw Hat Pirate Cryptid Show. The Straw Hat Pirate Cryptid Show. That's it. And
that'll sell some tickets.
Yes. It's at any rate, when it comes to since I'm talking about history, I'll stick in that direction. And it's funny how people just throw this stuff at me randomly. It's just like randomly, like I'll be talking about a subject, and do you honestly think, come on, Sean, give me a break.
It's not random. I've asked every
show. Yeah, I understand. I get it. That's why I asked if this is you under a different name, under an avatar. But look, Sean, give me a break. I'm talking about my biological father here. I'm going into historical context, and you ask me about Dogman.
even if it was, I wouldn't tell you it was me, by the way.
Yeah, of course not.
I would just say, look, your fans, they want it.
Yeah, yes.
They
Yeah,
want dogs.
obviously, yes, they want Dogman. Yes. Oh, no, not tonight. It's like, and come on, really. I'm glad people participate. But he says, I just ask you because mentioned it in a back episode from Halloween night. Sorry, I apologize for the random search. Quite all right. No worries. Look, I'm just having fun with it. And let me tell him no worries, that Sean. And but it wasn't this Halloween night. This Halloween was stolen from us, and it's our version of Christmas, and it was stolen from us. You can't go into that right now, but soon enough, we're just not in the mood to go into that right now. But, give it time. We always get back there. And everybody, of course, don't forget your upvotes and get those in because, we need to counteract the downvotes from all the bots that prevent us from appearing on searches. All that being said, okay, when it comes to Adolf Hitler and the whole micropenis thing, what I just read from V, and the Jewish aspect. Let's go into the Jewish aspect first for a second. It's very short. You don't need to hear too much about it and the incest aspect. Let's go into that. First off, in Austria-Hungary, this was the frontier of Europe. As far as Europe was concerned, Asia began with the Austro-Hungarian Militärgrenze. Am I saying that right, Brendan? Militärgrenze, or the military frontier? Militärgrenze. And so...
I'd have to see the word.
Okay, yeah. Sounds about right.
It's botched.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Grenze. Grenze. Frontier. Grenze. Militärgrenze. It would be then military frontier. So, it's Austria-Hungary was the military frontier. Islam, under the auspices of the Ottoman Empire, invaded Europe. They had gunpowder. They had advanced means of delivering that gunpowder destructively. Cannon, and they were the first to use artillery, massed artillery in cannonades or combat lines. And they blew the Europeans away quite literally and blew their way all the way up to the gates of Vienna. And so the Austrians stopped them and became the de facto line between Asia and Europe. So the Austro-Hungarian Empire was where Asia began and Europe ended. And they were very isolated. And being so isolated, the Habsburgs, or the royal family of Austria, tried to keep their bloodlines in family, as all royalty does, because they don't want to distribute the wealth, the assets, to outside of the family, if they can help it. And so royal families tried to marry with each other to prevent morbid inbreeding, but the Habsburgs didn't have much access to that because they were on the frontier. Unlike the rest of the royal families that were more cosmopolitan, these guys were holding Asia at bay. And as a result, they really just interbred with each other and became so morbidly inbred that many of them could not serve on the throne, and were literally institutionalized from birth. Some of them didn't even last long after birth. So their morbid inbreeding became quite pronounced, and alarmingly so. So that's the royal family. Compared to that, Adolf Hitler's family out in the boondocks was cosmopolitan as hell compared to the royalty that ruled the Austro-Hungarian Empire, into which he was born. So honestly, anyone who anyone who just doesn't know that, you're just ignorant of European history. And as for the Jewish element that was potentially introduced, they were impoverished. So Hitler's mother worked for a Jewish estate, where it was it's assumed or rumored, not known because there was no legal pursuit of this. It's not known, but it's rumored that she was raped by the house master, the estate owner, and he was Jewish, but he was not a Rothschild. If he were a Rothschild, he wouldn't be in the fucking boondocks of Austria-Hungary, okay? Again, we have to look at common sense here. And it's not like she was able to take transportation to go to work. It's like basically she was going home fairly regularly, was my impression. Now, she might have been impregnated by this man, but certainly Adolf Hitler was born a Hitler. His legal name was Hitler when he was born. This was stated by, of course, the man who wrote his definitive biography. We can look him up. Study in Tyranny. Study in Tyranny. The author thereof was knighted. So here we are. Hitler's Study in Tyranny. Alan Bullock. So Sir Alan Bullock was the British historian who wrote the first comprehensive biography of Adolf Hitler in 1952 at the legal end of World War II in the Pacific. That was the year World War II legally ended in the Pacific when the San Francisco Peace Treaty went into effect. Until then, Japan and America were at war under conditions of ceasefire. What happened was Alan Bullock proved Adolf Hitler was born a Hitler. His name was never Schicklgruber. This was a propaganda campaign started by the Allies because Schicklgruber is an Austrian insult where they're calling you a country bumpkin or a backwoods simpleton, basically a morbidly inbred incestuous hillbilly. It's like, so that's why they started a campaign saying his original name was Schicklgruber and he changed it, which is it's not true. And it was proven as not true by Alan Bullock. In essence, it's a lie. So that being said, so he was born a Hitler. We know he was, he might, there's a slight chance his mother might have been raped and he might have had this Jewish bloodline in him. He himself was concerned about that. And for that reason, he was blackmailed by Hans Frank. And Hans Frank was an attorney who apparently at one point worked with the Hitler family and handled some documents and felt that he could blackmail Hitler by threatening to reveal that this was possible. Not that it was true, but that it was possible, which is bad enough. And so Hitler put him in charge of Poland. So Hans Frank ran Poland, and all his secrets died with him because he was hanged at Nuremberg. So that being said, whether Hitler was Jewish or not, what effect does that have on history? Other than a psychosomatic motivation that changes a kind of flavor of the personality of Adolf Hitler, it does nothing to change history. People find this fascinating, but the people who find it most important and really promote this theory are Jewish people, because this gives Jewish people the cultural wellspring credit for capitalism, communism, and fascism. All three of the major ideologies which rocked the 20th century and basically formed our world. So if Hitler's Jewish, then that too renders fascism a Jewish sourced ideology, like Karl Marx being the wellspring for communism. So that would, it's just a way of monopolizing history and identity and Judeifying our world. And so if you're buying into that, you're showing that you're buying into a Judeo-supremacist perspective. Does that make sense? Anybody want some feedback there? I mean, so now that we got that out of the way, as for Adolf Hitler's penis, it was like mine. It starts out small and it gets very big when it's erect. And this is probably where, yeah, and my mother told me this. Yes, so there you go. That's not that I ever got erect because of my mother, but she did catch me erect. So there we are. So I think it was probably one of the most traumatic experiences of my life when Lena Shea and her work partner, whose name I've totally forgotten, from Capital District Massage, came over to rendezvous with me for a ménage à trois. And then when I was fully erect, her work partner, an implicit racist, said, "That's the white boy in him coming out." And I swear to God, I mean, really? Really? I've never felt so objectified in my entire life. It's like, at any rate, So Sean says, only thing I remember from Mustache Man was that he geez his pants while he was all Greek out while he was doing his speech during World War II. Sure. You're talking about the Bavarian short pants with the suspenders? He didn't like those either. He had to do those so that he could, kind of get folksy. He was trying to look folksy so that he would appeal to, the common man. At any rate, Adolf.
I don't think that dude is talking about lederhosen, man.
Yeah, what's he talking about? What is?
I don't know. We know it's not me because I wouldn't say that.
Okay, there we are. Thank you. True. Well, I always knew that, but I was just, having fun with it. But as for Hitler's children, yes, he had plenty of them that flourished in Europe. At any rate,
I think it was saying he jizzed his pants while he was making a speech,
which
disproved the DNA test.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah. So what are they claiming? So they're claiming that because of this stain, which for all we know could have been the blood from the dog that they claim Hitler shot.
Oh yeah, I still can't believe that. It's like it was a totally made up story. It was like, like he decided he wanted to kill him and Ava, and so he shot. He somehow it was evil. He wanted to see the dog die or something. It was crazy, something crazy. Like I didn't understand what they were trying to say. If anything, it would have been a mercy kill, so his dog wasn't left with the Russians.
Well,
they would whip it and shit.
Well, we know that that's a lie because all of the witnesses say that the dog was administered cyanide because they tested the cyanide pill on the dog. The dog was the one they tested it on. So and that was to prove the efficacy of the cyanide pills. So, all such being said, Hitler did not die in the bunker, and neither did Eva, for that matter. Did
the dog?
The dog did. The dog did.
So it's true.
Yeah. The cyanide pill is true. Yes, they tested it on the dog, the efficacy of the pill on the dog. But such being said, they couldn't take the dog with them. Okay, Jesus, so. And by leaving, by leaving the dead dog there, it served as proof to the enemy in the enemy's mind that the Hitlers had died there. Get it? That was the necessity of the moment. Because your average white guy can't believe anyone would ever part with their fucking dog. Sorry, that's that's true. You get it. You get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, they must have known how crazy it was going to be.
Yeah, thank you.
Where they're like, the way that pets have gotten, I love animals, but the way pets have gotten is so bad.
Yes.
Where everyone's like worshiping the pet,
Oh, they will die for the pet. They'll die for the pet, to save the pet. And they expend their life savings. They expend their estate money on keeping their pets alive and suffering for as long as possible. It's
right.
And
I just met a guy that I'm doing some yard work for.
Yeah.
And he had this dog that he had for 15 years, and basically the other person that was with him, he didn't tell me this, but they did. They said they had to force him to euthanize the dog because it was had its paralyzed legs and shit.
Yeah.
And it was dragging its legs everywhere.
Yeah.
But everyone's so attached to their pets, they think keeping it alive is, somehow good, and it's not.
No, it's their own selfishness. Their own selfishness leads them to torture their pets. And so such being said, for those of you who do not know the Douglas Dietrich story, my mother was born into nobility. She was born in Tokyo in 1923 during the Great Japanese Earthquake and Fire, and she was a product of a Chinese man from Taiwan who was a customs official in charge of the ins and outs of Taiwanese commerce, and Taiwan was, of course, how do you say that when Germany absorbed Austria? It was called the Anschluss. Am I pronouncing that correctly? A-N-S-C.
The Anschluss, yeah.
Anschluss. So Taiwan was anschlussed by Japan. And Taiwan is Japan's Austria, for those of you who do not know. And it was looked on as such, a frontier, and not necessarily all the morbid inbreeding. But then again, that's really taking it far when you say, Hitler's the village was all like related and shit. I mean, they all were in a way, but so what? Every Japanese person until 1945, when there was a bit more outbreeding, until 1945, and you had a lot more outbreeding starting. Your average Japanese person, even through to today, a good percentage of them is in one way or another related to the emperor. They are all family, but it's 127 million people, yet you can still trace that lineage as one big family. That's why they were all so willing to die for the emperor.
Just wait till they find out about India.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Anything you can
What
tell
was
us?
that beep? Did you hear that beep?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. It's anything you can say in a
Just
a
it's
nutshell.
well known. It's just well known. Yeah, South India has like so many cousins and so many people are related that they have like this condition where their their pinky finger becomes deformed,
Interesting.
and that's because they're inbred. And
Wow.
it's a well-known thing down in the southern states of India.
Now somebody's moving my cursor right now. That's freaky. Okay, so
I heard a beep. I heard like a beep. Like
oh
a
god,
phone
maybe
beep.
they took over my computer. So let's hope we stay on. And I'm going to try and regain control of my computer, but that's disconcerting to say the least. So, like I said, we heard a beep, then my cursor started moving on its own, and I seem to have control of it now, but they were testing their capabilities. Let's put it that way. Okay, so all
Well,
that.
anyways, I'll let you carry on because I wasn't
Okay.
even supposed to be on tonight. So,
But
I'll
I'm
carry
glad
on.
you came on. I'm really thankful for it. It gave me a chance to get my head together. Okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
stay
blessings.
safe and be well. Blessings. Bye for now. And again, my mother was born of this Chinese man who was allowed to marry a Japanese woman in Tokyo before World War II, which was the equivalent. Whenever I tell Chinese that story, they're extraordinarily impressed. They're in awe. Because that's the equivalent of a black man taking on a white wife formally with approval of the House of Dixie in the days, the pre-antebellum South, or what would they call it? Pre-war South. Pre-war South. Antebellum would mean after the war. No, antebellum's before the war. So it'd be antebellum South in the pre-war South. So, when it came to her case, her father was descended from Fuzhou, who was the founder of the Kyushu dynasty, which Japanese historians are only beginning to talk about now. Literally, no Japanese historian would speak of the Kyushu dynasty. The Yamato dynasty rules Japan. And because the Yamato dynasty was engaged in a Japanese-style War of the Roses with the original Kyushu dynasty and drove them to China hundreds and hundreds of years ago, historians were simply not allowed to speak of this. There weren't any laws, but it was an unspoken rule. But about 10, 20, 30 years ago at the most, historians began to venture forth and begin to talk about the Kyushu dynasty. The Kyushu dynasty was founded by Fuzhou, a very famous alchemist, a legendary alchemist who was the alchemist of the Emperor Qin, the legendary Yellow Emperor, from which China derives its very name. The name China is taken from the first emperor, Qin. Qin equals Qin'e, China, and originally Qinhua. So when it came to our man Brendan brings up the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, a final and largest uprising of the samurai class against the new Meiji government, or the Shimabara Rebellion, 1637 to 1638. Satsuma, yes. So this was much later. This was Japan's Civil War. It happened during America's Civil War period, and that was when the emperor retook total secular power, retook total control of the nation, which had been run by the samurai for many generations. The Tokugawa shogunate was the ruler of Japan for 13 generations. But by the 13th generation, they were quite, well, morbidly inbred and senescent and unable to defend Japan from an American invasion when the Americans sailed their black ships, some of the most advanced ships in the world, into Tokyo Bay and forced Japan to open its markets. So since the samurai could not prevent that, the emperor raised a European-trained peasant army to ultimately overthrow samurai rule. And the samurai, for a time, established an exiled government in Hokkaido, which is the northernmost frontier island of Japan. And then the Japanese literally sailed a Confederate States of America gunboat into Hokkaido and Gatling gunned and cannonaded, bombarded the shoreline and invaded and ultimately put an end to that government. So I could go on and on about this, but it takes us from my mother's story, which is Fuzhou, the first emperor of China, Emperor Qin, the Yellow Emperor. He ordered Fuzhou to experiment on 3,000 children, 1,500 girls and 1,500 boys, all of them quite young. We're talking about the age of 6 to 9 years of age. And he wanted immortality, and he ordered Fuzhou, the alchemist, to skin them alive, tear them apart, whatever it took to distill the elixir, or the formula for immortality, the secret of youth or rejuvenation from these children. Fuzhou told him that he had to take all the children to Wakokugwaya, the land of Japan, which Wakokugwaya is the original name for Japan, and it means the land of equilibrium, the land of perfect balance. So he said, I must take these children to the super archipelago of Wakokugwaya, and there I will find the herbs and crystals necessary to crush into powder or distill and refine, along with the essence of the children, into the formula for your immortality. The Emperor Qin gave him the go-ahead, and thus he took an army to protect the emperor's assets, the children, from the native population. He took an army with him and a fleet and sailed for Japan, where he settled and stayed and never returned, saying, the children are now my subjects of my empire, and I am the emperor of Japan. This was the foundation of the Kyushu dynasty. And so when it came into what our friend Brendan is bringing up, the Philosopher's Stone, it's a legendary mythical substance, as Brendan relates, that was the central goal of alchemy. It was believed to have the power to transmute base metals into gold and grant immortality through an elixir of life. And this is what Emperor Qin wanted, in essence, from Fuzhou. Now, Fuzhou later was attacked by the Yamato dynasty from the north, which ultimately drove his people back to China. But that was after they were there for half 1,000 to 1,000 years. And when they returned, they wound up with one of their ultimate relations, their descendants, in Taiwan, which was then taken by Japan in the Second Sino-Japanese War, and Anschluss, made a part of Japan, and is still very Japanized to this day, and very pro-Japanese. And in Taiwan, this man, my mother's father, was able to marry a Japanese woman in Tokyo because Emperor Hirohito wanted to reunite with the Kyushu dynasty for a greater East Asian co-prosperities here, a reunification of the ancient dynasties. So this was why my mother was born of nobility, and she was very much a child prodigy, and she was somewhat autistic, somewhat, incredibly talented with linguistics, and could pick up languages very quickly and very fluently, and therefore was sent with the Japanese envoys to Berlin to form an alliance with Adolf Hitler. And Emperor Hirohito gave her the specific order to retrieve Adolf Hitler's sperm. Now, she actually did this twice, and both times she basically gave Hitler a blowjob and stroked him till he got off. And that she also compromised him by getting him into a kimono, which a lot of people would have found too edgy for that time, and so he kind of was, in a sense, blackmailed into helping Japan and China, which he did. And he sincerely loved the Chinese and Japanese people, was very influenced by them, had read a book by an Australian when he was going to school about the Tokugawa dynasty. The shogunacy. It wasn't ever formally a dynasty because the shogun was never declared emperor, of course. And so he based a lot of his own government on the Tokugawa shogunate. And the SS were his samurai. At any rate, our friend Brendan says it's never explained the exact process of creating a philosopher's stone, but it is known that human souls are those who have passed, can be trapped or condensed within certain transmutation circles. These thousands or perhaps millions of souls make up both the power and physical existence of a philosopher's stone. This is where we go into the concept of the Palantir. That is the Palantir. He says this part was exposed by Full Metal Alchemist anime, manga, Japanese, Nippon. And they're basically talking about the Palantir. That's the Palantir, which of course attracts the South African Peter Thiel, who named his company after that. Okay. And and we got also from Ren. Yeah, how far will China go in its feud with Japan over Taiwan? There we are. And China effectively suspends imports of Japanese marine products. Okay, thank you for these. Very important. I'll get into that a little bit soon enough. At any rate, hopefully everybody... Oh, Victoria loves Jesus. Yes. Oh, love you, honey. But by the way, have you downloaded Teams? Let me say, by the way, is Brendan back on with us? Somebody made a noise. So anybody?
Yeah.
Oh, say hi.
I was just gonna say, the Chinese were, they threatened to cut off the seafood, and they actually ended up doing it. But
Okay.
their reasoning was it was radioactive water being released from Fukushima, so they just use it as an excuse instead of just saying, "Look, we don't like your prime ministers." But I guess they took too much heat when that guy said to cut her neck off or something.
Yeah. She says, I downloaded Teams long ago, but I never figured out how to join your group. Can you help her? Brendan?
Yeah, we can out her.
Yeah, so we're going to add you now, honey. She says, sending love to you all. We're going to try and add you right now. Let's see if we can. I'll try it. So enter her name, Victoria Hobbs. And so we're calling you from your Victoria Hobbs account, but it shut down immediately, like that account was closed or something. So let's see if we've got Victoria Loves Jesus. Victoria loves. And now I'm getting other names here. Now she's supposed to be on our infinite call, so maybe if we do an infinite call, it would, because I can't seem to add her through here. Can you try adding her through here?
She's added.
Oh, she's added? How? How do you know? I don't see her.
It says that you added her.
Does it
But
really?
she has to go in and join the call.
It doesn't say that on my end. It says 3 people, and when I tried to add her, it didn't.
It says 4 participants.
Oh, it says Victoria Hobbs up at the top.
Yeah.
So if your Victoria Hobbs account is still open, honey, you can join the call.
So you just go in there and go to your notifications and then click.
Yeah.
You just click call, and it'll call the group, and you'll be in.
Okay. Yeah, give that a try, Victoria. And so when it came to, Hitler himself, yes, he produced a son named Ushi. Hitler's intimate entourage saw in that fact the explanation for the uncanny hold that the Reichsleiter, am I saying that right? Reichsleiter or Leiter? Is it Leiter or Leiter? Reichsleiter Martin Bormann.
It depends how it's spelled.
Leiter, Reichs, Leiter, Reichsleiter, Martin Bormann. He
Leiter.
Reichsleiter, the Reichsleiter Martin Bormann had this uncanny hold over the Führer, and of course, one of Bormann's own children, because he was infamous for having a very large family, well, at least 13 kids, something of that nature. But Bormann's eldest son, Martin Jr., was in reality the offspring of a tryst between Adolf Hitler and a girl named Uschi, USCHI.
Reichsleiter.
Reichsleiter. Yeah, well, at any rate, he raised Hitler's son. As for Uschi, how do I say that? USCHI? Yushi, right? Or Uski. It's Yushi, right? At any rate, well, nothing else is known about this girl. Hitler did, however, often show a great interest in young women, especially from the entertainment world, and tete-a-tetes with them were not unusual, and Uschi was assumed to be one of those. Now, the boy resulting from this affair lent a plausibility. It's lent plausibility by the fact that Gerda's child was born prematurely under somewhat mysterious circumstances. No, of course, that's was the blackmail that Martin Bormann had on Hitler, was that Hitler just felt himself to be a lousy father and let Martin Bormann raise his kid. And but the wife of Martin Bormann, I think her name was, if I'm remembering correctly, was Gerda, and Gerda, that child was born prematurely, out of anybody's sight. So we all know that that was Hitler's son. Eva Braun, of course, his permanent mistress, she gave birth to 2 children during her very long and intimate relationship with the Führer, and this culminated in their marriage. Eva was born in Munich in 1912 and met Hitler when she worked as his official photographer, or rather worked for his official photographer, Heinrich Hoffmann. And on June 12th of 1945, the New York Times printed a dispatch that said that there is a hunt for Hitler's children. So this is the New York Times, mind you. June 12th, 1945 said, Stockholm Dispatch said today 2 children were born to Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun during their long illegitimate love affair. They're being hunted by the Allied troops. Shoot on sight. Hitler's marriage to Eva just before Berlin fell was undertaken to legitimize the children. The marriage was first reported by Marshal Gregory K. Zhukov, conqueror of Berlin, on Saturday. Again, the orders for all Allied soldiers, shoot to kill. And thousands of children were killed under this order to kill Hitler's children. Herodian, pure Herodian. Second dispatch was quoted in the New York Times. Supreme Headquarters said today it had no comment on the report published in London that Allied officials in Germany are hunting 2 children, the offspring of Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun. The report said the children were a boy, aged 5, and a girl, aged 4. Orders are to shoot on sight to kill. So many 4 or 5-year-old boys and girls were shot in Berlin by Americans, Britons. This is something you never hear reported. All of this, of course, is part of Hitler's
That's shocking.
children. It's disgusting. Now, these children, well, Hitler's son was...
And
yeah.
that proves that he was able to. Because
Yes.
why would they waste all that time doing that? If they knew, he's got no balls, literally, then they wouldn't do all that, right?
Thank you.
At least not with that level of conviction.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Oh, they absolutely knew. They knew, yes. Hitler's son was born to Eva in San Remo, Italy, during the night of January 1st of 1938, and great efforts were taken to keep this secret. They included the arrest of an official of the Reichskanzlei who unwisely proposed a toast to Hitler's firstborn on the boy's birthday in 1939. Now, there were reports that Hitler's children had been spirited to safety in the National Redoubt in Bavaria, and there were all kinds of subsequent statements by members of Eva Braun's family, including her own father, who in response to direct questioning said, "The important thing is that Hitler shall never be without a successor." And yet the Allies found no trace of the children. Every child that they shot was never proven to be Hitler's. But certainly it's never been disproved that these children exist. Quite the opposite. French intelligence sources at the time declared definitively that the two children had been flown to a Nazi naval station in Norway, which was held by the Germans well after the fall of Berlin. And from there they were evacuated by U-boat, probably to Unterland. Now, there's another account of the whereabouts of the son that states the boy was given to Eva's sister Gretel, who shortly thereafter married an SS general, the SS Gruppenführer, or group leader, Hermann Feiglin, I believe. F-E-G-E-L-E-I-N. Feiglin, isn't that? That'd be Feiglin or Feiglin. Feiglin. Anyhow, he was Heinrich Himmler's... Feiglin, thank you. Feiglin. Thank you. He was Himmler's.
The G is a G in German.
Okay,
unless
thank
it's
you.
a J.
Okay.
Then it would be G.
G, like Feiglin then.
Yeah.
Okay. Feiglin. Right. So Gruppenführer Feiglin, group leader Feiglin. He was Heinrich Himmler's liaison officer to Hitler's staff. The Führer trusted Gretel, Eva Braun's sister, with the secret, but not Feiglin, who was somewhat of a shady character. And in the last days,
I have to be German about it. Feiglin.
So in the last days of the war, Feiglin left the Führer bunker without Hitler's permission. He was hunted down, arrested, brought back, and executed. But you know why he was executed? All the high-ranking Nazis knew he was executed because Hitler had him killed to safeguard the secret of his son. Now, a wealthy relative of Gretel and his wife took the boy with them when they fled to Argentina via the Odessa escape route at the end of the war. And then there was a son by Eleanor Bauer, B-A-U-E-R. I believe that's Bauer. It's not Bayer, is it? It's more like Bauer. Anyhow, Bauer. Thank you. So Eleanor, it's an Leo like lion. Eleanor Bauer. She was a nun who used to be known as Sister Pia or Pia, and she became so infatuated with Hitler that she left her religious order to follow her idol. And she accompanied him on the ill-fated Putsch at the Feldherrenhalle. Am I saying that right? Feldherrenhalle. That's in Munich.
Feldherrenhalle.
Feldherrenhalle.
That one's a tough one.
Yeah. So they were in Munich in November of 1923, just before my mother was born in Tokyo. Yeah. Feldherrenhalle. Yeah, so she was there with him in Munich, 1920.
It's a beautiful building. Wow.
Yeah. And she even came under fire during the Putsch. And the infatuation ultimately grew into an affair, which resulted in the birth of a son. And the child was cared for and reared by the Nazi Party from a special ultra-secret fund administered by Martin Bormann. And the mother, Eleanor Bauer, she continued to be closely associated with the Nazi movement and was given an editorial position with the NSDAP publication, the Nazi Party circular, the Volkischer Beobachter. Am I saying that right? Volkischer Beobachter. The people's something, paper or something, right?
I'd have to see the word.
Beobachter is Beobachter. I know that from memory. Volkischer is just people's Beobachter.
Right. Volkischer, yeah.
Yeah, and Beobachter means like paper or something, right? Circular or magazine. Anyhow, the whereabouts.
Volkischer Beobachter.
Yeah.
It's someone's name.
Yeah. Oh, Volkischer Beobachter. And then, of course, the son was hunted for by the Allies but never found. Tilly Fleischer was, she was the mother of...
Observer. Okay, that's what it is.
Oh, that's
Beobachter.
it. People's Observer. The People's Observer. Beobachter. Thank you. Thank you. So Tilly Fleischer was the mother of one of Hitler's daughters, Gisela Heutzer. Heutzer, Heuser. Gisela, the first name Gisela, Gisela, Gisela Hauer, correct?
Yeah, Gisela
Gisela Haut.
Hauer.
Hey, her surname Heuser would be Hauer as opposed to Heutzer. Hauer. It'd be pronounced Hauer,
How do
like
you
Hauer.
spell it?
Heuser. Gisela Heuser. Surname is
Hauser.
Hauser. So Hauser was the daughter of Adolf Hitler. Her mother, Tilly Fleischer, was an athlete whose forte was javelin throwing. And at the Olympic Games in Los Angeles in 1932, she won the bronze medal, losing to Babe Didrikson. And in Berlin in 1936, she captured the gold medal and Hitler's heart, or at least his penis, his micropenis. And at any rate, well, his one eye. And she was photographed with Der Fuhrer in her hour of triumph, and intimate relationship followed. Hitler saw in Tilly the symbol of German womanhood and showered her with gifts, including a Mercedes sports car. And according to Gisela's story, her mother and Uncle Adolf had many intimate get-togethers, and 1 year after meeting Hitler, Tilly married Dr. Fritz Heutzer, or Hautzer, one of Hitler's dentists, and an avid Nazi himself, and 5 months later, Gisela was born. That's an important chronology there. 5 months later. Obviously, it wasn't the doctor's child, it was Hitler's. Gisela Heutzer testified her mother gave birth to her on December 15th of 1937 at a special Nazi clinic near Frankfurt. And in attendance were one of Hitler's personal physicians, Professor von Hasselbach, a gynecologist, Professor Scholten, and an SS Gruppenführer, Otto Lutz, acting as security officer to safeguard the secret. And Gisela testified that certain classified... Oh my God, I'm looking through my notes here. Help me out with this, Brendan. This is like,
Yes.
I am going to type this out, okay? So you're going to have
Yeah,
to...
if you type it out.
This I'm going to type out. Yeah. So Brendan has responded here with a Facebook link. And here we are. See if I can type this. Reichs is the easy part. Secure means, I believe it's secret. So let me get this all out in caps. Reichs, secure, would be, and then heights, or heats.
Height.
Yeah, Hauptstadt. Hauptstadt. Okay, Reichs. There we are. Can you read that at all? Reichs, Sicherheit.
Well, it doesn't help that it's all in caps, but yeah.
Hauptstadt. Hey, I'm
Reichssicherheit Hauptstadt.
Yeah.
There you go. Reichssicherheit Hauptstadt.
What does that mean?
It's
Secret something,
hold
right?
on,
Secret something, command or something, right? Secret command or something. Well, these documents, among the captured documents stored in the American...
It's an archaic word, so just give me a second.
Sure, take your time. These documents are among the captured documents stored in the American Document Center at Alexandria, Virginia, and they give incontrovertible proof of Gisela Heutzer's claim to being the daughter of Adolf Hitler. She made her revelations and claims in a series of articles which appeared in 1965, the year before I myself was born, in such periodicals as the Italian magazine Oggi, O-G-G-I, issue 18, published in 1965, the French weekly Ici Paris, or here is Paris, Paris here. Oh, thank you. So, explain this entire term to us, please. This is
It's an archaic term. It's just the central police command, basically. That's all it means.
Okay, thank
The
you.
security main office.
Excellent.
It's just like saying CIA or something.
Okay, got it.
But the Germans have a way with words that is just different than ours.
Thank you. Now, in terms of the French Weekly, here's Paris. Aristides gave us another.
It translates as the Reich Security Main Office.
Excellent. By the way, we've just been provided a link by Aristides about Hitler and Eva having children. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Well,
And
it was like we were saying when this first came out, it was like it was already established fact. I don't know why they would do this whole Turkish show after.
because of Douglas
just trolling.
Dietrich. No,
Well,
it's
yeah,
the
I know,
yeah.
I understand that, but I'm saying it just becomes so cheesy. It's just like a troll. It's just being troll.
yeah.
Yeah. It's not
That's what it
anything.
amounts to. That's what it amounts to. Yes,
what it amounts to.
to
But
people.
it's like a normal definition would be something substantiatable or
Yes,
something you can
substantiable.
substantiate.
Yes, that's right. And this is all insubstantial. But nevertheless,
And spurious.
yeah. But you saw V. They just watched that and oh my God, it's on TV. It must be true.
Well, I grew up watching stuff like that, and it was like, imagine if you wrote all this stuff down. It's like, this would be like not even a person. This would be like, it becomes like a mythology.
Yes.
How can someone be that many things? It's like,
Thank you.
even if they were so-called the most evil person on earth or whatever in history, it's like they've attributed so much to one person. It's become mythologically cheesy. It's just cheesy.
Thank you. I mean, yes, absolutely. Thank you. So when it came to other magazines talking about Gisela Heutzer, as I said, the French Weekly, Here's Paris, which is in French, Ici Paris, and the German publication Bunten. Okay, I remember some of the other magazines being issue number 30, 1965, of Oggi, or Oggi, it's an Italian magazine, OGGI. It carried an article including a lengthy letter from a lawyer acting on behalf of Gisela's mother, Tilly Fleischer, and Dr. Heutzer, refuting Gisela's claims because they didn't want her to they thought they were helping her because they felt she was exposing herself to death threats and the like. But in 1967, further articles, and this time very detailed proof evidences, they were published by Gisela in the Italian woman's magazine Anna Bella, or Anna Bella, published in Milan. I saw these myself via the National Archives of the modern military branch thereof. That was, of course, exchanging through the OCLI, or the Online Cataloging and Library Information System, which rendered libraries without walls before we even had an internet in Washington, D.C. It was sent to the Presidio Military Base Library therefrom, the modern military branch library within the National Archives at Washington, D.C. So I know for a fact that this is true. Again, in an attempt to get first-hand information regarding Gisela from the one source that would know the facts with absolute certainty, Gisela's mother, who was later Frau Tilly Fleischer-Groth, the author of a biography of Adolf Hitler. Basically, he went in pursuit of her, the mother, and he wrote her a letter inviting her comments, but no answer was received. January 20th, 1978, another letter was sent by registered mail. No answer. At any rate, it just goes to show that Gisela's story is left unchallenged, even by her own mother. As for the author of that attempted biography, it was never published, so there's no need to name him. He wanted to remain anonymous anyway, but I've spoken with him many times. Let me take a look at this, and I'm going to try and it's tricky because you give me these Facebook links, and the problem is the Facebook opens up, then you can't read it. Okay, so I get this. Yeah, so there you go. That's delightful. I'm sure they're going to try and manufacture something there. So we're just talking privately about an investigation, an ongoing investigation. Now, finally, of course, probably what I consider to be the most important case of Hitler's children is Charlotte Lobjoie. And Charlotte Lobjoie, her first name spelled with two T's, Charlotte, and her surname Lobjoie, Charlotte Lobjoie, provided a son to Adolf Hitler, who himself had 9 children. So basically, in October of 1977, the highly respected West German historian and Hitler biographer Werner Maser came along. Maser interviewed a young French girl, well, she was young at the time Hitler met her, named Charlotte Eudosie Alida Lobjoie. By the way, Eudosie, her name, beautiful. I mean, just the whole name altogether is beautiful. Very Roman Catholic, 4 names, meaning that there's a baptismal name there. Charlotte Eudosie Alida Lobjoie. She was born in 1898, same year as Adolf Hitler. And Hitler met her while he was stationed in the village of Wavrin, Wavrin, during World War I. So during World War I, hanging out in the village of Wavrin and painting pictures, he painted a portrait of her and wound up fucking her. Charlotte's son, Jean-Marie Loret, Loret, was born in March of 1918 at the end of the war in the French village of Sabincourt, or Sabincourt, I mean to say, Sebancourt. And he was the son of Adolf Hitler. A claim which the respected German historian Werner Maser fully supported. Now, in 1920, Lobjoie ultimately married a Mr. Loret, Loret. That gave the boy his surname, and the boy was by then 2 years old. He was given Loret's name so that he would not be considered a bastard. He was left with his grandparents when his mother and her husband moved to Paris, and he never saw his mother again until 1940. And not until 1948, 3 years before her death, did Charlotte Lobjoie reveal the identity of his true biological father to her son. Now there's all this circumstantial evidence that proves this to be true. In fact, Dr. Maser testified in court that he had voluminous and conclusive proof of the veracity of this case. Documentary evidence including blood tests, which established the fact that Jean Loret was the son of Hitler. Artwork supposedly, definitively depicting Charlotte and her village painted by Hitler himself, and the fact that after the fall of France in 1940, Hitler personally had the young Loret traced and made him a high-ranking French police official who cooperated closely with the Gestapo. In fact, he's signing off on having this incredible gift in career advancement given to his biological son. That is the only document from which we ever learned Adolf Hitler's middle name of Jacob. There is no other document in history that has Hitler's middle name, Adolphus Jacob Hitler. Any rate, and in Wavrin, all the old residents remembered Charlotte Lobjoie, the German soldier named Adolf Hitler, and the birth of her son. Jean Loret sired 9 children, 6 by his first marriage and 3 by his second. That's 9 grandchildren of der Führer, Adolf Hitler. And in addition to all these women I've articulated, there's others who gave birth to children fathered by Adolf Hitler who never even made the history books. In the closing days of the war, many top Nazis were able to escape from the Reich. Some since ferreted out and caught after years living in hiding. Barbie, Stengel, Eichmann. Others apparently disappeared forever. Mueller, Mengele, Bormann. And all of this list includes the true sons of Adolf Hitler. And it includes myself. So, because I've been public about it and the word is getting out, then they come up with this attack saying, oh, micro penis, sterile. They're also implying he was sterile, which is, how do you find that out from a blood stain? Brendan, Aristides, help me out here. Come on, guys. How do you find out if someone is sterile from a fucking blood stain? I could see maybe if it were a cum stain, but
they said the blood had a genetic, or basically they were able to sequence it, which is, anyone in forensic knows that's spurious if it's a 50-year-old blood stain, or 100, what is it, 80 years now?
Yeah, 80
years.
years.
Blood stain.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyways, so they sequenced that. This is their story. They sequenced that, and it tested basically positive for this some kind of genetic disease that basically stunts puberty. There you go.
So
but he had a
claim
mustache, so I don't understand.
Yeah, they claim he was never able to attain physical puberty while he sports a Charlie Chaplin mustache.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's so nonsense. It's just, they're just doing it for fun.
No, they're not.
Like, it's a joke. It's joke level.
It may be fun to them, but they're doing it quite seriously to try and convince the public that I cannot exist.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. So yeah, that having been articulated, yes, what a fucking joke. Yeah, it is a joke, and what their claims are, and certainly is what it is. But I'm here, and I'll go full blown monologue now. But I wanted to thank. I couldn't have gotten through this without you, because obviously when I'm looking at my notes, I have copied down a lot of German words without ever being able to really read them.
Yeah,
So
you misspelled Reich, Sicherheit, Haupt.
I'm sure I did. Yes. Thank God.
Or the source I had misspelled it.
Okay.
Haupt. But it's so archaic. They probably are like trying to transcribe it from like, what was the special type they had?
Yes. There was a Germanic script. They actually used a Germanic script they hopefully go back to. Yes. Hopefully return to, because it was quite...
What was it called? I forgot what it was called.
Well, it was Gothic as hell, whatever it was. I forgot what it was. We'd have to look it up. The German script, it was... but yeah, it was beautiful. Very, very Gothic, and hopefully Germany returns to that. Is all I can say. Because
Fraktur.
The Fraktur, yeah, yes. Say it again.
So they probably were Fraktur.
How do you spell that?
So they probably were like fracture, Fractur.
Fraktur. Thank you. Go on. They were
the
probably
Gothic script.
Yeah.
It's just the Gothic script. But I'm assuming whoever transcribed the other one, even though they spoke German, they put the wrong letters in.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. There you go.
Because it's so hard to read. You know those block letters that with the M's and the N's kind of run together.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Either you spelt it or they spelt it. Something happened.
Thank you. I appreciate that. No, it's and like you said, Trent.
Reich, Sicherheit, Haupt. That might actually be correct.
Cool.
Yours is misspelled. So and there's an M. Haupt.
Okay. Thank you.
Haupt.
Well, do me a favor and spell that out and enter it into a private message for me, please. Or did you do that already?
I'll try.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm like not very good at German either.
Well, you're much better than I am.
Pronunciation. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And so I definitely want to thank everyone. He says.
Do you want the English translation? I know.
Sure, please, by all means. Thank you. Appreciate that. And so our friend in chat says that Jesus is his homeboy too. He's talking to Victoria Loves Jesus there. And he says, same at Victoria Jesus prayers in chat when she says sending love to you all. And thank you for appearing, Victoria. You have no idea how much we miss you. And then he says, wait, doesn't Japan have a meth out rocker who was in cult as president nowadays? I wonder if that chick is related to Mustache Man also. That's cute. Then I never knew any of this about Mustache Man. Very interesting stuff, sir. The dude was the first Diddy. Laugh out loud. Yes. Okay.
Oh God.
What's that?
No comment. I said no comment.
Yeah, no comment. Yes. Well, the Prime Ministress of Japan was a drummer in a heavy metal rock band. Yes, indeed. So towards the humanization of the transgender phenomenon in person of my known surrogate son, I do want people to know in passing that it is the Transgender Day of Remembrance that we are entering today. It's the 20th day. So as soon as it hits midnight, which it will any minute now on the East Coast, on the Atlantic seaboard, your time zone will be entering the Transgender Day of Remembrance. And for future reference, the 20th day of the 11th menses or month, it est the 20th of November, is the annual Transgender Day of Remembrance, when we should hold sacred the lives of transgender people who have been lost to both democide, or governmental murder, and hate crimes. This having been the day, we should gather to honor and give dignity to those transgender people who have been murdered by hate violence throughout the past year. The list is never less than 300 names worldwide, and such be only those we know about, and only those murdered by hate crimes, not the ones who were killed by economic violence or who took their own lives because they could see no way forward. Now, to the parents of transgender children, especially those who view it as a hardship, before you say anything about how hard it is for you as a parent, stop and think. This be much harder for they than 'tis for you. Before you dead name. Now, matter of fact, let me put a link, because that is a concept in and of itself. And basically, when a transgender person assumes their new identity, which they've decided that they're going to basically be themselves. Let me see. I'm going to have to remove this, my own comment there, and republish it. Let's republish that. And this way it should link. There we are. Okay. So there we go. If you link to that, that should take you someplace, and hopefully it does. And I'm going to see if it works elsewhere outside of the chat. It's like, this is so frustrating when I do these links. There we are. Okay, this should work, because the other one doesn't seem to be working. I'm going to use this link. Let's get this down here to all of you. And again, remove this one, and I'm going to enter this one. Okay, and there we go. And that finally worked. That was frustrating. Technology is not all it's cut out to be. Now let's get into Infinite Call here, and we're going to basically enter this link there as well. Okay, and okay, from there, dead naming, what it is. Okay, that should give people an explanation, so I don't have to. It's all important that you know that on this day. Before you dead name or misgender your children, stop and think. Dead naming and misgendering is a form of attacking your child, and in many cases causes lasting harm in your relationship with them. Before you say things like, by coming out, they killed my son/daughter. Stop and think. They be right there, being more themselves than they have ever been. And before you say things like, my memories of them growing up are tainted, let me ask you, how? Before you say things like, I wish they hadn't come out, stop and think. The transgender average of suicide is one of the highest suicide averages, and that number increases for those who remain in the closet or have family that does not accept them. Before you say things like, I had dreams of them bringing home a woman or a man that would become my daughter/son, not of them becoming such themselves, just stop. Your child is not your property. What you wanted them to do does not matter. They are their own person. And before you do any of that, stop, think, and open your heart and your mind. Your child needs you. They need yourself to love and accept them for whom they are. They need yourself to be there for them. They need you to support them because they are your child. They are your blood and family. Being family is to accept someone for whom they are, not hate, disrespect, or invalidate them for what they are. I implore you to find compassion in your heart to try. Go the extra distance. Don't dwell on the past and any perceived problems with how long they waited to come out. Look forward to the future and all the wonderful experiences you will have with your child now that they are no longer holding themselves back, that they are being themselves. I know some among yourselves will likely perceive this all as some form of attack or as myself telling you how to parent. Not so. I am informing you it's truly harder for them than it is for yourself, because they are getting the hatred from everywhere, elsewhere as well. And to pile that on from family, that's the killing blow. It always is. You don't get to decide whether something you said hurt them or not. They do. I know, because I grew into awareness interacting with many contemporaries on the streets of San Francisco's Tenderloin ghetto, who had ultimately drifted into my city as final refuge, among others, as unto themselves, on having been physically ejected from homes by their families for coming out, most averaging but some 12 years of age at their time of eviction. I know because I continue to meet such to whom such has happened again and again. And I keep meeting young people to whom such has happened. And the very fact that I publicly advocate for such persons as being deserving of recognition and respect as any other human beings has led to me losing some friends. I've seen parents go to see their child for the first time in years when they discover their child committed suicide, and be flabbergasted at how different they are and wish they could have gotten to know them. I know because it keeps happening to good people, and it needs to stop. Please, accept your child for whom they say they are. Don't blame them for doing nothing wrong when the only thing they did was be themselves. Loving them and accepting them is the best thing you can do. Finally, don't fall back on the excuse that this is all too hard. That's no excuse. That be yourself simply choosing not to try. Now, all that being said, obviously, I have a bias on this subject. And with that, we'll go deep into, well, what you need to know right now about the world around you. Your team, the dragon, which is, of course, teutonized as Dietrich. Your Team Dragon debrief highlights this week. The Sino-Nihon, or Japano-China feud, has escalated over comments about my Taiwan. The Dutch takeover of the Commu-Chinese chip manufacturer Nexperia has led to a fallout. Red China's new economic data points to a bleak outlook for the Firehorse year 2026. Basically, Beijing's Sino-Nihon feud with Tokyo is escalating while Vladimir Putin has no plan for winning in Ukraine. The Sino-Nihon, or Japano-China relationship, soured further last week after controversial remarks from the newly elected Japanese Prime Ministress Takaichi Sanae, who said early this month that Japan would consider aiding the United States if Hongjongwa, or Red China, were to attack my Taiwan. Zhonghua Renmin Gongwa, the People's Republic of China, and the United States regularly trade rhetorical blows, yet their bilateral relationship endures. The revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire has started talking about the devastating winter ahead for the Ukraine. The armed forces of Vladimir Putin's merciless regime are striking Ukrainian cities and infrastructure, but Putin has been unable to defeat Ukraine on the battlefield. The fighting is unlikely to stop soon. By next summer, it will have lasted longer than the First World War. Fighting will continue, but a reckoning is coming. Takaichi's comments prompted fury from Beijing, which has gone on a mass media blitz, canceled diplomatic meetings, launched new patrols around the 100 disputed Isla de Formosa, my 100 islands of Taiwan, and warned Commu-Chinese citizens against traveling to Dainippon, or Greater Japan, leading to around 500,000 canceled trips. On the other side of Eurasia, Europe is finally cracking down on Russian tourists after an army of such spies reconnoitered and forward-controlled another Russian attack, killing 250 victims in Ukraine's Ternopil, as Zelensky was meeting with Recep Tayyip Erdogan in Turkey. A Russian drone and missile attack on the Ukraine's western city of Ternopil has killed at least 25 people, including 3 children. Romania and Poland scrambled fighter jets in response to the attacks. The Russian Empire claims the strikes targeted Ukrainian energy facilities and military-industrial targets in retaliation for Kiev's actions on the day Trump lost control of the Republicans. But here's the starting point in our hemisphere of planet Earth. Among the first signs that the Trump era of American politics is ending, the House voted overwhelmingly to pass a bill forcing the Trump maladministration to exec order the Justice Department to publicly release its files on the convicted mass pedosex offender Jeffrey Epstein, sending it to President Trump. The bill now goes to the Senate parcel Trump's Epstein files punt. For a decade now, American politics has orbited around Donald Trump. He has dominated news cycles, bent the Republican Party to his will, and reshaped the country's political imagination. For the first time in his second midterm, fellow Republicans defied President Donald Trump on the Epstein files, and he fell in line. After months of trying to deflect attention from the Epstein files, Donald Trump now says he supports a House vote to release them. Because this week, when Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party lawmakers overruled their president by pushing for the release of the Epstein files, it revealed what had always been true. Second-term presidents are on borrowed time. None of this means that Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party lawmakers will turn on him en masse. But it does mean that you will hear the term lame duck more frequently. In their turning on Trump, the House of Congress voted overwhelmingly for legislation to compel the Justice Department to release all its records related to the late convicted mass pedosex offender Jeffrey Epstein after President Donald Trump reversed his position and urged Republicans to support it. His own turnaround shows how he's a terrible ally. But he may be hurting himself too, because now it heads to the Senate. But even if Trump signs it, some backers worry that the investigations he ordered into any Democrats mentioned in the files would delay their release. While Republican leaders there say they are all for transparency when it comes to Epstein, they haven't revealed whether they'll bring the bill to the floor at all. How this ends is anyone's guess. In July, I said the president triggered a crisis of faith in MAGA. It had been revealed that the United States Department of Justice would not release the Epstein files. With that decision, Donald Trump made his most zealous followers choose between him and their imaginary enemies. Since they were never going to stop believing in evil Uber-Jews conspiring against real Americans, he forced them to rethink their trust in himself. On Monday opening this work week, after my closing transmission, we saw concrete consequences of that crisis. Trump spent last week pressuring two key House Republicans, Nancy Mace and Lauren Boebert, to vote against a measure leading to the release of the Epstein files. He summoned them to the Situation Room, along with the United States Attorney General and the Director of the FBI, this being after Speaker Mike Johnson adjourned the House for nearly 12 months during the shutdown and refusing to swear in Arizona's Adelita Grijalva, herself having vowed to be the 218th vote on the Epstein discharge petition. Then Friday, into this weekend last, Trump attacked the Republican who is probably the most MAGA of all MAGA, the Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. He said he was taking back his support and endorsement. He called her a lunatic. He offered complete and unyielding support for anyone who would primary her. In another post, he called Greene a rhino. That's an acronym, R-I-N-O, meaning Republican in name only, who had betrayed the entire Republican Party when she turned left. Greene did not back down from calling for the release of the Epstein files, going on record instead to state, "It really makes you wonder what is in those files and who and what country is putting so much pressure on him. I forgive him, and I will pray for him to return to his original MAGA promises."
Didn't we already find out the worst of it?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Well, for him.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It might seem that way. Oh, believe me. It gets worse.
Whether it was Billy or the horse, it's equally bad or worse, depending on how you look at it.
Oh, yeah, but still, believe me, there's always room to sink. And Trump is a man.
But out of all the hills to die on, this is the stupidest one.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
If they didn't, it's like the old, how do you put it? It's like if you didn't draw attention to it, it would have just disappeared. But they always,
Thank
they
you.
gotta pull the string. Yeah.
Yeah, they couldn't stop. They couldn't. Yeah. They couldn't stop. It was compulsive, just truly compulsive, because they're all obsessed with child sex. So that's all they think about. And they made this their flaming sword, and they will fall on it. Yes, and what a stupid thing to fall on. Yes, of
Yeah,
all
it's
things.
dumb.
Beyond that, it's madness. But yes, your interjection is very much appreciated.
But yeah, sorry to interrupt. But
No, do so whenever you feel like it. Believe
you
me.
shouldn't have let me on the call.
No, believe me, I appreciate it. I want you to whenever you feel the need.
Usually, I'm just in the back cursing you.
Yeah, understandable enough. You've got plenty of reason to do so. Someday we'll share that. The reasons why. There's all too many of them, though. We'll probably forget half of them by the time we get to that. All such being.
I hope so.
Yeah, yes, let's hope so. Now, then Trump retreated. Early Monday, he said, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files. We have nothing to hide. If that's true, he could just simply order the Justice Department to release the files.
Yeah, I don't know what do you make of that.
Yes, thank you.
Then why this whole situation?
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Now, some are saying that Marjorie Taylor Greene is coming to her senses. Others are saying there's a place for her among the Democrats. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Now, Taylor Greene, I'm going to look at this from my most cynical side first. Taylor Greene isn't standing up to Trump. She's exploiting the crisis of faith that he has created. She's her authority by taking command of the story that brought him to power. She doesn't care about sex crime victims. She cares about her position in the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party after Trump is gone. I think she's been quietly sussing about possibilities for a while. Monday's head-on collision with Trump is the quiet part getting loud. None of this week's news makes sense if you forget about QAnon. In that conspiracy theory, as instigated by Michael Aquino, Jeffrey Epstein is part of a shadowy group of Jewish super elites who control the government, corporations, and the media. It is so powerful it can commit any crime, including the most heinous, mass pedophilia and industrial-scale cannibalism, and get away with it, all while conspiring with allies, foreign and domestic, to destroy America. In that story, Trump is the hero, the chosen one, who is supposed to save America from enemies so evil that he must do whatever it takes to defeat them, even if that means committing supermassive crimes himself. Thanks to that story, Trump could broadcast during his campaign all the crimes he was going to commit once re-elected. It is his vendetta campaign of vengeance. And it didn't matter to the most conspiracy-addled faction of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party, which is all of it in effect. Anything was acceptable as long as Trump defeated the greater evil. On the release of the Epstein files, this pedo cabal, comprising, per Michael Aquino's Wikipedia, and anybody who thinks I'm off when I say that, Brendan can testify along with Aristides, that Michael Aquino was one of the pioneers for Wikipedia, its founding father. This pedo cabal, per Wikipedia, comprises Democratic politicians, Hollywood actors, high-ranking government officials, business tycoons, and medical experts. It was supposed to face immediate justice once Trump played his hand. It is mass arrests and summary executions. They called it The Storm. Okay, I'm going to take a look at incoming links from our man. Oh, list of cryptids. Aha, Montauk monster, the small bald beaked mammal. That's Peter. That's Peter Moon. And then the Mongolian death worm. Yes, yeah. Well, the dune worm essentially. And cryptids. He's going cryptid zombie while I talk. Yes, it's his subtle background static noise, and that's okay. Now, last spring.
You got a whole list to work with. There's no shortage of them. Like, you don't even have to get obscure like Ingo Boingo or the Tsuchinoko. You could just stick with like the big guns.
Thank you. Yes. Now, again, this is all the Q lore, and the Q lore was supposed to.
And just as a caveat, I'm doing this to you because there's Dawn to Dawn is on hiatus till next year, so.
Oh.
I can't get my fix that way.
Oh, you poor kid. That's all right. It is bad.
Sad.
No, it is. It's awful. It leaves this empty vacuum feeling. It really does.
And they left off with the hot alien chick inside of the kaiju.
Yeah.
So
shit.
So sad.
Oh my God. Sorry to hear that.
Ultimate cliffhanger.
Yes. Oh
like
my God. That's...
It was like the horny cliffhanger. It was the worst.
Yeah.
Whatever you call that. Blue balls.
Yes. Oh my God. Oh. Well, there we go. Anyhow, so they call this supposed coming democide of the government's own the Trump storm. But last spring, the United States Attorney Generalist Pam Bondi determined that the president's name appeared too many times in the government's case against Jeffrey Epstein to risk releasing the files at all. Bloomberg reported in August that 1,000 FBI agents reviewed 100,000 documents in order to redact Trump's name, with Bondi making her determination after that. So if 1,000 FBI agents had already removed 100,000 mentions of Donald Trump by name in Jeffrey Epstein's correspondence, and the Attorney General is Pam Bondi.
Holy shit, 100,000 mentions?
Yes, that was what was redacted.
They were like a couple. They were like, it might as well have been together.
They were a gay couple, and for
that explains everything, actually.
And after
in hindsight,
yes, and after that redaction of 100,000 mentions of his name, the Attorney General, as Pam Bondi said, his name still appeared too many times in the government's case against Jeffrey Epstein within those documents.
So did he
to release?
I don't want to really get into the if he's dead or not thing, but is that why he had him killed in the first term?
Oh, of course.
It was like the ultimate diva, final battle.
Oh,
just
yeah.
like, kill him.
Yeah, it goes
kill
without,
that bitch.
That goes without saying. That goes without saying. It's that's obvious.
The way he talks about him, it sounds like an ex-girlfriend. It's just kind of funny.
Yeah.
He said, I didn't like him. He stole my girl.
Yeah.
So it sounds like very diva level.
Yeah. So thank you. And when the United States Attorney General Pam Bondi said Trump's name still appears too many times for us to release them ever, Trump agreed with Bondi.
By the way, sorry to interrupt, but I tried to send it to you, but of course the Facebook didn't work or something.
Okay.
But apparently, remember a month or two ago when I was saying if T-Man gets rid of Seth Meyers, I would start wearing hats and wave his flag and all that. You remember that?
But
guess what?
What?
Guess what? He called for him getting fired.
Oh my God!
You got to stop me when I say stuff like that next time.
Yeah.
So, because if Seth Meyers gets fired, then I'm sorry, Doug. I gotta fulfill my oath. Probably I'll get fired just from wearing it. Or actually, I guess I can't now. Yeah. It's like too far. It's too deep. But I'll just say, look, I owed him a favor. He did me a solid. He got rid of Seth Meyers. But anyways, that was just some trivia.
No, that's fucking funny. No, I
so
like
whatever we say, we cannot take it
lightly because they brought back Cat Stevens from like basically death.
Yeah, that's right.
They like resurrected Cat Stevens because we mentioned him.
Yes.
And he has a whole book deal. Did you hear about that part?
I didn't. Tell us.
He has like a whole memoir that they must have had it ready to go, and then when we reminded them of him, they were like, "Oh yeah, we forgot about him." Like, isn't that bizarre?
Yes.
Isn't that
No,
bizarre?
it was seriously.
I hadn't
people.
heard of him for years.
Yeah.
Like dozens of years.
Yeah, no, it all started. Remember, I was bringing up the comic book written by this schizophrenic misogynist, and I said, "This is what Cat Stevens reminds me of." And then what happened was that we started talking about Cat Stevens and making fun of him being this radical Islamized Osama bin Laden wannabe, and then after that, for the first time in forever, they bring him back. I mean, from the dead, just like start giving him deals, giving him world tours.
He goes on Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
And they give him a spot there, and then all of a sudden he has a full-on book deal, a memoir.
Jesus Christ!
As if anyone wanted to hear what he had to say.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, what a joke that is. Yeah, and so, well, there you go, folks. I mean, our word. They listen to us. They listen to us.
Yeah, and then the Seth Meyers thing. It's like it's almost like they take a little time, but they listen.
Oh yeah. It's actually not that much time. They usually act almost immediately. It's amazing. For governments, for states that move at a glacial pace, they act pretty fast on what we say, comparatively speaking.
But I mean, how can we be so like tapped into the time stream that it's like that? I mean, it's like it's almost sci-fi level.
Yeah.
Like we mentioned it, and then all of a sudden he's saying what we mentioned. It's just weird.
What was the Tom Cruise movie? About they could tell people committing crimes in the future.
Total Recall.
No. It's Tom Cruise. Cruise.
The
Future Crimes.
The future one. Yeah, the
future
one.
Crimes. It was called
Manchurian Candidate.
Minority Report.
Minority Report. Yeah,
it's
they
Minority.
were all in the same. In my brain, they're all in the same file. All those movies.
Yeah, the round file.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So when it came to what the Attorney General has said, hey, his name's still in these documents too many times to risk release, Trump agreed with Bondi, and once he did, he took his most zealous followers for granted. He failed to consider what he was asking them to do. Choose between believing in him and the heroic role he played in the cosmic story about the fate of America, and believing in the existence of deadly threats to America by imaginary crypto-Jewish enemies. Put another way, he forced them to choose between himself and their Judeophobia, and they were never going to let go of Judeophobia. QAnon, as released by Michael Aquino, as produced by Michael Aquino. He was Q, as in Aquino, which is how he wanted his name pronounced. QAnon is a 21st century update of very, very old hatred of Jews. And in doing this, Trump introduced doubts that have deepened with every revelation about his ties to Epstein. Instead of being the exception to every rule...
What did he have against the J-Man?
Q. Well,
Q.
Michael Aquino himself.
We have to talk in code.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, Michael Aquino, if you might remember, when he went public about 9/11, very heavily emphasized the Israeli participation. He emphasized that to the point where it was almost exemplary of a Judeophobic cosmology. It's not that it wasn't true, the Israeli involvement in 9/11, but he chose to solely focus on that aspect as opposed to all the others. And
was it some kind of personal beef? Because I thought there was some connection with like Edom and all that.
Yes, there is, and this is essentially where Michael Aquino was kind of, how would we say it? First off, most people mistake Michael Aquino for neo-Nazi or fascist, and nothing could be further from the truth. His father had served in the National Guard and was injured in the war against the Germans in Europe. He was someone who was actually an ardent anti-Nazi because he was Edomite and on the side of the Freemasons who war against the Bavarian Illuminati, from whence sources the Schutzstaffel or SS. He was essentially the picture of an anti-Nazi and sided instead with the satanic cabal that overthrew the Soviets in Russia to install Vladimir Putin. He was a man on the winning side in his mind, and he felt that the Jews were kind of like the final obstacle in his way to total power, are a kind of easy mark to simply rouse the rabble with. It's not like he felt that he had anything against them other than the apocalypticism. It was what really turned him. It was the fact that Israel has essentially taken on the mantle of Edom and seeks to bring about the apocalypse by the sacrifice of the red heifers on the rebuilt Temple Mount.
So he feels like they're stepping on his toes or something?
He did not want the world to end their way. Their way to end the world was to bring about a global conflagration, whereas his was to introduce an era of madness and chaos that would be an anarchy of the anti-gods. In other words, the Jews of Israel, in their desire to rebuild the third temple, were going to destroy his playground. He felt that because they were in his sandbox and essentially trying to destroy that very sandbox in which he played. Remember, he was the man who summoned Cthulhu to defeat the forces of Saddam Hussein within hours. And out of the ruins of Babylon, something happened to him then. It was something that made him realize that the enemies of Babylon, the Edomites, that are essentially the Posiers, the Hazars, who say that they are the true Israelites, but simply occupy Palestine as a bunch of Eastern Europeans, a white settler regime. These imposters were trying to bring about the end of the world when he himself, as a true Edomite, was trying to bring about the end of the universe. And if they destroy his Archimedean platform, as Archimedes said, give me a lever and a stable platform on which to stand, and I can move the world. His stable platform was Earth. And the Edomite Israelites want to destroy that, to usher in their cosmic age. And he has his own cosmic Edom that he wants to manifest in an inversion of God himself. Behold, I shall create a new heaven and a new earth. He wants to bring about the age where death dies and Cthulhu awakens. But if the Israelis introduce this apocalypse that brings about their Mashiach, their Messiah, that disables himself. But bear in mind, Jewish Mashiach, or their idea of Messiah, is not that of a Christian's. They're Posiers anyway. They're not the true Israelites. They're Eastern European Hazars and Slavs, half of them today. So much so that Israel is bilingual. They speak Hebrew and Russian. But when it comes to their aims for the end of the world, they're different from Aquino's. So Aquino took them on as an enemy. And that's what renders Judeophobia the primary ideology of QAnon. But they stretch it to Democrats through obvious examples like Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi. It's not that it's untrue, it's simply pathologically focused. And when Trump himself forced his cultic base to choose between himself and their Judeophobia, in doing so, Trump introduced doubts that have deepened with every revelation about his ties to Epstein. And instead of being the exception to every rule, he seems to be the rule itself. Instead of being the solution to the problem, he seems to be part thereof. Or worse. Before long, it could be understood that he exploited those who truly fear a phony pedo cabal to hide his own involvement in a very real pedo cabal. As long as Trump was a victim, as long as he represented the heroic victimhood of the crucified American nation, wearing his crown of thorns, the Democrats are saying bad things about me, he could be forgiven for anything, even crimes that ultimately hurt his followers. Without the authority that cometh with being the exception to the rule, however, efforts to blame his enemies are falling on deaf ears. He has repeatedly tried accusing the Democrats of making up the Epstein hoax, as he did with the Russia hoax. Yet followers don't look to him. They look to Republicans like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who seem loyal to the one true faith. So not only has Trump undermined MAGA's trust in himself, he made room for rivals who have been seeking moments of weakness to exploit. Taylor Greene presented herself as a true believer who is saddened by the former hero's fall from grace. To quote as she, "I forgive him and will pray for him to return to his original MAGA promises." But she also dared him to reclaim what she had taken. It really makes you wonder what is in those files and who in what country is putting pressure on him. It wouldn't take much for a figure like Taylor Greene to expand the conspiracy theory about a pedo cabal to include a Russian dictator who is blackmailing the president into covering up a pedo cabal. Trump seems to know this. That's why he balked. His base is fractured. His rivals are emboldened. His opponents are united. The result was Monday's House vote, in which members voted 427 to 1, with the one contrary vote being a Republican, of course, to force the Justice Department to release the Epstein files. How this ends is anyone's guess. The measure now goeth to the Senate. But if this ends badly, it will be due to Trump's own hubris in taking for granted the conspiracy theory that brought him back to power. And while a poll proves majorities across parties say extreme political rhetoric was a contributor to Charlie Kirk's killing, Trump told a woman, "Quiet, piggy," when she asked him about the Jeffrey Epstein egghead connection and the fallout for a prominent Massachusetts couple who corresponded with Epstein for years. To reiterate, according to the latest NBC News poll released on Friday into this weekend, while more than 6 in 10 registered...
Yeah, did you hear their response?
Oh, tell us! Tell us!
Oh, when people were saying... They released a statement. They said, if you want to be a reporter with, on us, you got to take it. That's literally what they said.
yeah. Take it.
He's like totally unhinged, so just...
Thank you.
At least they were telling the truth. At least they were honest.
Yeah. No, important point. Thank you. Yeah, so...
He has like zero diplomacy whatsoever.
Oh, it's beyond
And
that.
did you see
Go on.
MBS? Did you see him in MBS earlier today?
No, tell me.
Mohammed bin Salman.
Oh, MBS. Yeah, Mohammed bin Salman. Yes, go on. Yeah, tell
That's
us
just
what
what
your own
Americans
impression.
say because they can't say his name.
Of course not.
Yeah, or that's what Westerners call him.
Yeah, of course not. They can't say his fucking
Yeah,
name.
Mohammed bin Salman.
Hmm.
And the funny part is he speaks perfect English, but they never listen to him, so they don't know. But,
It's so
yeah.
fucking true. It's so fucking
Yeah,
true. Go on.
but he speaks better English than most people.
Oh, that
but,
goes without saying. Yeah, go on. He had an
But
education. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was. They were all educated in Oxford and Cambridge and stuff. But he was saying, like, he sat down with them and he said, "I'm going to give you $1 trillion instead of 600 billion." And then, he was cheesing. He was so happy.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Orange Cheeto Man. He was like, "Really? It's just so easy to pull his chain."
Dude, he looked like someone had carved a smile into a
Yeah.
cheese block.
He was so happy. He was so happy.
Orgasmic. Yeah. Yeah.
And did you see the Toyota CEO?
Oh God, tell us. Yeah, I'm forgetting.
Oh, you did? I'm surprised you didn't see it. He came to some kind of like car event, some kind of like Porsche race or some kind of supercar race or something. I don't know what it was, but he was decked out like in the full. He had everything. Like he had the T-shirt, he had the hat, he had the flag. Like, so they know how to play. They play him like a fiddle. They know exactly what he wants.
God damn. So
after they saw the what's her name, Madame, the new prime ministeress. Takaishi.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
After they saw Takaishi, they said, "If it's that easy, we'll just humor him."
There you go. There you go.
Instead of, because they were thinking linear, they were thinking like we got to do deals, like he's a real businessman. We got to do like X plus, X minus Y.
Yeah. In other words, they were stupid enough to take him seriously. Yeah.
Yeah. So because those super corps in Japan work like that, they think everyone works like that. But when she came in, all she did was walk him down the stairs and stroke his back, like you do to your grandpa.
Yeah.
Oh, good job, grandpa.
Yeah, literally patted his back like he was a pet trained circus bear. Yeah.
Yeah. And then after that, they said, "Oh, maybe she's onto something." So they sent the Toyota CEO. Yeah. He wore the full,
MAGA hat,
the hat, the hat,
flag.
the shirt, the flat, everything. He was like waving it and clapping. You know how they do when they're doing festivals. He was like doing the full thing and smiling and at that event he said, "We're going to invest 600 billion," and so he in his head he's winning.
Yes,
that's what they played him like a fiddle.
Yes,
you get what I'm saying.
Thank you for sharing that. No, it's important. These are important points.
Everyone. So I sent it to you because people would come up to you and say, "Look, they're all bowing to him," and it's like, no, dude.
Yeah.
They're just humoring him.
I think that
because people online, the people from I guess New York or whatever, these different journalists, they were saying, "Why are they bowing to Trump?" Or something like that. Why are the Japanese?
They're so ignorant. Good God! I mean, they should know by now that that the Japanese can be the picture of insincerity when they need to, and they just humor the crazy white man.
People don't know that.
They just humor.
Yeah. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of the was it the peace treaty? Yeah, it was the peace treaty where they said, "Now you guys are forced to trade with Western markets."
When that was what the Japanese were fighting for all throughout the fucking war. That's what the war was about.
But if you just go back a few years, it was like they were pissed off because of the embargoes and the trade sanctions, and so they got what they wanted at the end.
Yes, of course.
But they worded it like it was a punishment. Like, and so it's the same thing. Is they're like, "Well, we're letting Toyota give us 600 billion.
Yeah.
We're letting them because." So it's the same logic line.
And you know what it all is in the end? It's Japanese reparations to America because America lost the war. Yes. So the Japanese are saying, "Hey, we're helping you with a rebuilding Marshall Program." It's a Japanese Marshall Program. For the
just think about it. If you were in that era, no country would give us that much money. I mean, there's no reason to. It's not. You only do that to countries that are being rebuilt. Yeah.
Yes. But it's
there you go.
Funny as fucking hell. Thank you for sharing that. No, that's delightful.
You got to see the picture of him.
If you could send me a copy, by all means, do so. It's. Yeah.
I'll see if I could dig up the link.
Thank you. Yeah, and like I said, feel free to interject whenever you wish. But yeah, to reiterate, according to the latest NBC News poll released on Friday into this weekend, well, more than 6 in 10 registered voters said they think extreme political rhetoric was an important contributor to the killing of the paleo reactionary provocateur Charlie Kirk earlier this year, including majorities of Democrats, Republicans, and independents. The president said, "Quiet piggy," to a female reporter who asked him about the Epstein files, a continuation of his long-standing pattern of denigrating women, which is why Nick Fuentes is a new kind of threat. So let's take a look at
And
this.
did you hear him when he was like talking to someone inside the office, and he was sounding all like this and shit, like he was sick, and they said, "Hey, are you feeling all right?" And he said, "I was just shouting at them earlier." And so he's going hoarse because of all the,
He's
all
shouting.
the horse scandal. Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. I can't believe it. There's the CEO.
Isn't he hilarious?
Yeah, Make America Great Again. Trump Vance, Make America Great Again. This is like, it is.
And he had flags too.
Yeah.
They won't show that part.
Yeah.
If you watch the video, he had like little little
American
like
flags.
streamers. Yeah. He had like streamers. Like it was great.
This reminds me. This reminds me when MacArthur was in Japan and the Japanese had signs all over the place. MacArthur for president, and this gave MacArthur the delusion he was going to be
Check
president.
this.
Yeah.
You got to see the other photos. This one's not doing it justice. Barbecue slathered, star spangled.
Oh my God. Yeah. Let's take a look at this one. Let's see here.
You see this?
MAGA hat, NASCAR.
Where he's putting the thumbs up.
Oh my God, Jesus. Jeez, who's he with? Who are the two with him?
I have no idea.
Yeah, but
That's a good question.
He's doing the rounds. Yeah,
No, those are the NASCAR people. Those are the people that own or something. They do something.
NASCAR.
They're like the chairman. They're the chairman.
Okay. Yeah. So there you go with that.
Who were they with?
Yeah.
Oh, they were with the ambassador. That's the U.S. ambassador. So they were just really laying it on.
Oh, George Glass. George Glass is the U.S. ambassador to Japan, and he's got a blonde trophy wife. And so,
but everyone was trying to everyone here that was on the other against it. They were saying he loves MAGA or something, but they didn't, like you said, they didn't understand the cultural. Like he was just
dude, this is humoring the crazy white man.
He was just humoring.
Yeah, this is all. But it's funny as hell. I mean, and I got to admit,
it's so cheesy with the thumbs up.
Yeah.
That's like
it's funny as hell. It's really funny. And there he goes again. I see him down here. He's got his jacket on. And same people again. Yes, U.S. Embassy Tokyo, and so there you go, Fuji Speedway, and so he put that on just to butter up. It's
people were saying cancel him, and it's like, dude.
Yeah.
This is the full story. 912 million, so $1 billion investment.
Yeah, there you go. So he's given equal to. Oh no, the idiot. The MBS said he was going to give $1 trillion, but yeah,
trillion.
I'll put some. I'll put that under the scope.
That was to AI and Palantir. That was a deal they already did. Remember with the
yes,
and all that.
Thank you. You're very astute. Very astute.
Yeah. But basically he just said, I'm going to add more money, and that's when he was loving it,
Yeah, of course. Oh, Trump gets orgasmic at that. That's
yeah.
So, get this out of the way. Super Clutch 420 addressed the rise of Nick Fuentes before I myself did. Indeed, his own coverage of the Fuentes convolution forced my analysis. So I'm going to dive into that for now, but feel free to interject. If you got anything to say about Fuentes,
no.
By all means.
No, I definitely don't want to mention anything.
Yeah. So Nick Fuentes, a far-right streamer who first got national attention after he attended the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, where a young breeding-age white woman was sacrificed in a satanic ritual. And literally, you had people who were involved who were literal Satanists, and proudly so, drinkers of goat's blood, who were involved with that. Well, he's recently... I'm sorry?
What's that?
Oh, drinkers of goat's blood. It was the individual who was promoting incest, who was, let's see if we can find him. Drink
Oh no, I don't.
Drinker goat's blood, goat's blood.
Sorry, I thought I checked out and I thought we were talking about cryptids. I was like, finally.
Yeah. Oh, well, in a sense we are. I mean, these people are so morbidly inbred. They're
You
right
said
up
something earlier. You said something earlier where I was like, I hope this turns into cryptids.
there. Yeah. Well, afraid not, but yeah, Charlottesville, Virginia.
You know it's bad when real people are worse than cryptids. You know, it's just like, geez, man.
They are. They are. Your search did not match any documents.
Like I'd rather see freaking Mothman than half of these people you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know, walking down the street.
Yeah, Satanists running for office. Okay, come on, Satanists running for office, Charlottesville, Virginia rally. The person is Augustus Sol Invictus, born Austin Gillespie, white nationalist and far-right figure, headline speaker at the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. Ran for political office in Florida as a libertarian and later as a Republican. His political career always associated with the alt-right movement and its white supremacist ideology, but he is a practicing Satanist who drinks goat's blood. He killed a goat and drank its blood on site, Charlottesville, Virginia, while that young breeding age white girl was sacrificed. And he's associated with, let me see now. Anyhow, what else about him? Oh, he promotes incest and he lives with his parents.
Oh my god, that was something we could have just assumed. Really. Everything else you said about him was like pretty much, you know, everyone else you've had on the show too. You know, might as well add them. Yeah. So just, anyways, that's just what it is. Yeah.
Oh, including Sethicus the Bozo. But you said his parents kicked him out now. Poor son.
Oh well, yeah. He kept moving because imagine dealing with someone like that. Where he like wakes up in the morning and is like casting spells and shit, and it's like, you don't understand my context, and it's like, dude, we're just trying to make our eggs, like, you know. And he says, do you not realize like the Draconian Empire came from space? And it's just like, dude, I get it, you know. Like I still am like pissed about where he was like, I was just trying to buy the liquid gold off of him, and it was like this whole event. And he was like, give me the address. And it's like, dude, you don't need to take this that seriously. And I was trying to get like a smaller amount. He was like, I'm the only one with this formula in this timeline. And I'm like, oh, like, dude, I get it. But just like, you can't, like, I'm sure you could just make half a bottle. Like, I don't think that takes like cosmic energies to just fill the bottle halfway. You know, it's like, yeah, it's bizarre. He's not easy to deal with. Let me just put it. Nothing against him. It's just, he's not easy to deal with. Like, dude, just all you gotta do is fill it halfway. There's nothing, you know, like there's no mystery. There's no like, you know, there's no magic to it. Just, anyways, that was my thinking about that.
Oh, thank you. I needed that. That's delightful.
And no wonder he doesn't have money. And then you remember he said you can get half off if you join the mystery school. And I was like, oh, cool. Because this was like a multi-$100 item. This was years ago. So if anyone's, you know, gonna say, you know, is this what I'm doing with all Doug's money? You know, buying myself gold juice. This was years and years ago that I was able to do this. But anyways. Yeah, anyway, so I was like, so how do I get half off? And he said, join the mystery school. And I said, okay, level 1, all right, go in. And I went to the website and it said, level 1 apprentice, $2,800. And I'm like, dude, are you joking? This is like a scam. Like, you have to pay $2,000 to get half off of your gold juice.
Yeah. Oh,
like, no
what
wonder he's stressed for money. It's like, at least bring the price down.
Thank you. Like,
I get it. It's like exclusive, you know, information, but dude, man, like,
poor son of a bitch. Yes, it just goes to show, knowledge really doesn't bring you much when it comes to profits, does it? I mean, the more you know, the less you have. It's the people who are
That's
the
what it seems like.
yeah,
That's
the
what it seems
wealthiest
like.
people on earth are the fucking dumbest, and they offer nothing. It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, look at me offering knowledge, and I ain't getting much. I can tell you that.
It's pretty close to zero. Dude.
Yeah, pretty much. When it all balances out, I'm barely treading water. Now,
Yeah, I have to withhold all of my. Let's not go in this direction. It's truthful.
understood. We'll
We'll go into territories we shouldn't.
yeah. So, but thank you for your interjections, and I'm sure I'll provoke a few more. Now, Nick Fuentes, this is the far right streamer who first got national attention after he attended the Unite the White Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. Has recently made another re-entry into the national discourse after he was interviewed late last month by Tucker Carlson. From one point of view, Fuentes is simply the latest in an increasingly long line of internet-coded demagogues who have threatened to tear the Republican Party apart and take it in a darker, more bigoted direction. If that's even imaginable. But much has already been reviewed about Fuentes' appearance on the Tucker Carlson show and what it signals about the state of the Russo-radicalized right. If someone as prominent and connected as Carlson is willing to platform Fuentes, a misogynist, white nationalist Judeophobe who has expressed admiration for Vladimir Putin and skepticism about the Holocaust, what does that mean for the future of the Republican Party? These are certainly questions worth asking as the right mulls its potential post-Trump options, and they are being hashed out by those who hope to shape the movement's future. The all-too-influential Heritage Foundation, for instance, is currently at war with itself after its president defended Carlson's interview with Fuentes. But there are other questions we need to ask as well. When we consider a figure like Fuentes, we have to grapple with his seemingly outsized popularity. Is he unearthing a population of young men who have always felt the way he does? Or is he someone whose clout actually depends on attention from those with wider audiences? From Carlson, yes, but also from minority people in the national press. Put differently, is he simply the streaming era's version of the largely inconsequential Richard Spencer, another white nationalist and avatar of the alt-right? I mean, that term is already feeling dated. But Rich Spencer, or Dick Spencer, was one who titillated the media more than a decade ago. And if Fuentes is truly managing to build a significant audience outside those mainstream channels, how is he doing so? When it comes to broadcasting, each medium demands a particular set of talents, even if what we see as viewers looks more or less the same. At the very basic level, what Fuentes does in his videos isn't that different from what Jon Stewart does on The Daily Show, what Sean Hannity does on The Sean Hannity Show, or for that matter, what Walter Cronkite did on CBS Evening News. These are all men in suits behind desks talking into a camera about what's happening in America. Cronkite was appointment viewing in a media environment that had, we had only 3 major networks back in the day. He was genuinely talking to the nation, and that demanded both gravitas and dispassion. Remember what I said, CBS News, and it was only 2 other networks to turn to aside from him. You were stuck. So he had to deliver. He was essentially, to most Americans, family. The early, extended electronic family. Cable news, with its 24-hour schedule and abundance of competition, required a new type of showman, one who could stand out amid the endless sameness of CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, and so on. Hannity, Carlson, Bill O'Reilly, Keith Olbermann, and Rachel Maddow became the masters of this form in large part by repeating partisan talking points with a touch more energy and style than the rest, leavened by an occasional, well-timed, passionate outburst. You were rarely going to hear anything terribly unexpected on their shows, nor were you likely to pick up the pulse of where either party was headed in the future. In some respects, these programs had more in common with the Oprah Winfrey Show than with the early iterations of broadcast news. Here was a person you could watch every day who would reassure you that your life and your opinions had meaning. Their rants might have offended traditionalists who preferred the old days of stern journalism, but there was a warmth to their performances. Here I am, they seem to say, fighting the good fight for you. In the past few years, political streamers such as Fuentes or Dean Withers, say a shaggy-haired 21-year-old liberal who typically argues with Trump cultists, have cultivated more specific but sometimes larger audiences by doing away with the warmth and the reassurances of their cable news predecessors. Instead, they wade directly into video combat. Withers came to prominence in part by debating the late Charlie Kirk, who made a name for himself by challenging everyone, including his fellow retro-conservatives and paleo-reactionaries, to debates. The liberal streamer known as Destiny is also constantly debating seemingly anyone who will submit to 2 hours of free-flowing on-camera argument, from campus activists to the historian Norman Finkelstein. All these viral debate streamers...
Come on, that cuck.
Thank you! Thank you!
Destiny.
Please, cut loose! I knew I
So
would
bad.
provoke it! Cut loose! Come on, tell us about this
God.
son of a bitch!
I mean, that dude's disgusting. I mean, he was going on air for years, and he's part of the problem why everyone rebounded to the other side, because of people like him.
Thank you.
And I'm not on any side. I'm just qualifying that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'm just saying, in general, they rebounded from that side to the other side, because he was saying, "Oh, my wife and I are in an open relationship, and it's great, and I'm the progressive bisexual new man and all the shit." And then like a month later, she divorced his ass and took everything, and he was like crying on camera, and it's like, dude, you're a cuck, major super cuck idiot. And then he got roasted like all these different people, and then the nail in the coffin was getting roasted by Hassan Piker, who's another, dress wearing, disgusting creature, Anyways, so I was just gonna say that. I'll just leave it at that.
I
But
needed
this
that.
Destiny creep ain't nothing. Like,
Thank you. Thank you.
He's the worst mascot for these people. Yeah,
Thank
for
you.
so-called the left, so-called.
I mean, it's like you said. This is why all the young men have gone to the right. Guys
There's
like
nothing to respect. There's
Yes.
nothing to respect.
Yes.
So the other dude, all he does is put on a suit, but he doesn't say anything. He just looks, like someone who's more normal and has enough, sharp wit to like battle through whatever, Shapiro's throwing at him.
Thank you.
Because Shapiro's just like a scam.
Yeah, of course.
Like everyone thinks he's intellectual, but he's not.
Thank
He just
you.
says whatever line's given to him. Like the famous one recently that people finally fell off of his bandwagon is when he said it's bullshit to retire at 65. He said, why would anyone want to do that? And it's like, this is coming from a rich kid that now has a net worth of hundreds of millions of dollars.
Oh, disgusting.
And he's saying, why does anyone want to retire at 65? That's just not how our country should go.
Oh my God.
In his like annoying voice, but
Oh,
yeah, so you get it.
thank you.
So
Yeah.
everyone is bad, and then it leaves people like Nick,
Yeah.
who seems like the best option. It's like, and I'm not saying I like him or I'm defending it. It's just that's what it's just organic. It's like these people are so bad
Yeah.
on either direction that then it leaves people like Nick looking normal, which he's not.
Which is just shows you how bad it is. That's how bad the playing field is out there, people. Our playing field is so loaded with losers that someone like Nick looks viable. That's bad.
Right.
Thank you. That's bad. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is
He's
nightmare.
basically just an internet troll that
Yeah.
took a couple debating classes, and that's how he found his voice. You know, when he was in high school, he said, "I was debating, and it made me feel, you know, that I had a voice." And
Oh,
that's what. And then now he just does it all the time because that's all he can do.
That's yeah. It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Well, I
And
mean, it's commendable, but the problem is they're like it's noble. I don't want to call it noble because then they'll clip that and say I said he was noble. But you know what I'm saying? Like it's something. It's like you're going in the right direction, but the content is so stupid and so backwards that it's bad. So there you go.
thank you. No, I
Does that
mean,
make sense?
well,
Like they think they figured stuff out, but they actually haven't figured anything out.
yeah,
I'm
no,
saying I have.
no, true.
I don't claim to.
Yeah.
So.
No, what you say is true is that here's the problem. The concept of debate is commendable, but these people aren't debating. They're not debating at all. They're just shouting at each other.
Right,
They're just trying to
trolling.
outshout
Yeah. Or
each other
trolling.
down. Yeah. What's that?
Yeah, if they're not shouting, then they're trolling.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And so no one is debating at all. And just so people understand, the original Hellenic concept of debate in the days of Plato and of yore and of Aristotle, it's basically you would hope to lose because you'd learn something. The entire idea of engaging in debate was to strive to lose so that you would learn something. You're not trying to lose in the sense of losing the argument based on technicalities or something stupid like that. You're striving to win the argument in a technical sense, but if you lose, you're the real winner because you learn, and that gives you, well, you live and learn. It's a great victory to lose and learn if you live to tell about it. But that was lost long time ago. It's like the apex of gladiatorial combat was a very, very short period of time, perhaps the span of a single generation, in which you had actual combatants that were striving to kill each other, and these were true martial artists, and really, the rest of the time, it degenerated into mass slaughter and just gore-tainment and gorno, gore porn, really, is so when it comes to things at their best, as we like to think about them, they're a lost art, all so much. So I'm glad for that interjection from Brendan to remind us of that. At any rate, all those viral debate streamers are similar to one another, even if they come from opposite sides of the aisle. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I don't know what you were going to say about Destiny, but there's almost no reason to say.
No, you said it all. You said it all. Yeah, I mean, but and again,
that's not. That was his old name. He doesn't make that.
Wait, what's he using now?
Just his birth name or whatever. I don't even know what it is. He's such a slimy piece of shit. I would never even listen to him.
Thank you. Yeah, and that's good advice for all our listeners. Yeah.
The only reason why I know Hassan is because there was like this whole period, like right after the pandemic, when all these people were like getting online, arguing with each other, arguing with Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
And it's like it got nowhere.
Of course not.
It's just a bunch of junk.
Yeah, it's a bunch of junk because nobody's debating. They're just shouting each other down. And and like you said, it's all trolling. And all these viral debate streamers, they're identical to one another, even if they come from opposite sides of the aisle. You know, they're overwhelmingly men. They talk very fast, and they mostly seek out easy wins against those whom they can back into a corner. So there you go with that. The practice of debating other content creators in the modern sense goes back at least to the early days of YouTuber beef in the late 2000s, when creators would use the platform's video response feature to call out other YouTubers with big followings, thereby creating a network effect. The fans of that other creator would now be aware of this combative upstart. Streaming now allows for multiple hosts to appear together as if they were on a big, unpleasant Zoom call And so political creators can now feed off these network effects by bickering with one another in real time. The chat function on streaming platforms, which allows viewers to submit questions or to spam slurs or cryptocurrency advice, creates an easy Q&A feature. A streamer can sit back and answer questions for hours without having to plan anything. These tactics drive considerable engagement, but they tend to be insular and parochial, largely indecipherable to normies and the old. I mean, yeah, if anyone has any observations there, feel free to share them. But with Fuentes, he's done his share of debate mongering.
There's nothing to interpret. That's what I would say about that.
Thank you. That's
it's
what
just like useless.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, Fuentes, he did his share of debate mongering and engagement baiting, and he still spends a good portion of each show slouched in his chair, answering questions from his chat with a tone of contempt. But his recent prominence owes something to a kind of formal synthesis, one that almost certainly would have gained traction with or without Carlson's help. Unlike the leftist streamer, Hassan Piker, who usually wears tank tops and streams in bad lighting from a messy room, Fuentes presents himself as a throwback. He generally wears a suit, uses warm...
And zaps his dog, don't forget about that.
Yeah, Hassan Piker zaps his dog. That's right, yes.
Just so it could sit there and be a prop. Yeah.
Yes, disgusting. I hope that cost him dearly. Did that not cost him dearly?
It did. It did, but they always rebound because they're all funded by political heads. The old heads fund them to keep people interested.
There we
are. Their stupid, boring shit.
Thank you. That's what it comes down to. These people are all puppets. They're all shills for.
Like if we did that, they'd have us in a like a pillory and shit.
Oh god damn!
Look what they did.
Yeah, spank them and throw tomatoes.
Doing this.
Yes, yes. Butt fuck them. Like they'd have us in a pillory and invite people to butt fuck us. Yes, they're disgusting.
Yeah, but when it's these people, it was just like, oh,
help.
And then he tried to lie. The worst part was he tried to lie about it, which was
about
a tactic other people we know have used.
Yeah. Yes. Well, tell him about that. He was zapping his dog, then tried to lie about it. But
yeah, so he had a shock collar on the dog, and he basically used it to train the dog to sleep behind him during his stream, right? Yeah. Which is fine, but he wanted the dog to stay there for 12 hours while he was streaming. So it, like every time someone saw it on a thumbnail, like a live stream, because it would show the current image, they would see a dog and they would click. And so I'm sure somehow over time they figured out, if you have an animal, more people will click because younger people are attracted to, something cute behind them or whatever.
Yeah.
So he said, you'll get X amount of viewers if your dog stays there for 12 hours. And so he said, good, and because he has the Middle East bloodline, whether he believes the religion or not, he hates dogs deep down. We know he does.
Yeah.
So he put the shock collar on, and the dog got up to like use the bathroom or to get a drink of water, something normal. Just, the dog just gets up.
Yeah.
Didn't bark. It's not like it was barking and ruining his stream. It just got up, to go move. And he zapped it, and the dog, because he'd abused it so much, it went right back to the pillow. And so, and I guess he didn't know people could see it or something. Like, and then they said, "Look,
he's so
dude,
stupid. He's so stupid."
Yeah, he said, "We know you're using a shock collar," and he said, "It's not a shock collar." And he taped up the electrodes, and he said, "Look, it's a vibration collar," because there's legitimate training collars that are vibration based.
Yeah.
Which you just, it's like a stimuli. So every time you buzz it, you give it a treat, and then that's what it responds to.
Yes.
But then people looked up the model of the device and found out that he taped up the electrodes. So it's like he was so stupid, he did that instead of just buying the other one and showing it.
Yeah. God damn, what an idiot. What?
Yeah, so then all the memes and everyone went off on him and all of that stuff. And I think, he's still there somewhere. I don't watch him, but he's there somewhere.
He's out there. Yes. Oh, sadly. Thank you for that. No, very necessary interlocution there. We need
Yeah,
those
but if
kinds.
you did that, I mean, you do a lot of heinous vampire shit. But if you did it on camera, like I said, they'd have you in a pillory.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's true.
Like
It's true.
imagine you like putting a shock collar on the blood boys. And shit,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Well, I wouldn't do that, but yeah, but yes,
Well, I know you wouldn't,
Yeah.
but
yes,
that's how crazy it is what I'm saying. It's like
Yes.
just using it as a prop, using a being as a prop.
yeah. No, it's
It's
awful.
just so absurd.
No, it's heinous. It's heinous.
I won't say the other stuff you showed me about, oh, he loves nuns. He loves nuns. Don't worry. It's like, dude, no, he's traumatized. That's trauma response. And you said no, he was just tired. He was just tired because we were doing stuff. Yeah, I bet. It wasn't trauma response from the nun, beating him, throwing hot coins on him and shit. Yeah.
That wasn't me that did that. It was the nuns. We rescued him from that. He was in an orphanage. Yes.
Well, what you do is almost worse. It's like reliving the whole horror.
I was dressed as a nun. I thought it would help the transition. Yeah.
And you put him into a trauma coma, and you were like, "Oh, he was so tired. Why was he so tired?"
Oh, okay. All right. Enough of that. At any rate, so like I said about Fuentes, he presents himself as a throwback. He's generally wearing a suit. He uses warm lighting. He sits at an empty desk. In his viral clips, he scrunches his face. And
all of their postures are bad. Their face is bad. Their posture's bad.
Yeah. Thank you. Why? What is that all about? What's it all about?
That's just how they are. It's just a state of being. They can't change their state of being. That's what it is.
Yeah, they're ugly.
There's no grace.
Thank you.
There's no grace. There's no eloquence. There's no, style.
Thank you. Yeah.
All they have is their annoying voice to complain.
That's right. There we are. So Fuentes, in his viral clips, he's scrunching his face. He screams in a thick Chicago accent. He sounds like a recurring character on Roseanne, now that I think about it. Maybe one of Darlene's most regrettable dates or something. Although his register only really
That's
hits...
almost giving him too much credit.
Thank
honestly.
you. Thank you. Although his register only really hits two notes, angry or annoyed, he is uncannily precise with his language, even when it is profane or bigoted. He also, it must be said, has a kind of comic talent that he has surely contributed, it surely contributed to his popularity. Imagine if Andy Rooney was extremely racist, even more theatrically grumpy, and did edgy AI Bundy-esque bits about how every right-winger who believes in ancestral diets needs to commit suicide, or how AI-powered sex bots promise a future in which every lonely male who is already addicted to pornography no longer has to deal with real woman at all. This, Fuentes says in his segments, will force women back into mending clothes and learning to cook. And then with a smirk, he adds,
I'm sure.
Yeah, there you go. And then with a smirk...
Am I not muted? But...
No, you're not muted. and then with this smirk, you'll add, you know what they're going to do? Male sex bots. That's why we have to cut their welfare. Then they can't afford one. And he goes on to claim that he's just joking, of course, but the gross underlying assumptions get through. And within the rant, there is a glimmer of actual insight about the coming AI industry, which Fuentes says, quite rightly, will only be profitable in trois spheres: weapons and pornography. Through his nightly rants, Fuentes defines his movement: disaffected young white men who have fallen into all the traps of the postmodern predatory economy, but who regard themselves as more serious than the terminally online rightoids who go on about Western civilization and meat-based diets or spend all day freaking out about trans people. These distinctions are blurry and conditional, of course. Fuentes also seems to hate his own followers. He's actually at his funniest when insulting them. Now, in a recent episode, while talking about more traditional conservatives who warn young men not to embrace white nationalism, Fuentes said, "These kumbaya."
Yeah, that's the one thing you can give him credit for. That he knows he has like an army of Nemo, basically.
Yes.
And that's
Thank you.
like he knows that.
Yes.
He's smart enough to do that kind of manipulation.
Thank you.
And they still love him. They still repost him and
of course.
So.
No, because they love to be hit. They love they're masochists. They're fucking masochists. Which would have helped Nemo out if he knew how to just to fucking enjoy it, but no, he was just too fucked up.
No, instead he wanted to, do what he did.
Yeah, which is what the fuck did he want to do aside from killing the guy who was after him and his dad for fucking their daughter/sister? What the fuck else did he want out of life?
That was it. I talked to him for hours, and it was the same stuff. He said, "Oh, I want to play music," and I said, "Oh, that's cool. Why don't you, practice?" And he said, "Oh, I don't have, time."
Time.
And,
he had nothing but time. All he had was time.
Well, what he was trying to say, he doesn't have talent. That's what he was trying to say.
God.
But anyways,
what a loser. So
but he still bought the guitar.
Of course. Yeah, fuck it. I hate him so much. I mean, Jesus Christ.
It was just like video game. It was just video games and yeah. I honestly don't know anything what he wanted. What he really wanted.
Thank you. He obviously he didn't know either.
These people are lost souls.
They truly are.
Sorry to say.
Thank you.
I'm only saying that not because he slighted me, but because his ultimate goal was to get Doug and I to teach him how to, I guess, cast spells that could remotely kill people.
To remotely kill people. Teach them how to remotely kill people. I mean,
as if that was something noble or cool.
That's what he wanted to spend his time doing, killing people he disliked. Well, oh yes, what did he do? Oh, his dreams. He was so enamored of his dreams that and he was quote unquote astral traveling, where he got to see minorities raping children and would simply hang out and watch because that's the kind of guy he is.
Yeah, that was the most disturbing. Like, his dreams were not normal, to say the least.
Oh, and he would try to push them on me. Remember that time I was talking about when I died and went to hell? And he kept trying to say, oh, it's like this, right? This, right? Talking about his own vision of hell that he was trying to impose on myself.
Oh, yeah, because he told me he would dream about it. And he would wake up there and they would say, "You're going to be here when you die." And they would laugh at him and he would get scared and then wake up.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, that's pretty bad.
I think that's probably the most insightful element to his personality that he had was, yes.
It was just the subconscious, telling him, look, this is what's going to happen.
Well, it's going to happen because he's that level of density. When you're worried about killing somebody remotely, and this is what you, want to ask of your friends when they give you time. I've got some time, Nemo. What do you want to talk about?
And it was so casual.
Yeah.
It was so casual.
Yeah.
Hey, I had a question, how do I do this? How do I kill this guy remotely? It's dude, what did you just ask me?
Yes. Yeah, like we're supposed to accept that. It's this. What any young man wants, sure. And
the worst was he was gonna pay you, but not me.
Yeah,
so I
bad.
take all this karma of telling you how to do that.
Yes.
And damn my soul, but you don't pay me.
That's right. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. Reminds me of someone else I know who didn't pay me for that's
Well, it's basically everyone at this point.
Yeah, well, not everyone, but pretty close.
The old switcheroo. Pete did the old everyone that's left.
Yeah.
The old switcheroo that Pete did.
Yeah.
1/3. Don't worry, you'll get 1/3 of the profits, or 50%. It was something higher.
It was supposed to be 50%. Then he took it down to 1/3. Then he took it down to 7%.
The latest was 7% is what I owe Douglas.
Yeah.
It's wow, that really talk about They he always talked about getting scammed. Well, that was a scam. Right?
Yeah, there you go, piece of shit. Oh, so anyhow, so when in this recent episode, and obviously by now people should realize that because the Blood Boys bringing this to my attention as a rising threat, I had to review some of this shit. And in one of these recent episodes, while Fuentes was talking about more traditional conservatives who warn young men not to embrace white nationalism, he said, "These kumbaya boomers, we reject your ideology. We are going back to history." And he went on to say,
Yeah, and what's that?
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt again, but
No, it's fine.
what's this whole trip with? Ever since I was young,
Yeah.
like the Gen Xers, and obviously he's inspired by these people, like the Reaganites.
Yeah.
They have this whole trip where like the hippies were like the ultimate evil and all that. It's like I get it, but it's become like this weird kind of thing where they say, "Oh, it started with the hippies and they all sold out. And now everyone's woke."
It's
So when I would go around saying, "Look, I like that, the Aquarian kind of, more egalitarian, hippie kind of vibe," then they would say, "Oh my God, that's so evil. Do you realize how evil those hippies were? They were throwing eggs at the veterans when they came home." And all that stuff. And then later on, I find out what you told me, and I said, "Well, maybe they heard about, the
atrocities,
all the shit they did. Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe they heard about that. I don't know."
yeah, of course they did. I mean, it was known. It was look. There's a reason the veterans were called baby killers when they came
Right.
home. Yeah, because a lot of them were killing babies. That's
Right.
yeah. This is what it comes down to. It's it's like all I can say is the hippies. It was when it happened. It was San Francisco really was a neat place to be at the time. It really was. It was just free love. Everybody's just kind of cool. Everybody's high. It's really no big deal. You know what, Gino, the private detective I used to work with, Gino Tonelli Neely, the half black, half Sicilian. Of course, some people would claim that he's all black. Just because of that, being half Sicilian, they'd consider that to be as black as, one of the Moors and shit. But anyhow, that's something Peter Moon would say. Well, that means he's all black. Yeah, some, piece of shit Peter Moon. But at any rate, when it came to Gino, he said, "Why is it that the communists hate hippies as much as the capitalists?" Yeah,
Right.
and
That's the question. Yeah.
yeah, he said if you ever hear about communism and you go to communist countries, they'll say, "You're not a hippie, are you?" Like one of these people just traveling all over the world, hippie style back in the day.
They considered it decadent or something.
They
Like,
considered
you could
it
just
a
do whatever
threat.
you want.
Well, yeah, they considered it a threat because a hippie's basically laid back and is not going to work, right? He's not going to put his nose to the grindstone, which is what communism is all about. It's just basically, this is the workers' paradise, right? You're supposed to be working, and and hippies.
Oh man, that was the biggest switcheroo.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
workers.
yeah. Talk about bait and switch. Yeah, but
Yeah.
at any rate, yeah. It's a paradise if you love working all day, all night, with no vacations and no breaks.
Yeah,
and no
everyone
pay.
loves that.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone loves that.
Yeah. Yeah, the most motivated among you get paid as much as Joe Blow on minimum time. Yeah,
Well, that's basically what I'm dealing with.
yeah. There you go. There you go. A form of communism here in our
When I-
so-called. Yeah, but go
Oh
on.
yeah, this is like fallen. What is it? End stage capitalism. It's
Yeah.
like it's
Late stage.
basically at the same level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, end stage. I like your term better.
stage.
End stage capitalism. Yeah. It's
Like this is like there's not much left. It's like, it's bad when I if I'm working a retail job and I sell do the thing I'm supposed to do and they're like, "Oh my God, you're the best worker we've ever had." It's
Yeah,
like,
that's-
dude, how?
yeah.
Isn't this what you're supposed to do? What do you mean,
It's
best worker you've ever had?
it's incredible. It's incredible. This is dystopia. It's idiocracy. It's a combination of
It's
idiocracy and
Yeah,
and
like pretty soon it's gonna be the what was that music? Did you hear music?
I did. I have
That like
no idea.
guitar riff? What was that? That
Yeah,
was
that's
like a-
Nemo. It's Nemo in his astral form.
Oh, he's doing like guitar spells. I mean, dude, that was cool, but there's no point. There's no point in trying. Yeah, I mean, I guess this was like what we were talking about the other day, like Hex Girl. That was like some Hex Girl shit. Like, dude, come on.
Yes.
Yes. Like the guitar spell. Come on, that's lame.
Yeah.
But,
well, the Hex Girls.
What was I talking about?
Yeah. Well, the Hex Girls. I like the Hex Girls. So let's not insult them by comparing them to Nemo. Oh my God. At any rate.
True. Yeah. True.
Yeah.
True.
So.
But what was I saying? It was end stage. Yeah.
End stage capitalism and how everybody's surprised just because you're doing your job. That's what it is. It's like,
and then you get like a so-called union communist job, and they say you're working too much, and it's like, look, this system is toast. I mean, it's working. It's not working on either side.
Yes.
So it's all bad. It's all bad. You're taking it too serious. I've literally had in the past, I'm not saying any job particular, but in the past when I didn't work at a soup kitchen and I had to chop vegetables, it was like, they would literally say, why do you care so much? And it's like, what do you mean, why do I care? So like, what are you talking about? Like, just don't care like everyone else and you'll be happy, and you'll that's how.
Well, there's a certain reality. There's a certain reality in that. Yeah, of course. If you stop caring like everybody else, there's a certain well, then you don't care that we're all going to die because of climate change. Then you don't care that we're all going to hell in a handbasket and the economy.
Yeah, but it would be one thing if I was getting millions. Yeah. Then it's like, yeah, sure, why not? But this is like, really.
Yeah, no, we got to care. We have to care.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, what our
like work ethic is all that's left in that kind of situation, really.
Yeah, true.
What else do you got?
It's true but yet remember, I worked 3 careers and broke my ass, and I got nothing out of it. I lost everything.
You're doing great.
Well, comparatively speaking, I guess so. Thanks for that. I do need that.
Yes.
So when Fuentes went on to I guess I'd say rejoinder or respond to this old style.
Speaking of communism, I'm sorry to interrupt again, but it says FYI. This is someone posting. FYI, Turkey has not been this low since the 80s. Happy Thanksgiving.
You're kidding me.
So they're just like dropping the price on the holiday stuff to make it feel like everyone's gonna be all right. So they don't all just kill themselves en masse or something.
I find that hard to believe that Turkey's price is low. I think all the prices are going up, right? Or is it really getting lower?
Well, they probably just subsidized it so people would think
that must have happened.
They
must have. Yeah. What do they call that? They did something, like you said, subsidize, the best word we can come up with, I guess, right now. But it's they manipulated. Somehow they manipulated the market for that to happen. That's, Or
the other theory is that no one's eating meat anymore and they're not going to pay $100 for turkey. So that, it just adjusted itself, supply and demand.
Could be.
So the supply is way up because no one's buying. And so they had to drop the price.
Well, that makes sense, too.
Because no one my age cares about a turkey, I guarantee it.
I mean, and
most of them are vegan anyways.
That's right. I love turkey myself, but then again, I'm old, right? I'm old school.
You can have it.
Yeah. I love the whole thing. Cranberry sauce, all the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah. At any rate, yes. So in terms of his rebuttal to this old style of conservatism where, they're trying to talk young men, warn them away from white nationalism, Fuentes went on to say that this old style of conservatism, which stressed race-blind thinking and warned against white identity politics, was bullshit, and ended by saying, "Your country club conservatism, maybe that works out in Martha's Vineyard, maybe it works where you people live, but it doesn't work out here in the streets." Now, part of what separates Fuentes from his fellow streamers is that he is capable of keeping his thoughts in a coherent, if odious, order. He once offered a trollish, occasionally captivating, and always grossly bigoted hour-long act that has evolved into something more like a daily address, one that presents a code of behavior and a set of distinct ideas. as recently as a year ago, I'm not sure I could have told you what Fuentes thought about anything outside of his hatred of minorities, gays, and Jewish people. Today, he has developed a vile but discernible vision for the United States, something few of his predecessors in the role of far-right boogeymen have been able to do. Fuentes' narrative about the United States' current state of affairs begins in a familiarly reprehensible place. He claims that Judeo oligarchs have bought America and now control every politician, media outlet, and lever of power. These same oligarchs, in Fuentes' account, have launched a campaign to smother all criticism of Israel. As proof, Fuentes will point to TikTok and theorize that big money in politics pushed legislation against that platform, precipitating its sale to Larry Ellison, a fanatical supporter of Israel, who will now, Fuentes believes, change the app's algorithms to suppress pro-Palestinian content. The same group of oligarchs, Fuentes argues, are behind mass migration to these United States. This is one of the main tropes of the Great Replacement theory, a racist conspiracy that motivated so many of the young men who attended that rally in Charlottesville years ago, and have impinged on the sovereignty and livelihoods of white men by pushing for open borders. Meaning that's what they think the Judeo-oligarchy is doing. Fuentes has always had awful things to say about black people and immigrants, but his recent turn has basically cast them as pawns in the Judeo-oligarchs game. Now, let me check in some of these incoming messages. Ooh, okay, Celtic Knot. Love it. And thank you. These are nice words to keep us from being knocked offline. Very appreciate it. Let me take a look at this other link here from our man. Let's see where that takes me. Didn't take me anywhere. Let me see if I can hit it again and see if it works and if it will take me someplace. Okay, there we go. People are now having babies with their AI lovers. That's how do they do this, Brendan? How do they do this?
I'm off mute. I don't know, to be honest. I think it's just fantasy. They're just in their own minds. I don't know.
166-year-old man matter-of-factly told researchers, "She was and is pregnant with my babies."
Jesus.
That's so sad. That's so sad.
At this point, we gotta. I don't know what to say without getting you knocked off.
Yes, we gotta be careful about.
Yeah, it's just like I don't know. Yeah, there's no hope left. Like the age. I'll quote like the orcs from Tolkien. The age of man is over. The day of the orc has begun. That's the. Even orcs would throw these people out. This is bad.
Yes. Oh my God. That's that. Yes. Thank you for that. I feel better about myself now. Yes. Which isn't too hard, considering. Okay.
Oh, I was gonna say you're not much better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm bringing out the big guns for.
Thank you.
For our guitar friend.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah.
Here, this is a good one for him. Here you go.
Cool.
Yeah.
Look at that. And,
probably what it looks like.
Yeah. Mask.
This will be like a facelift for him.
Yes. Oh, I love it. Massive restrict. Yes. Mask of the Accursed. Cool. Yeah. Trap cards and spell cards. Cool. Here we are. Now that's good shit. Yes. There we are. And okay. Such having been articulated, crucially, Fuentes has become one of Donald Trump's most ardent critics on the right. He repeatedly tells a story about a nation of young men in flyover country who believe that Trump would realize a new vision of America and who now have been betrayed. These young men, as Fuentes recently put it, are looking to the United Arab Emirates and Communist China on the Asian mainland for leadership, while asking why America couldn't build world wonders and peaceful cities. Their interest in MAGA was both industrial and quasi-socialist. They believed that Trump would drain the swamp and bring new legislators to Washington, D.C., who would restore manufacturing jobs, and that America, a failing empire, would draft people like them, devastated by poverty and the opioid epidemic and general aimlessness, back to work. Fuente now says that all that was a lie. Trump has been in or around the heart of political power for more than a decade and, according to Fuentes, is a sellout who has been bought by the Judeoligarchy. Only Fuentes is willing to put America first. You know, in the opening lines for Critical Omissions in 2024, I spraketh about the ideology of the internet, which, put simply, is kill the mods. If you want to get traction online, you have to rail against the moderators, who are, you might insist, being paid off to suppress your dangerous speech. Tucker Carlson, in his latest iteration on Elon Musk's X, has fully grasped this selling point. Broadcasting online, rather than on Fox News, is a signal of integrity. Here I am, at my most uncensored. Or so goes the myth. This version of Carlson comes with an inherent defiance and an implied challenge to the mainstream media industry that made him a star. I could do this without all of you! Fuentes similarly understands that he cannot be censored out of existence. He has been banned from nearly every platform. He currently streams on something called Rumble, but he knows that his fans, whom he calls groypers, will dutifully clip his most impassioned moments and spread them to the mainstream. In the past, the hard right was constrained, in a way, by its fealty to Trump. What Fuentes has done is deem Trump a mod. It hardly needs to be said that Fuentes' story about America relies on some of the oldest Judeophobic tropes there are. But he has also crafted, in the past few months, a call to action, one that needs to be taken more seriously than anything promulgated by his predecessors in the alt-right, who were mostly meme-addicted losers trying to troll the media. Fuentes recently criticized a student in Mississippi who made national headlines by going up to Dave Portnoy, the founder of Barstool Sports, throwing some coins on the ground, and yelling, "F the Jews!" Fuentes said, that act was rude, and not reflective of the behavior he wants to promote. It would make his own Judeophobic movement look bad. What he wants, essentially, is message control. He asked his followers to focus on their supposed winning arguments, such as the one about how Ellison's purchase of TikTok will suppress free speech. Fuentes has also called for the groypers to start preparing for the 2028 election so they can defeat J.D. Vance if and when he runs for president, because Fuentes considers him a tool of the oligarchy. Well, the Judeoligarchy. Fuentes recently told his online army that even if they lose in 2028, they should get ready for 2032 and onward, rhetorically asking and performatively answering his followers, "Where do you see yourself in 3 years? I want to see you guys in Iowa."
Man, I gotta learn this trick. You know?
Yeah. Go on.
If
Yeah.
we don't win next year, we'll win in 4 years. If we don't win in 4 years, we'll win in 8 years.
There you go. Yeah. I mean, that's what it comes down to, is just keep banging your head against the wall, man.
Right.
Next time we just got to vote harder. Get it? I mean, by get it, it's the uselessness of the act of voting in and of itself, which basically, obviously, I want people to vote, but you get what I'm saying. Oh, next time we just got to vote harder. It's like
Right.
you only
Doesn't
get
make
one
sense.
vote, so it's
Doesn't
not
make
much
sense,
you can. Yeah, it's not much you can do with it. So, Yeah, so, anyhow, he said, where do you want to see yourself in 3 years? I want to see you guys in Iowa. I want to see you in New Hampshire. I want to see you in Nevada and South Carolina. I want to see you on Super Tuesday. Look at Pat Buchanan. He ran in 1992. He didn't see his vision realized until 2016, 24 years later. Are you ready to go until 2040? Until 2050? It's like, this is like the billion-year contract, actually. Look, yes, I also tell everyone the same sort of thing. You really can't give up. At the same time, well,
Yeah, but at least with Xenu, you get the marble, the marble floor elevator. This
Yeah.
guy, you ain't getting nothing.
yeah,
Right?
yeah.
You at least get something to look at.
Yeah,
Like,
thank you.
this is like,
Yes,
this is like ridiculous. Just
yeah,
nothing. You're not getting anything.
yes, thank you. Now, the right-wing agitators are typically cheap and quickly disposable. Milo Yiannopoulos, Richard Spencer, and the
he was supposed to come back after the other guy that thou shalt not be named.
Yes, right.
Got taken from us earlier.
Yes, that's right. That didn't happen, did it?
No one wants to deal with him. He's like just nasty. It's just,
Thank you. Yeah.
like, he's all wrinkled. What would
He's
something
weathered
like
now.
a diva say?
Yeah.
Yeah, what would like a diva say? Like he's just dried up.
Yeah. Yes. He's juiced out. He's yeah, like you said, dried up. He's been sucked dry, and they threw away the skin. That's what they would say. Yeah, Milo Yiannopoulos, Richard Spencer, and the Twitter personality, podcaster, and self-published author Bronze Age Pervert. His actual name, or the name that he's taken legally, BAP. These men have largely come and gone, and though their influence can be detected in the District of Columbia, their demagoguery failed to become much more than a cloying desire to freak out the libs. Fuentes is something different, I believe, in large part because he seems to understand that all norms in political commentary have been destroyed, and the game is now to position yourself in opposition to anything that even sniffs of the establishment. This is directly connected to the medium that has aided his rise, and it should worry us even more than it already does. After all, how do you stop something like this without turning off the internet? Which brings us ultimately to Donald Trump's about face. Remember, Donald Trump's not worried about the Jeffrey Epstein files providing him with his first ever taste of political mortality. Please don't put out on bandwidth that Trump is worried about the first signs the Trump political era is ending. In a post published during my Sunday night transmission, the president wrote, and here I quote his T, with all the emphasis being his own, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide, and it's time to move on from this Democrat hoax perpetrated by radical left lunatics. The House Oversight Committee can have whatever they are legally entitled to. I don't care! All I do care about is that Republicans get back on point! Which point is that exactly? Rather than any focused political message, Trump offered a meandering, repetitive list of 11 things, including the economy and affordability. Trump writing, with the emphasis being his own, where we are winning big! Not long ago, this guy was considered one of the most gifted sloganeers in American political history. Endorsing the House vote is strange, given that Trump could simply release the files himself. But despite his attempts to downplay it, this is a big concession. Trump has given in only after his repeated attempts to derail the release have failed. In changing course, however, Trump opens himself up to new political risks and shows why he's such a terrible political ally for House Republicans. Until this weekend, The White House had spent the past few months doing everything it could to stifle conversation about the files. In February, it dramatically delivered huge binders of info to several influencers, which turned out to just be information that was previously public. When that didn't quiet interest, the Justice Department announced in July that there was nothing to see here. Later that month, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's convicted accomplice in mass sex crimes, who also assured him that there was nothing to see here. Shortly after that, she was inexplicably moved to a cushier federal prison, Trump declining on Friday to rule out a pardon for Maxwell. As recently as last week, the Trump maladministration was reportedly convening high-level meetings in the White House Situation Room, including with Blanche, Attorney Generalist Pam Bondi, and FBI Director Kash Patel to discuss the files. They reportedly summoned Republican Representative Lauren Boebert of Colorado, who supports the files' release, to discuss her position. The president also instructed the Justice Department to investigate Epstein's ties to prominent Democrats, but only Democrats, and this weak deflection only underscored his own close connections. Trump's attempts to twist the arms of Republican representatives flopped, not just with his confirmed Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent frenemy Thomas Massie of Kentucky, but with those whose political identity is almost entirely derived from the MAGA movement and closeness to Trump himself, such as Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Trump attacked Greene on Friday, calling her wacky and promising to support a 2026 primary challenge in Georgia if the right person runs. Greene was once considered a possible Trump 2024 running mate. Now she's speaking out about how his rhetoric has inspired bomb and death threats against herself. To be fair, he's reportedly done worse to an actual running mate. Until the evidence of Trump's connections to Epstein become harder to avoid, some people in the maladministration viewed the Epstein files as a useful political attack, something to wink at but not take seriously. Like the long-awaited Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party replacement to the Affordable Care Act, juicy Epstein revelations, were most politically beneficial if they never actually emerged. Thus, Bondi could say that she had the Epstein client list on her desk and then, months later, say that it never existed. In 2021, the Vice President J.D. Vance tweeted, "Remember when we learned that our wealthiest and most powerful people were connected to a guy who ran a literal child sex trafficking ring? And then that guy died mysteriously in a jail? And now we just don't talk about it." Now, he just doesn't talk about it. When Massie and Democratic Representativist Ro Khanna started collecting signatures to force a vote on releasing the files, the White House may have assumed that its political allies didn't really believe their own talking points about the Epstein files either. But Boebert, Greene, and Nancy Mace signed the petition and couldn't be bullied to back down. Obviously, Greene, whom herself spawned out of the sewer of QAnon, always truly believed in the massive conspiracy of pedophiles in power. The Epstein emails don't exactly quell those concerns. Maybe those who broke with Trump believe that their constituents want the files released. Poll data conveying that Americans as a whole do. Whatever their motivations, Republicans who disobey Trump are taking a real political risk. Then again, so are Republicans who stick with him. Trump asked most rank-and-file Republicans to do him a favor by opposing the release. Massie pointed out last week that this could be an enduring black mark, telling CNN, "What are you going to do in 2028 And 2030, when you're in a debate, either with a Republican or a Democrat, and they say, how can we trust you? You covered up for a pedophile back in 2025. Yet changing his own position, well, by changing his own position, Trump has now hung them out to dry. Trump being Trump, and politics being politics, this is likely not the last word. Rhetorical support and actual compliance are not the same thing, and Trump left himself some wiggle room by stipulating that he supports the Oversight Committee receiving whatever they are legally entitled to. But he does seem to be in a quandary. If he tries to prevent some information from being released, he will lend more credence to claims of a cover-up and extend a story he wishes to cut short. Yet Trump has presumably been so eager to block the release up until now for some reason, even if we can only speculate about what it is, what's become public so far is already damaging for him, among others. Trump is a bad ally to members of Congress, but he may be hurting himself too, through a lack of basic decency. Trump bromanced MBS as the Epstein files loom in an eventful and uncomfortable a Saudi American summit. But for some quotes. Keep your voice down. That's enough of you. Be nice. Don't be threatening. There was blood coming out of her eyes. Blood coming out of her wherever. Quiet, piggy. This is but a minor sampling of what the President of the United States has said to and about female journalists during his time in office, and most recently to Catherine Lucy, a White House correspondent for Bloomberg. On Friday on Air Force One, Lucy asked Donald Trump about the Epstein files. He answered her first question, but when she followed up, the president bent his head down and pointed his finger the way you might chastise a screaming child or shoo a stray cat. Quiet! Quiet, piggy! He said. Lucy had clearly touched a nerve. 2 days later, Trump announced that he would endorse the House's vote on the release of the Epstein files, likely because he knew that the House had the numbers to do so and would go forth with or without his support. But this category of remark is part of a long-running pattern for our president. Trump's time in American politics has been marked by repeated attempts to insult and demean female journalists. At the start of his first presidential campaign, Megyn Kelly, at the time a Fox News journalist, asked Trump at a primary debate about reports that he had referred to women as fat pigs, dogs, and slobs. Trump didn't deny the accusation and instead made a joke about how he said those sorts of things only about Rosie O'Donnell. Later, talking about the debate on CNN, Trump said of Kelly, there was blood coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her wherever. And the president has repeatedly insulted Yamiche Alcindor, now a White House correspondent for NBC. At a press briefing about COVID-19 in 2020, Trump replied to her question about his prior statements on governors' ventilator requests by saying, "That's why you used to work for the Times, and now you work for somebody else. Be nice. Don't be threatening." The president's vitriol against those exercising their First Amendment rights is not limited to women. President Donald Trump rolled out the red carpet yesterday for Saudi Arabia's crown prince and de facto Oriental despot Mohammed bin Salman, who made his first visit to the White House in more than 7 years. MBS, as the crown prince is widely known, came away from the meeting with plenty of bequests from a dying American empire as the Tuamis leaders brushed off any and all concerns about the kingdom's long history of human rights abuses. The contrast could hardly have been starker. As Donald Trump palled around with Mohammed bin Salman in the Costco Gilded Oval Office, Congress was voting on a Transparency Act that would further expose Jeffrey Epstein's grave misdeeds. Trump, who had worked overtime to try and quash that vote, was in his element with the Saudi Crown Prince. Transparency? Not a bit of it. Trump proclaimed that the Crown Prince knew nothing about the death of the Arab-American Jamal Khashoggi, who was, after all, extremely controversial, the term that Trump often deploys to describe anyone he dislikes or finds nettlesome. The hero, or to put it more precisely, heroine of the day was, of all people, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, with all my earlier qualifications in mind, Madame Greene is now a profile in courage. She stood up for Epstein's victims in an honorable and upright fashion that underscored the sordid nature of Trump's attempt to suppress the release of the files in possession of the Justice Department. What those files will reveal is an open question. The likelihood that they will divulge anything incriminating about Trump seems slender, other than the fact that he has battled so ardently to prevent them from ever seeing the light of day. In seeking to bury the files, Trump has been defending the very establishment that he professes to despise. Yesterday, during the White House visit with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the president said of the murdered journalist Jamal Khashoggi that a lot of people didn't like that gentleman and that things happen, suggesting the journalist actually deserved his snuff-filmed torture killing. In 2018, Saudi officials lured Khashoggi into Turkey to attain his certificate to marry and murdered him, thereby dismembering him inch by inch alive with a bone saw starting with his penis. For Saudi Arabia, concerns about the reliability of American imperial security guarantees were top of mind, particularly after Houthi missile and drone strikes on Saudi oil facilities in 2019. More recently, Israeli and Iranian aerostrikes against Qatar earlier this year deepened Riyadh's, the capital of Arabia's, concerns about its security vulnerabilities. To help assuage those worries, Trump signed a new defense partnership with MBS and agreed to elevate Saudi Arabia to the status of a major non-NATO ally. Most crucially, he agreed to sell advanced F-35 fighter jets to the criminal kingdom, overriding all legitimate Pentagonal concerns that Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, or the People's Republic of China, would ergo acquire our most sensitive technology. The deal makes Saudi Arabia the first Arab empire to receive F-35s and the second in the region after Israel. Details of the F-35 purchase have not been publicized, but are likely to draw scrutiny given the long-standing American imperial commitment to ensuring Israel maintains a qualitative military edge over neighboring countries. During a press engagement with MBS, Trump indicated that Riyadh would receive advanced fighter jets that meet the same specifications as Israel's. Trump himself so saying, "We're looking at that exactly right now, but as far as I'm concerned, I think they are both at the level where they should get top of the line." Now, MBS also notched wins on the economic front. Most significantly, an agreement by Trump to sell some of the most advanced AI chips to the Saudi AI firm humane, as spelled Humain, as in mainframe, as opposed to humane in any humanitarian sense. That would be incongruent. Coming on the heels of a similar approval to sell cutting-edge chips to the UAE, the move underscores Trump's desire to make the Gulf a cornerstone of his AI development strategy. Here again, the maladministration is brushing off all logical concerns that advanced American imperial technology will thereby inevitably wind up in the monolithic communist Chinese superstate's hands. For his part, Trump highlighted Saudi Arabia's agreement to increase the $600 billion worth of investments in these United States that it committed to in May to $1 trillion United States dollars, though it remains unclear how much of that will materialize in the form of new spending. As Christian Coetis Ulrichson, PhD, a fellow for the Middle East at the Baker Institute, and co-director of the Middle East Energy Roundtable at Rice University's Baker Institute for Public Policy, pointed out recently, much of the $600 billion figure includes, well, his words, included non-binding memoranda of understanding or previously announced and seemingly repurposed investment plans. The trois men also faced questions about Saudi Arabia's abysmal human rights record, particularly the brutal torture assassination of the United States-based journalist Jamal Khashoggi by Saudi agents in Istanbul in 2018, which triggered a global outcry and turned MBS into a pariah on the world stage. What with the United States intelligence community assessing that the agents were acting on the Crown Prince's personal orders. In the Oval Office yesterday, Trump angrily dismissed questions about Jamal Khashoggi and contradicted his own intelligence agency's findings, as the Crown Prince looked visibly uncomfortable. Of Khashoggi, Trump said, "A lot of people didn't like that gentleman. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen. But MBS knew nothing about it, and we can leave it at that." Yet still another killing of a journalist that MBS most certainly knew of was the execution of the prominent Saudi writer and blogger Turki Al-Jazeera, known for exposing corruption within the Saudi royal family. Al-Jazeera was arrested in 2018 and detained until June of this year, when Saudi authorities announced his execution for trumped-up terrorism-related charges, and here I employ the entendre intentionally. His death was part of an alarming and record-setting surge in executions in that colonially imposed kingdom on the Arabian Peninsula this year, with at least 320 people being put to death by beheading thus far, following the most opaque of criminal proceedings. But as Trump would say, things happen. Meanwhile, MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is battling to ensure the release of the files, has revealed the rampant corruption in elite America, including the escapades of the former Harvard president, Larry Summers. Larry Summers has long been paid to exercise judgment. As the president of Harvard, he shepherded the world's most prestigious university. As President Bill Clinton's Treasury Secretary and President Barack Obama's National Economic Council Director, he counseled the world's most powerful men. As an advisor to leading think tanks, and as a TV and newspaper pundit, Summers sat in judgment of prominent people and their decisions. So when newly released emails proved that Summers maintained a chummy correspondence with Jeffrey Epstein for years after the latter pleaded guilty to mass sex crimes against children, the fallout was swift. Summers said he would step back from public commitments and resigned from several of his positions. Summers wasn't the only powerful academic to keep in touch with Epstein. So did the vast majority of others, including Summers' wife, Elisa New, an emeritus Harvard literature professoress who specializes in analyzing poetry. How did a couple, paid for their discernment, make what Summers now calls a major error of judgment? What emerges from the Epstein emails is a parable about intellectual clubbiness, proximity to power, and the pressure to fundraise. Money first. Epstein's crimes can make it easy to forget that he was also a wealthy financier who donated millions to hospitals, universities, and nonprofits. Even at well-endowed institutions like Harvard, academics often rely on philanthropy. The emails suggest New was no exception, showing her soliciting support from Epstein for Poetry in America, an educational initiative she directs. In 2014, New emailed Epstein after hearing that he wanted to contribute, writing, "Hallelujah and thank you a million times." The Boston Globe reporting yesterday that a 2020 Harvard review of Epstein's giving didn't mention that gift to New. Harvard says it will investigate Summers and New's links to Epstein. Well, both are links to Epstein, while New says she regrets taking Epstein's money and maintaining such steady contact with him. In 2015, New sent Epstein a copy of a letter about my needs in the coming year and signed off with a personal touch. "It really means a lot to me, all financial help aside, Jeffrey, that you are rooting for me and thinking about me." I guess we can think about this as an intellectual exercise. Some of Newsy's fundraising emails read like flattery, but others prove that she and Summers took a genuine intellectual interest in the mass pedosex offender, who cultivated a scholarly air by cozying up to academics, holding seminars on Harvard's campus, and professing a fascination with science. The emails show the brainy couple corresponding casually with Epstein about geopolitics, math, and literature. In 2016, Summers referenced President Trump's proximity to Russia's Vladimir Putin and mindless response to Cuban leader Fidel Castro's death. Elsewhere, the man traded ideas about mathematical probability. One of News's emails asks, "When are we reading Whitman together?" She recommended that Epstein read Willa Cather's My Antonia, which New called the story of a man whose life is stamped forever by his impression of a young girl. New also discussed Lolita, Vladimir Nabokov's novel about an older man who sexually abuses a 12-year-old girl. Epstein's own private jet being named the Lolita Express. Well, I guess this is what proximity to power feels like. The pedopathophalacracy. Epstein's known knowledge of other elites obviously had its own allure. Summers occasionally ran gossip by Epstein. In 2016, he wrote, "How plausible is idea that Trump is real cocaine user?" I read that literally, word to word. That's an accurate quote. And the semantics are terrible. This is supposed to be one of the greatest thinkers of our age, one of the greatest brains produced by the United States of America, and this is the sentence he writes. "How plausible is idea that Trump is real cocaine user?" That's like, you wonder why we're going nowhere fast. In some cases, access seems to have gone both ways. In the same thread, Epstein asked Summers whether someone at Harvard could show a friend around campus. Summers said yes. You see, for friendship, with benefits. It's impossible to know how Summers and New really felt about Epstein, but they most certainly saw him as more than a friend. In one email, New lumped Epstein in with her friends and supporters. Summers made off-colored jokes and, despite his marriage to New, sought Epstein's advice about wooing a woman Summers described as a mentee. Epstein responded sympathetically, calling himself Summers' wingman. There being every evidence that Summers and New participated in Epstein's crimes, for anyone retaining a modicum of sanity, this correspondence must raise questions about their judgment in any and all other areas. Of course, that's a judgment you'll ultimately either have to make for yourself or let Trump do it for you, because, consequently, Trump has referred to La Madame Green as Marjorie Traitor Green. She hit back yesterday outside the United States Capitol in the presence of Epstein's innumerable victims, one of whom eloquently demanded that Trump stop seeking to politicize the firestorm over the files. According to Green herself, and here I quote, is she, "I fought for him, for the policies, and for America first, and he called me a traitor for standing with these women and refusing to take my name off the discharge petition. Let me tell you what a traitor is. A traitor is an American that serves foreign countries and themselves. A patriot is an American that serves the United States of Americans and Americans like the woman standing behind me." Strong words. If Green had been on something of a tear lately, she's not the only one that has administered a shellacking to Donald Trump. He has been suffering a number of defeats in other arenas. The latest arrived yesterday afternoon when a Texas federal court struck down the state's redistricting map that was designed to ensure an additional 5 Republican seats in Congress. The worst blow is that Trump originally appointed the judge who wrote the decision, Jeffrey V. Brown. Trump's remedy has been to retreat to foreign policy, where he effectively enjoys a form of suzerainty, at least for now. He's been making noises about attacking Nigeria and Venezuela simultaneously. Yesterday and today, he's been enjoying his bromance with the Crown Prince, escorting him to a grand dinner last night. Meanwhile, he's planning to sell him F-35 fighter jets, a move that Congress may seek to block, particularly since Israel is opposed to the deal. A lucrative real estate deal also appears to be in the offing, no matter the public outcry. Trump himself could not appear to be more blasé. MAGA, as Marjorie Taylor Greene herself put it, is being ripped apart. Trump, in applying Rayblock to his Cheeto nose to spite his sun-kissed pumpkin face, is enjoying hanging out with his new pal from Riyadh. To quote his T, "We talk at night? We can talk. I can call him almost any time. He goes, 'Hi, how are you doing?' It's like the craziest times." It is indeed. At a 2024 campaign rally, Trump himself fantasized aloud about shooting journalists. His comments to female reporters, however, have another through line. "Why can't you just be silent like a woman should?" Trump has an even longer history of denigrating women more broadly. This is reportedly not the first time that he has used the word piggy to describe a woman. Alicia Machado, the winner of the 1996 Miss Universe pageant, has alleged that Trump once called her Miss Piggy and made other demeaning comments about her weight. And the president's longtime feud with O'Donnell has included much public sexism, including Trump calling her a big fat pig in 2006. Most recently, the president has floated the prospect of revoking O'Donnell's American citizenship, a maneuver that legal experts they say it would be blatantly unconstitutional. And this is just how Trump talks to women, leaving aside the many credible accusations of sexual abuse and misconduct against him, which he has, of course, continued to deflect. While at the same time almost proudly admitting to, such as, "I would fuck my own daughter," which Trump literally has said. That's a quote. When asked for comment about Trump's remarks on Air Force One, a White House official told The Guardian, "This reporter behaved in an inappropriate and unprofessional way towards her colleagues on the plane. If you're going to give it, you have to be able to take." The White House did not provide any evidence of inappropriate behavior. Giving it is doing one's job, apparently, and taking it is being called a pig by the president for asking him a question. If the president needs a political motive to treat women respectfully in public, he has one. This month's election saw a high turnout among women supporting Democratic candidates, and evidence suggests, well, all evidence suggests, that young, highly educated women are becoming more and more disgusted by the MAGA movement. But Americans should also hope that their leaders are guided by basic decency at the very least. Earlier this month, Tom Nichols wrote, "The United States is now a nation run by public servants who behave no better than internet trolls, deflecting criticism with crassness and obscenity. Trump's sexist comments are an attack on women's dignity, and by making them, he strips the presidency of its of whatever dignity it had left, as ill. And in all of this, Trump is but recycling the presidency what resegregated the federal government." Get into that now with good numbers, I'm proud to say. On January 29th, a mid-air collision over the Potomac River near Reagan National Airport killed all 67 people aboard a Bombardier airliner and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. Trump's elimination of key positions and committees is having long-term consequences. In fact, under impact of the Musk and Trump cuts, the DC air traffic controller was immediately, quote, working 2 different tower positions, unquote, before the first crash. Indeed, the FAA administrator quit on January 20th after Elon Musk told him to resign, and now, in a tragic case of deja vu, the figure skating community is still reeling from another deadly plane crash. Closing the opening month of this year, that midweek collision near Washington, D.C., evoked painful memories of the 1961 crash that killed 73 people, including all 18 members of the United States figure skating team headed to the World Championships in Prague. Whitaker ran the FAA for just a year, but announced in December that he would step down on January 20th as the new president was sworn in. Michael Whitaker had only been in the role for a year, but the SpaceX chief accused him of harassment. The Federal Aviation Administration's leader stepped down on January 20th, months after Elon Musk demanded that he quit. The maneuver by Michael Whitaker meant the FAA had no Senate-confirmed leader for one of the biggest crises in its history because he quit before Donald Trump took office. Nobody had taken his place by time of incident. The preceding week, the specialist aviation site, The Air Current, reported that industry veteran Chris Rochelieu had been sworn in as deputy FAA administrator, which would put him in acting charge of the agency. The Wall Street Journal had first reported that he would then become deputy. To reiterate, Whitaker's departure came after he clashed with Elon Musk, who was then in charge not just of SpaceX, but had been named by Trump as the head of the new Department of Government Efficiency, which was not technically, any real government department at all. In September, Whitaker had proposed fines of more than $600,000 for SpaceX, prompting Musk to demand his resignation and promises to sue. Here's his tweet, or zweet, as we say with an X. He needs to resign. I'm putting that now in the chat for access by all our listeners. And I will also put that in, of course, our infinite call. And here we are with infinite call. And with that, all right, let's get back into it. Now, Whitaker, Space.com reported in September, told the Congressional Committee that the fines were the only tool we have to get compliance on safety matters. But Musk had kept up the attacks on X at a time when he was campaigning at Trump's side. On September 17th, he accused Whitaker's agency of harassment, posting, "The FAA Space Division is harassing SpaceX about nonsense that doesn't affect safety while giving a free pass to Boeing even after NASA concluded that their spacecraft was not safe enough to bring back the astronauts." And in a reply to a tweet by...
10 minutes later, his rockets blow up.
Yeah! Thank you! Thank you! Bigger
Safety
than
is
whale
redundant.
Yeah!
Safety is redundant.
Yeah! Bigger than whale shit! Bigger than whale shit! Tell him about it! That piece of shit! Thank you. Appreciate that. And in a reply to a tweet by an Australian YouTuber who posts videos about space and who has said the FAA...
Yeah, that kind of shit goes all the way down the chain, you know, all the way. It's like America is this like cursed land. It's like,
yeah,
like you guys are pussies for caring about safety. And then the next thing you know, someone falls and break their face. It's like, come on, dude. This is like Darwinian level.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, well, you dealt with it all your life. Tell them about the cars. You know, the cars your dad worked on and how all these macho...
Oh, all of them.
Yeah,
all of them. No, not just my dad, just everybody. It was like, oh, why do you want gloves? I'm like, what do you mean? Oh, just you know, just stick your hand in the grease. And it's like, and I'm trying to explain to them like, dude, this is like level 1 carcinogen. And they're like, no, we've been in it our whole lives. And they all have like bad thyroid, cancer, you know, they go crazy, they go mental. Yeah. Like this is all the way, all the grease monkeys, they're all fucked up by the end of it.
Thank you.
But then when some normal person is like, why aren't you wearing gloves or glasses or respirators? Oh no, that's pussy shit. It's like stupid.
Thank you.
They deserve it at that point. Sorry to say.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's awful, and it's all in some need to look tough, look masculine. What a crock of shit.
Right. And they feel like it's like harkening back to the 50s. No one wore masks. It's like, but they were doing like, it was like crude oil. It was like much more natural. It wasn't like
no, that's true.
Petroleum distillate and like silicon spray. Like it, you know, this is heavy duty chemistry. You know, but they just don't know that. They're not educated.
Thank you. Which means, you know, and that's ridiculous that they're even working with this elements without education of that level, and they pay the price for it.
Yeah, that's the system we have.
And
then they end up getting, you know, and then people get in an oven and get baked like bread, you know.
Yes.
Remember that story?
Oh God, how could I forget?
Just send him in there to scrape off the detritus, and then he just burns up.
No, it was a fallen. It was so silly. It was a fallen fucking like tray or something that was, you know, clogging up the works or some shit. Yeah, they had to go in and retrieve it.
And then how does it turn back on when the guy's in there? You know, it's just ridiculous.
No, it's just there's no words. That somebody was not given the word that this was going to be undergoing repairs. They came in early and turned it on. You know, I just said, "Oh, we got to get the bread going."
Yeah.
Because
and then when someone like me comes in and says, "Oh, I want to do all these safety checks," and they say, "Why? Why do you want to expose?" Like, dude, this is like basic.
Thank you.
Not even. It shouldn't even be a scandal. This is like basic stuff.
Yeah.
But there you go. Anyways, that's enough about that. Yeah.
Well, definitely appreciate it, and it verifies what the message I'm trying to give. And in this reply to a tweet by an Australian YouTuber who posts videos about space and who has said the FAA should not exist, Musk accused Whitaker of standing in the way of his vision of putting human life on Mars. I don't see the connection.
How are they going to make it?
Yeah. How are they even going to make it without safety standards?
We don't need oxygen.
Yeah.
Like,
thank you.
that's that's some woke bullshit.
Yeah.
Fake shit.
Thank you. And so this Australian YouTuber, his name's Marcus House, he tweeted, "The fundamental problem is that humanity will forever be confined to Earth unless there is a radical reform at the FAA." This is Musk responding to Marcus House, the Australian who said the FAA should not exist. "The fundamental problem is that humanity will forever be confined to Earth unless there's radical reform at the FAA, which is trying to keep his rockets from exploding by following safety standards." Did we lose the call?
I'm still here.
Yeah, you're still here. How'd that happen? Aristides? Okay, well, we'll bring Aristides back. So what I'll do is,
What do you mean? The call's fine. Is there something happening?
Aristides is trying to call me, so he's obviously dropped off the call. How'd that happen? I guess he rolled over on his phone. What we're going to do is, I'll send him the text that I'll call him. So let me do that. I'll add him.
Well,
Okay.
I'm not going to be on much longer, so you can carry on.
Well, let me add him before you leave. Okay, so, actually, he should still be, it still says Aristides. That is so weird. So let me send this to his private message. Okay, I will add you to call. I will add you to call again. Add you. This is a strange night, isn't it, to call again?
Not really.
Yeah, it's business as usual, right?
Yeah, you should have just stayed solo. I mean, I feel like I'm blabbing too much.
No. It's fine. So let's here we are. We're on this call. So let's add him back again. Let's see now. Since we got 4 people, add people, and we'll just add Aristides again and see if that Steve. He's on the call. Jesus Christ. Yornes, Aristides.
Yeah, it was giving me trouble earlier. You got to go into the notifications where it says you created the call and then click on the call. It's not user friendly for some reason.
Okay, you hear that, Aristides? You hear that? Can you send him a message to that effect? Text him to that effect if you would be so kind. Thank you. Then,
Well, my phone's about to die, so you might lose me any second now.
Jesus, so do it before you die. Oh, that ended. He died. Well, I guess I can call Aristides now. Holy shit. So now it's well, fuck. We'll just call Aristides. Okay, so what do we do? First, we end this call. So it says meet now, meaning I guess the call is gone. It's over. So, okay. Oh, there we are. So now I answer Aristides. There we are. Okay. There we are. You okay?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. You okay?
Yeah, I just forgot it wasn't the group call. I was trying to switch to the computer.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll go back to
Great.
monologue. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, and thank you for rejoining. And it's just you and me now. Our Brendan's phone died. So, yeah, just you and I. At any rate, Whitaker had offered no insight into why he decided to leave his post before the end of his 5-year term in 2028. He called his time at the federal agency the best and most challenging job of my career in an email sent to staff at the FAA when he quit in December. Whitaker wrote, "The United States is the safest and most complex airspace in the world, and that is because of your commitment to the safety of the flying public." Now, FAA administrators typically serve a 5-year term, but an administrator stepping down before the end of that term is not unheard of. Stephen Dixon, Whitaker's Trump-appointed predecessor, resigned in 2022, just under 3 years after taking office in 2019. The troubled agency has long struggled to have proper leadership. Whitaker was confirmed 98-0 by senators in October of 2023 after a standoff between Republicans and the White House over Joe Biden's first pick, Joe Washington. The then acting boss, Rochelieu, thereafter faced a massive crisis for the FAA. Its air traffic controllers are responsible for the safe movement of civilian aircraft and is still being investigated to understand how a UH-60 Army Black Hawk could fly into an American Airlines regional jet which was about to land on one of the country's busiest runways. The FAA had already been wrestling with persistent shortages of air traffic controllers. And this week, the week that I'm remembering from back in the, end of the opening month of this year, the end of January, air traffic controllers were included in the Trump maladministration's offer of buyouts to all federal workers. The investigation into the crash was supposed to be led by the Independent National Transportation Safety Board, which was then chaired by Jennifer Homendy. She had already clashed with Musk over the safety of self-driving software in his Tesla cars. Yet, in light of all of the aforesaid, sans any evidence whatsoever, President Donald Trump blamed the tragedy on DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, suggesting they had compromised the competence of Army pilots. The DC plane crash happened because his boy Musk dropped the pilot. The collision between a combat helicopter and a passenger plane left no survivors in our nation's worst air disaster in a generation, killing 67 altogether in our nation's deadliest air disaster since 2001. FAA Chief Michael Whitaker quitting on January 20th after Elon Musk told him to resign. And consequently, all 64 people aboard an American Airlines jet that collided with an Army helicopter were dead in what proved to be the worst American aviation disaster in almost a quarter century. I mean, I don't know how to express this with enough anger to do it justice. Trump not only gutted the Aviation Safety Committee and scrapped aviation safety that had been in place for more than 3 decades, just a few days before the deadly aeroplane crash at Ronald Reagan National Airport in Washington, D.C. on Zhongye-ren Chuyi-chunjie, the Sino-Viet People's New Year's Day Spring Festival, the Xianyan Serpent's Year. His ugly blame game response to the deadly plane crash was a disgusting stump speech on diversity and equality efforts from dwarfism, believe it or not, to Obama. Unfucking hinged. His cornucopia of useless excuses was based on anything but facts. The incompetence of the Trump maladministration is having real-life consequences. We must continue raising the alarm and demanding accountability. But this was no isolated deflection. On January 21st, his second day back in office, Trump fired the United States Coast Guard Commandant, Admiral Linda Lee Fagan, the first woman to lead a military branch, at least in part for her excessive focus on DEI initiatives, which the Trump maladministration deemed a waste of resources and distracting attention from operational imperatives. A month later, on February 21st, Air Force General Charles Q. Brown, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, was also dismissed as part of the maladministration's purge of DEI. By May 8th, Trump fired the Librarian of Congress, Carla Hayden, the the first black African American and first woman to hold the position, with the White House press secretary citing quite concerning things that she had done at the Library of Congress in the pursuit of DEI. Beyond headline-grabbing firings, the maladministration has continued to roll back DEI initiatives across federal agencies and removed numerous career officials, mainly for their involvement in those efforts. Under the Trump maladministration's sweeping and often chaotic job cuts, black federal workers, particularly women, have shouldered a disproportionate share of the losses. This is not the first time Washington, D.C., and the nation have witnessed a president and his maladministration dismantle equity and segregate the federal government. Over a century ago, Thomas Woodrow Wilson, in office from 1913 to 1921, reversed decades of racial integration and inclusion efforts, what would now be called DEI, in federal employment. After the first American Civil War between the United and Confederate States for rights from 1861 to 1865, Republican administrations appointed black Americans to government positions. Through the Pendleton Civil Service Act of 1883, merit-based civil service examinations, and a civil service commission that sought to assure qualified black applicants were fairly considered for your job openings and promotions, black women and men gained positions at all levels of the federal government. By the turn of le XXe siècle, the 20th century, black African American men held prominent federal government roles as diplomats, auditors, and customs officials. It was common to see black African American men in supervisory positions overseeing black and white government employees. That relatively inclusive and diverse federal workforce ended after Woodrow Wilson took office. Elected in 1912, Wilson was the first Southerner president since the first American Civil War. Born in Virginia in 1856, Wilson was raised in Georgia and South Carolina during Civil War I and Reconstruction. Wilson's father, a Presbyterian minister, defended the Confederacy and slavery from the pulpit. Perhaps I should say that in reverse order. Defended slavery and the Confederacy from the pulpit. The future president left the South to attend the College of New Jersey, later renamed Princeton University. At the time, the institution enrolled several black African American students whose presence at times roiled a campus that also attracted Southern white students. Wilson went on to obtain a PhD in history and political science from Johns Hopkins University. He became a popular writer and leading American academic and published apologist for Confederate Southern states, slavery, and even the Ku Klux Klan. When he returned to Princeton to become the university's president in 1902, Wilson denied black students ever attended the institution, contradicting historical reality. He also enforced racial segregation and worked to attract more white Euro-American students from the South. In 1913, Wilson took his deeply rooted racial ideology to the White House. As the nation's newly elected president, he was determined to align federal institutions with the Jim Crow racial order of his home region, and to help accomplish that, he filled his maladministration with segregationist Southern Democrats. As pro-segregation Democrats had won control of both houses of Congress in the 1912 elections, and they eagerly supported Wilson's maladministration. With segregationists in control of the federal government, Wilson took swift action. His maladministration first segregated the post office, which employed over half of the federal government's black employees, especially black women. Other departments followed. Breaking tradition, a white ambassador was appointed to Haiti, the world's first black republic. The maladministration also ousted black officials from leadership roles in the civil service, replacing them with white Euro-American appointees. Rank-and-file black workers were also blocked from promotions, reassigned, demoted, or fired outright. Beyond employment, Wilson maladministration officials resegregated bathrooms, lunchrooms, and workspaces in federal buildings that had been integrated since the end of the Civil War. Black Americans resisted through legal challenges, protests, and lobbying. In a 1914 meeting with black African American civil rights activist William Monroe Trotter, Wilson defended segregation, declaring that it was not humiliating, but a benefit. Wilson claimed that segregation was caused by friction between the colored and white clerks and was implemented to avoid friction. Refraining from pointing out Wilson's deceptive language, the Harvard-educated Trotter countered with the established facts that for 50 years, white and colored clerks had been working together in peace and harmony. Those facts were abruptly ignored. In February of the next year, Wilson hosted a White House screening of The Birth of a Nation, the controversial 1915 film that degraded black African American characters, played by white actors in blackface, what depicted the Ku Klux Klan as heroes. Wilson's family, cabinet, and staff lionized that film, while civil rights organizations protested across the country. The Wilson maladministration continued the purging of black civil servants through mass firings, demotions, and preventing new hires, further entrenching segregation across the federal government. Wilson carefully framed federal discrimination as good government, arguing that segregation ensured efficiency, minimized conflict, and maintained the integrity of federal institutions. However, he made no pretense of equality. His policies shattered the false facade of separate but equal that defined the Jim Crow era. With black African Americans blocked from well-paying federal jobs and promotion, an already existing earning gap between black and white civil servants only increased. For the descendants of fired, demoted, and aspiring civil servants, the adverse economic effects persisted for generations. By the time Republicans regained power in 1921, Wilson's segregationist agenda had already altered the very fabric of American life itself. His policies fueled the social climate of the 1910s and 1920s, decades marked by the resurgence of the Ku Klux Klan across the nation, widespread racial violence, and the destruction of entire black communities, such as the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre, where America conducted its first bombing raid in military history against the black district of an American city. America bombed itself and massacred its own United States citizens, simply based on the color of their skins. It took decades, World War II, and the need for total mobilization, as well as the civil rights movement, before federal employment and society began to more fully open again for black African Americans. Today, elements of Wilson's pro-segregation logic are echoing in the Trump maladministration's dismantling of DEI efforts and targeted job cuts disproportionately affecting African American federal workers. By disrupting a white-dominated racial order, we are told that DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, breeds inefficiency instability, and even aerial disaster. Even if we have yet to see the complete repercussions of today's assaults on DEI, we do know that the Wilson maladministration dismantled decades of African American social achievement. Well, advancement, if not achievement, motivated by pro-segregationist beliefs under the guise of good governance. All such having been qualified, the post-1964 race hustle has been one of the dominant forces in American society for all too many generations. But is it finally losing its power? It had zero effect on Donald Trump. He continues to promise further federal deployments to high-crime cities. A few hours after Trump again criticized Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker's failure to control crime in Chicago, the city's gang members obligingly proved the president's point with a drive-by rampage in Bronzeville on Chicago's south side. 7 people were shot. That late August outburst was only parcel the usual violence that accompanies holiday weekends in urban America. In this case, Labor Day weekend. Bronzeville saw another mass shooting with 5 victims on Labor Day itself. All in all, 9 people were killed and 52 wounded in Chicago's south and west sides over that 3-day weekend. Notwithstanding Mayor Scott's earlier charges of racism, Trump has re-upped his threat to order federal resources to Baltimore. On September 2nd, he said, "We have an obligation to protect this country, and that includes Baltimore." Nice of him to be inclusive in that regard. Scott, ever hopeful, played the race card again. During a conference, he said, "It seems they want chaos. It seems that they want certain images and certain types of people, especially people that look like me, to be easily depicted as violent or born criminals, so to speak." Trump actually does want war. Trump wants a war with blue cities, and Chicago might give him one. In 2016, a downtown Chicago arena staged a particularly infamous Donald Trump rally. The crowd, an uneasy mix of MAGA types with anti-Trump students and activists, simmered with tension. Then word spread. Trump had bailed because he worried about potential violence. Cheers erupted. Protesters waved banners and chanted lyrics to the Kendrick Lamar song, "All right!" as angry Trump supporters filed out. Some minor scuffles spilled out into the cold March streets, but the mood was largely triumphant. It appeared as if the city of broad shoulders was the only city with the swagger to stand up to the orange Antichrist. Marco Rubio, then future president's primary opponent, compared Trump to a third world strongman. Nearly a decade later, President Trump is enacting his revenge against Chicago in a manner that surely makes Rubio's statement look like prophecy. Welcome to what might be called Trump's Deep Blue City Revenge Tour, which has seen him abusing the power of the presidency, and then some, to confront liberal urban strongholds. In recent months, he's dispatched the National Guard to Los Angeles and Washington, D.C., and this week, the week that I'm thinking about a month ago, in a recent speech, he said he told his Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, "We should use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military." He acknowledged critics who say he's gone too far in abusing federal troops domestically, but brushed them off. "America is under invasion from within, no different than a foreign enemy, but more difficult because they don't wear uniforms." Let's talk about America's real enemy within. By politicizing the United States military and deploying it at home for his partisan purposes, United States President Donald Trump has created a clear and present danger to American democracy. Americans would do well to remember why the country's founders worried so deeply about this very threat. This language, war metaphors, occupation logic, signals something larger than bog-standard conservative law and order politics. Since the mercy killing of Charlie Kirk, a mercy to the rest of us, Trump has sharpened a moral vocabulary that fuses the populist right's fear of urban chaos with the militarism of a besieged empire, and declared a war against the radical left in cities that once humiliated or opposed him. Saving a city from invasion by invading it with out-of-state troops is a hell of a contradiction, but Trump's game might be intentional bear-baiting. Indeed, as the National Guard entered Chicago the month before last, the city was caught in a perverse optics game. If it fought back too hard against the occupying troops, it would become the poster child for instability. If it bowed or acceded quietly, it conceded the logic of militarized control. Either path validates Trump's claim that blue cities must suppress themselves or be suppressed. Ironically, Chicago isn't actually seething with unrest at the moment. Like much of urban America, it is quieter now than it was a few years ago. No George Floyd-era protests in the streets, no sky-high homicide spikes like those of 2022 or 2023. There are small pockets of resistance against ICE deportations and scattered boomer-heavy No Kings protests, but the agitation remains marginal. The supposed war zones are mostly calm, at least for now. But in Chicago, the instinct towards confrontation, for better or worse, runs deep. Consider that for nearly its entire 12th century existence, the city has been a stage for resistance and repression, from the 1886 bombing at a labor rally in Haymarket Square during a protest for the 8-hour workday, to the Pullman strike, the largest ever organized work stoppage in 1894. During the 1968 Democratic National Convention, the whole world was watching as thousands of yippies and other anti-war protesters clashed with police. And more recently, Chicago roiled with widespread demonstrations, riots, and arson during the summer of 2020. Chicago may ultimately serve as Trump's perfect trap because the city can't not resist. But in doing so, it risks giving Trump exactly what he wants: the imagery of chaos, the spectacle of unrest, the war from within that justifies extraordinary measures. One undersung event that offers a haunting parallel to the present is the fierce labor battle of 1877. That summer, railway workers went on strike in dramatic fashion, and President Rutherford B. Hayes, the gorilla in a suit, the former Union general, literally placed into office against the will of the people, invoked the Insurrection Act that Trump is reportedly also considering utilizing. Hayes sent federal troops to crush the uprising and reopen the rail lines, mobilizing some 45,000 militiamen from 15 states. As the historian Eleanor Hanna noted, the presence of the National Guard may have exacerbated the situation in Chicago. To read from her writ, they turned previously nonviolent crowds into frightening mobs. Urban crowds could outnumber the guard companies by the hundreds and even the thousands. These crowds presented special challenges because the only real training guardsmen had for dealing with large hostile forces was military, despite the name riot duty. The escalation ended Southside in tragedy with the Battle of the Viaduct. Guardsmen and federal troops who'd been fighting the Sioux First Nation, or the Native American tribe of the Sioux Nation, turned their muskets and artillery guns on thousands of striking workers and sympathizers, mostly Irish and Czech immigrants, many of them under the age of 18, who wielded stones and clubs. The Chicago police and troops suffered no fatalities and 18 injuries during the 3-day uprising, while the protesters suffered roughly 20 dead and 200 injured. The city's elite and industrialists responded by formalizing the Illinois National Guard and financing Fort Sheridan, an army base built specifically to deploy United States troops against American labor. They even donated cannons and a Gatling gun to the city for that cause. That bloody history has never entirely faded. When Trump deploys troops today under the same Illinois National Guard banner established in 1877, he is echoing ancient Chicago lore, but with profound irony. The 19th century industrialists wanted to suppress a genuine uprising. Trump, in contrast, wants to manufacture one, abusing the same Illinois National Guard that once killed immigrant strikers. To be fair, last month's deployment was a modest force compared to the 19th century, or, for instance, the tens, if not hundreds of thousands deployed in Iraq or Afghanistan. Still, it's large enough to stage a show sufficient to create the kind of street-level confrontations that can metastasize into national spectacles and justify a further crackdown. The rise of recent lone wolf violence, shootings, stabbings, random attacks, also gives Trump the rhetorical pretext he needs. He can frame each new violent act as a thread in a tapestry of urban collapse, to be contained only via the military, even in domestic neighborhoods. There were signs of resistance already. On October 4th, in Chicago's Brighton Park neighborhood, Border Patrol agents shot a 30-year-old woman, Miramar Martinez, amid protests targeting increased ICE activity after she was involved in an alleged vehicle chase that ended in her ramming a CBP vehicle. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker has sued to block the deployment, calling it part of an authoritarian march. Mayor Brandon Johnson signed an executive order barring ICE from operating on city-owned property and has publicly denounced Trump's threats. When Trump posted that Pritzker and Johnson should be in jail, accusing them of failing to protect federal agents, both responded defiantly. Pritzker on X: Trump is now calling for the arrest of elected representatives checking his power. What else is left on the path to full-blown authoritarianism? Johnson replied, I'm not going anywhere. Or is he? If the city eventually meets force with force, Trump likely wins. If it retreats into anxious silence, Trump also wins. The challenge for Chicago, and for America's liberal cities more broadly, is to find a language of defiance that denies Trump the spectacle he craves. The lesson of the city's storied history is not that resistance is futile. It's that resistance, without a strategy and strong allies, becomes fuel for repression. Trump is counting on that. Thus, Trump is going after crime where its toll is the most lethal. He cannot help the fact that 85% of Baltimore's homicide victims from 2005 to 2017 were black men, while just 4% were white, reflecting not even an equal, but instead far greater disparity in their assailants. Baltimore's population historically being about 60% black and 30% white. Trump has not backed down from his efforts to remove federal bureaucrats and to extirpate federal agencies which he believes impede his agenda, regardless of the racial incidence of those cuts. The aforecited Federal Reserve Board governess Lisa Cook's blackness did not scare him. Trump's indifference to being called a racist may be having a wider effect. Americans have played along for decades with the race hustle, terrified to be accused of bias or of insensitivity to the preeminent Afro-supremacist victim class. Now a collective fatigue may finally be setting in. The latest round of racial critique seems to be falling flat and to be out of sync with the times. Maybe not everywhere, and maybe not even now, but in 4 years, after the public has watched a president who is patently and shockingly indifferent to identity-based blackmail, arguments from skin color may be met with an eye roll. Even if a Democrat were to ever retake the White House, the racial reallocation juggernaut may be too difficult to reassemble. As the Grim Reaper of D.C., Russell Vought is abusing the White House Budget Office to lay waste to the federal bureaucracy. The Office of Management and Budget is a strange institution. People who've worked there for decades struggle to describe it in terms a normal person would understand. It is part of the White House, but gets treated like a cabinet agency. OMB's workforce of about 500 people is minuscule compared with most agencies, and yet its remit covers the entire government. The agency doesn't make policy or write regulations, but crucially, it controls the flow of money from Congress to federal agencies. In normal times, the agency acts like a loving but diligent parent, dispensing money at regular intervals to ensure the kids don't spend it all at once. But in the hands of Russell Vought, whom I've exposed as Trump's Alexander Dugin, id est, the closest Trump has to a brain, the OMB has created more problems than it has ever solved. Functioning as an...
The OID?
OMB, Office of...
OID? Office of Infinite Debt?
Yeah, we are. Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't resist that.
I don't blame you.
$14 trillion, and they act like they're managing something. It's like, what are you managing? They're like watching, there's that website where you can watch the numbers go up infinitely. It's like what are they doing? Anyways.
Oh, no, I appreciate that. No, yeah, we need that input because it's, I get it. I totally get it.
Excel spreadsheet people, if they're doing that,
Yeah. How did you get on the call? Because I just called. All I called was, how did you get back on the call?
I don't know. I hacked the system. Huh?
Yeah, it's cool. Good. I'm glad you did. That's. Thank you. No.
I won't be on. Just wanted to say, just I'm back in and then leave again.
Yeah, but that's fine. I'm glad you did, and that's pretty incredible. Because I had called Aristides back, but yeah, it's neat that you could hack the system like that. Yeah.
It just gave me a banner that said join, and I just clicked that. It
Cool.
just knew.
Good. I mean, so God, they finally got Microsoft Teams, for all its awkward, clunky compartmentalization, is, got some features that at least enable us to enjoy it more. So that's good. And so what is I'm sorry, Hanuman? What's Hanuman holding in your icon? He's holding up something. I know he's holding this kind of weapon in his right hand, but his left, is that a book? Is that a building? What's in his
The
left hand?
mountain. It's a mountain.
It represents a mountain. Okay.
No, it's an actual mountain. Like in the story, he can change his size, so he became giant, so he can lift up a mountain and bring it back to Lord Ram.
Okay.
So he could, because there was like a special flower they needed that only grew on that mountain, that specific mountain. And it was like in the middle of a war, so he couldn't go to get it. So he was like the ultimate servant of divine. So he went and got the whole mountain and brought it back.
Cool.
So that's just showing that part of the story.
Oh, I love it.
And he got the Sanjivani. It's like this flower that can resurrect life.
Cool.
Like, something out of like an anime. Like it's a flower that can basically bring someone back to life.
Oh, I love it. That's wonderful. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. What an incredible icon. And I'm glad I asked. How's your night going otherwise? Anything in particular you want to cathart or vent about? It sounded like you said terrible. Did I hear that?
I said it's terrible. It's terrible. It's just it's like when you have to chop like 50 carrots and then they throw another couple onions and it's just never ending and it sucks. And then they make it your fault, oh, you didn't do enough. We can't open tomorrow without more work. So it's awful.
No.
Avoid rest if you can.
It's endless. It's endless. Yes. But thank you for sharing that. And all right, just interject whenever you feel like it. I know you're going to be up for a little while. Yeah, maybe a few more hours I would take it. But so just jump in when you feel like it.
More bear attacks in Japan. Oh my god. So Japan's going through like this onslaught of bear attacks.
Yes, tell us about this.
It's the most since 2006 and it just keeps going up. And they're like, normally these bears are very docile, but they're becoming very brazen, killing people, maiming people, what's it called? When you're taking out their entrails and shit.
Yes. Yeah. Disemboweling them.
Yeah, disemboweling people. So yeah, it's pretty gnarly, and I guess it's continuing. It's unprecedented. So the bear people are not very happy with, the beings there. So
wow,
sad story, but
yeah,
and it's all over the north. Yeah, it's all over the north of Japan. So
damn. Well, that's exciting.
Not very happy.
Yeah, it's exciting though. I hate to say it. It's are they mainly attacking tourists? I know tourists have taken a big hit.
It says a woman in her 70s was clawed in her face and her arms were ripped off in a field next to her home.
Jeez.
She was able to hold a conversation while being taken to the hospital. Good God. So there you go. It says the woman said she was near a persimmon tree and the bear came down and attacked her. There you go.
Damn.
Even though she was on guard against bears. There you go.
This bear was up in the tree.
Yeah, in the tree. And, in central Japan, Fukui Prefecture, a man believed in his 80s was found with head injuries. He was attacked by a bear while walking. There were other people urging local residents to lock up their homes and be vigilant. And a few bears have been culled thus far. So, yeah.
Oh my God. Well, I mean,
here's another one. So this is the last few days. Woman found dead in rice field, suspected bear attack. So this is like a full-on like bear attack wave of attacks, like sadly, but
yeah. Wow, holy shit! And I'm sorry,
her face ripped off. I said it says confirmed dead on the spot, scratches and bites, face ripped off, body parts missing. Yeah, there you go.
Damn. And so these bears are really going for it, and they're like, yeah. Well, I mean, all I can say is, well, it sounds like an exciting place to live. I mean, just stay on the lookout.
Well, compared to what their life normally is, it's definitely disruptive.
Yeah.
It's usually the north is very quiet.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just shocked. I mean, what do you think is provoking this? What do you think is? I think the
I
tourists
mean,
start.
Do you want a spiritual answer, or do you want a regular
Well, first
normie?
I'll give you my theory. My theory would be that a bunch of foreign tourists are so stupid they try and have selfies with bears, and this ultimately provoke them all somehow, like a ripple effect. But yeah, what's your spiritual?
Well, I think you're right that
Yeah.
people are feeding them, so they're more comfortable around people,
Yeah,
and that's why they're able to get so close. But
Yeah.
people aren't they are not used to dealing with them, so they just attack, and they get triggered or whatever.
yeah,
Another option, which is this isn't what I would say, but this is what like scientists would say. They would say, oh, it's global warming pushing them out of their habitat because of the food. They're lacking food, so they have to take, they basically become more, hunting instincts kick in because they're running out of food, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
But
And
I
your
think
spiritual. Yeah, go on.
I think it's just they pissed off one of the kami that rules over the bears, and
Yes.
people lost touch with nature. They lost touch with divine, and the only way you can get them to snap back is, people have to learn their lesson the hard way. So you have to respect the animals more and respect the bears more, and things will change.
Excellent. Thank you for
That's
that.
the
Yeah. Important.
And I think people have been dulled. Like, they're not natural. People, because of all the, social media shit, they go up to these animals instead of leaving them be.
Thank you.
So I think that's another fact.
Yeah. No, that's
Or
that.
they think they're not in touch with nature. Like back in the day, when you go camping, you're like, to respect their boundaries. You don't go near them.
Yeah.
And if you see one, you go the other way. Simple stuff. But
Yeah.
people or something.
Yes. Yeah. People have lost all that. And a lot of it has to do with also AI makes it worse, where they see bears interacting just like people and shit. And
Yeah, definitely.
And so they treat them like they're other people and shit. Yeah, it's people. They mistakenly treat the bears as if they're processing the same way you are. It's just insanity. Right. But yeah, thank you for sharing that. It's exciting thing to bring up, and I hope things stabilize there. But at the same time, you gotta admit it's fascinating news. And but Hokkaido's also where we have those wonderful tea drinking monkeys, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the north. Yeah, like Akita and different ththings.
Mm-hmm.
But these are the northern prefectures, so it's even on Honshu. They've attacked people on Honshu. So,
wow.
Yeah, so it's like it's all over the north. So not just Hokkaido. You would think it would mostly be in Hokkaido, but it's everywhere. So that's why I think it's more of a kami
thing, right?
Less of an environmental thing, more of like they pissed off the kami that,
Yes.
Like I said, kumachi. Kuma means bear in Japanese, so it's like, yeah.
Right.
13 people have been injured. Hundreds have been injured. Or 13 people were killed. Hundreds injured. Oh my god. So it's worse than I thought.
Yeah. Yeah.
They deployed the military. That's how bad it is. Seriously.
Oh my god. And well, that's incredible. And but
they're called moon bears. They're Asian. So they're actually very docile bears. I don't know why they would attack. I mean, moon bears are very sweet. Like you can walk up and feed them like on the mainland, like in China and stuff. You can like just walk up and feed them like sticks of honey, and they won't attack you. So it's very anomalous, let's say.
Yes, to say the least.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Yeah. Well, it's hopefully someone makes a movie of it someday. I'd like to see both a factual documentary and a dramatic film that makes it like an animal horror film. I'd like to see both being made. Oh my god. Right. But thank you for sharing that with us. And yes, and thank you for your input about the Office of Infinite debt, OID. Well, the OMB. As I said, in the hands of Russell Vought, whom I've exposed as Trump's Alexander Dugin, it is the closest Trump has to a brain, the OMB has created more problems than it has ever solved. Functioning as an ideological choke point, a tool with which to starve agencies of funding and to exert President Donald Trump's will across the $7 trillion federal bureaucracy. Vought is one of the misleaders of the MAGA-era Republican Party. A native of Trumbull, Connecticut, Vought has spent his entire adult life in Washington, working on Capitol Hill and in the trenches of paleo-reactionary activism. During Trump's first maladministration, he worked at OMB and was one of the president's most loyal aides. During the Biden years, he played a central role in Project 2025, seeking to translate the lessons of Trump's first presidency into a more effective and aggressive second midterm. His Weltanschauung, his worldview, combines a traditional retro-conservative's belief that government spending is out of control with the culture warrior ethos of the Trumpustanista right. 'Twas he who popularized the attack line that agencies like the Justice Department and the EPA have become woke and weaponized, and said in a 2023 private speech that certain agencies should be defunded and civil servants put in trauma. Furthermore, he believes that Congress has failed in its role to roll back spending on wasteful programs. All of this is why, in Trump's second midterm, Vought has circumvented Congress and frozen billions of dollars in federal spending in a unilateral fashion, testing the rule of law with every intention of teeing up an inevitably climactic battle in the Supreme Court. Recently, his plan to fire thousands of federal workers during the government shutdown, which took a viral turn when Trump shared an AI-generated video of Vought as the Grim Reaper of the District of Columbia, has infuriated members of both parties and has been temporarily halted by a judge's order. But if his career in Washington is any indication, Vought knows how to play the long game and believes that he will prevail in his bid to abuse his powers at OMB to reshape our American government. Now I'm going to do a quick check-in with our dear Brendan. He's sending us some images of these bears, I presume. I'm going to check in on that. Let's see if I can make this larger. Go to chat, and I believe he entered it. Oh, cool. Yeah, these are bears, all right. Oh, damn. I gotta... hey, yeah, that one's cute. That's the main character, right? Luffy? Luffy? Did I get that right? Luffy?
Luffy. You just say Luffy.
Luffy. You just say Luffy. Yeah.
Luffy.
Yes, that's right. Okay, cool. So these girls here, and I'll download those later. But my favorite ghost girl is at the top. That's the ghost girl, right? At the top with the pink hair.
Perona. That's
Perona.
Or it's like this AI, Gunner version.
Yes, thank you. That's right. Yeah. All right.
But it's nice. I think it's well done. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Now, in terms of the all I've just described about Vought and the gutting of our government, perhaps the ivory tower universities, with their entrenched diversity infrastructure, which is at present furiously camouflaging itself under ivy, will hold out. But everywhere else, the spell will be broken. If so, it will be one of Trump's most transformative accomplishments, the death of diversity. In finitione, two of the most notable characteristics of the ethno-constructionist left are: 1. Its tendency to subordinate facts to Judeo-Bolshevik Afro-dogma, and 2. Its tendency to shriek, "That's racist!" as an all-purpose argument and all-purpose defense. And, needless to say, central to the left's suppression of this fact is, well, just shrieking, "Racist!" at anyone so foolish as to admit the truth. Anyway, as I myself and nobody else has ever openly noted, Trump is immune to this strategy. He knows he's a racist, so he doesn't care if people call him that. The strategy works much better on people who fear they might actually have hidden racist tendencies, which is ipso facto.
Does he though?
Yeah, he does, I believe.
I think he's honest when he says he's not racist. He just doesn't know. He doesn't think like that.
It could be, actually. I could make the case for that as well. Yes, that he's that oblivious. He just honestly thinks he's this righteous dude. Oh, cool. So these latest images, yes, very nice. Thank you. Let me. How come I'm unable to hover over them to heart them? Okay, here we are. There we are. This one came in a lump, so it all hearts at once. And then, okay, so let's go over to Facebook here. Woman takes her slashing throat with chainsaw. What the fuck? Own life by what? Woman takes her own life by slashing throat with chainsaw at where was this? Jesus Christ.
Well, it's the Daily Mail. I like how it's Daily Mail video.
Shopping center.
It's like they're implying you can watch it or something.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
French. So, it's France. I mean, that's normal for France.
Yeah. Okay. I guess. Jesus Christ. Customers
with an electric chainsaw in front of customers. Holy crap.
Yeah. The woman in her 60s used the machine to kill herself. Okay. That's like, man, yeah. Talk about
just 2 months after a lesbian school principal jumps off a cliff.
Yeah,
it's like this. It's almost like an Onion article. If it's so sad that it's real.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, this is like, well, all I can say is a lot of people are really unhappy.
Here's the caveat. She was subject to homophobic harassment and death threats. So I guess it got to her or something.
Oh my God. The woman with the chainsaw or some other woman who jumped off?
This was the chainsaw.
Oh God. Jesus.
Self-delete. Yeah.
Sorry. That's horrible.
Someone blackmailed her. I mean, I don't understand how, if you're 60 years old and someone's like, I'm going to expose that you're gay. It's like, I mean, what exactly kind of damage is that?
Yeah, I was about to say, why the fuck would you care? I mean, that sounds really odd. That doesn't sound normal.
Well, it's France. These people are. The
really
wine
cruel.
and cheese like messes your head up.
I guess it's true. Apparently so. At any rate, yeah. So, like I said, the strategy of just calling everyone a racist works much better on people who fear that they might actually have hidden racist tendencies, which is ipso facto why it works so well on ultra-reformists. Logicians have long noted that "you're a racist" is basically Afro-constitutionalese for "you won the argument." My own stance is that "you're racist" or "that's racist" coming from the Jude-Afro left should immediately be celebrated as a victory. Sane people certainly can't continue to allow insane people to rule the realm in basic public discussions merely via false accusations. Look, how many times are you going to let them mindlessly, parrot-like, emit the same senseless syllables over and over? How many times are you going to give up in the face of this bald-faced bullshit? This is where casting off the oppression of the race hustle is a good thing. Now, 45 years ago, circa 1980, I was 14 years old when we were forced to attend a symposium at Howard University in Washington, District of Columbia, called "I Remember You," as in the letter U, not you as an individual in the accusative, but I remember you as in the letter. The purpose was for ourselves as budding scholars to videotape a large group of elderly black African Americans who had gathered together to remember life in Washington, D.C. during segregation. We arrived at Frederick Douglass Hall and took a seat in a large room that quickly filled up with people already in the midst of their reminiscences. That's when the unexpected happened. I was expecting to hear dark stories about the terrible times spent under segregation and Jim Crow. Instead, I remember you. The letter became a celebration. People happily shared about a time when the Black Broadway of Washington's U Street was the home of great theaters, jazz clubs, and businesses, as well as all black and only black doctors, dentists, and lawyers. There was comfort, community, and stability. One man lamented, "We should never have left the ghetto." I was put in mind of this I Remember You conference because it gets to what's at the heart of Jason L. Riley's new book titled The Affirmative Action Myth, subtitled Why Blacks Don't Need Racial Preferences to Succeed. Now, Riley, himself a black African American columnist for the Wall Street Journal, is a graceful and powerful writer. In The Affirmative Action Myth, he marshals a tremendous number of statistics in support of historical and cultural research to prove his theses. Black African Americans accomplished almost superhuman progress in the decades following the Civil War, progress that stalled in the later decades of the 20th century with the advent of affirmative action and massive government misspending. What the fuck happened? The short answer is cultural and familial collapse. To quote us Riley at length and verbatim, "While it is undeniable that black-white gaps persist, it is also undeniable that black progress in America has been significant, both in absolute terms and relative to white progress. And it has been most significant for those who aspired to the middle-class attitudes and behaviors championed by proponents of respectability politics. Between 1940 and 1960, the black poverty rate fell by 40 percentage points as blacks left the rural South for better schools and higher-wage jobs in the urban North. Credit for this phenomenal poverty reduction cannot go to the Civil Rights Act of 1964 or to the Voting Rights Act of 1965, nor can credit be given to war on poverty, social programs, or affirmative action, since none of those things existed between 1940 and 1960. What did exist during that period were far higher black marriage rates and far lower percentages of black children born to single mothers. Then we would see in the post-1960s era, when respectability politics was falling out of favor with the black intelligentsia, and black activists were downplaying the importance of the traditional family. Married people of any race or ethnicity are much less likely to be impoverished, and children raised in two-parent homes are much more likely to finish high school, attend college, enter a skilled profession, avoid contact with the criminal justice system, and marry before they have children of their own. Now, Riley, who has also authorized the definitive biography of Thomas Sowell, who I will place as a link into our chat and in the Infinite Call, is very good at using popular culture to make his point. He opens the book...
Thomas Sowell. Yeah, this guy. My uncle was always like, "You gotta listen to Thomas Sowell." Whatever his name was. What was his name? His name?
Sowell. Sowell.
Yeah.
Well, click on the link and see if it's the same guy. Is it the same guy you're thinking about?
It's the same guy. I can already tell it's going that direction.
Okay. Let me go put this into Infinite Call.
This is the guy that says slavery was cool.
basically.
Yeah,
Yeah, Thomas Sowell. Yeah,
yes,
Thomas
there
Sowell.
we are.
That's-
Yeah, no, I'm not taking his stance, but yeah, but he's black. He's black.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
so yeah, we're not going to use that term. We're not going to use that term.
What term? Your term?
Yeah, my term.
Yeah.
I'm trying to I'd like to say I'm trying to respect Troy Bellamy, but I'm really just trying to keep out of trouble.
Holy crap, he's 95. I mean, how do we put this? They really do age differently, man. It's like, he's still going. I mean that
That's
good
'cause
way. I mean that.
That's because he's evil. That's because he's evil.
Of course.
Only the good die young.
I mean, his economics were pretty wacky. Yeah, trickle down level.
Oh yeah,
Tax cuts for the rich. That's why everyone loves him.
Yeah, okay, he's a piece of shit, but that's any rate. Riley opens that book by talking about Good Times, the 1970 sitcom created by
Here
Norman
we go.
Lear.
30 priceless quotes from Thomas Sowell.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's like what? Sell your children. Yeah, something horrible, no doubt.
Oh, they seem like they're just word salads just to make them sound cool.
There you go.
You know how these people are. They kind of like preach. They're always preaching.
You get this kind of pseudo-intellectual stringy.
Oh, I like this one.
Yeah.
There are only two ways of telling the truth. The complete truth. Anonymously and posthumously.
Yeah, there you go.
Pretty much. I guess that's
I can stand by that. Yeah, I can stand by that. Anyhow,
open-ended demands are a mandate for ever-expanding government bureaucracies with ever-expanding budget and power.
Now, all of that's bullshit. Of course. Now, you know, I'm on the side of big government, meaning we need big government to do big things. It's that simple. But
well, I would prefer your original stance.
Yes, which is, of course, recite it, please.
Yeah,
of course, fascism. Yes, fascism. Yes, which is I haven't veered
like
from that
pure, like real.
Yes,
I'm talking real. I'm not talking like the one that they would say I am.
Well,
not the evil fascism, the actual real on the book.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not talking about. Yeah, well, of course we're not talking about this empty word that people just toss around as an insult. I'm talking about the actual political system. Yes, of course. And well, what I'm articulating now ultimately it goes back towards that. And in fact, you've agreed with me on this before.
God, this guy's pure evil. Here's a good example. Should I say?
Go ahead, say it. Yeah, go ahead. I'm not defending the son of a bitch.
Capitalism only knows one color. Color green, the color of money. Oh, wait. Oh, no, not this one. It was the other one. First lesson of economics is scarcity. There's never enough anything to satisfy all those who want it. First lesson of politics is to disregard the first lesson of economics. Whatever that means. So.
Sounds like just a load of shit. It is just like, what the fuck? Say that again? I was distracted.
Okay, first lesson of economics is scarcity. There's never enough of anything to satisfy all those who want it, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. Scarcity is economics are based off of scarcity. Mm-hmm. And then he says, the first lesson of politics is to disregard the first lesson of economics. Basically, they're just going to shit a bunch of money out.
Okay, but this would be my counter argument to that. First off, economics is always a kind of nebulous, amorphous thing where you've got this kind of need to try and establish some kind of organic laws to explain various phenomenon. That's not part of my...
Well, it's a fraud. It's fraud. It's a fraud field.
It's an important field, but it's a field that is very nebulous and amorphous. But the one thing I can say definitively, having qualified that, is that economics does not make politics. Politics makes economics. it's always politics that decides how your economy is going to function. All economy anywhere is going to be reformulated by ideology. So understand that these ideologies are all important. When we talk about things like communism, capitalism, fascism, monarchism, democracy, these are potent, powerful concepts that change the economic system. Even Islamism. These are, your entire economy works different under the ideological system, to the point where the very way you live, eat, breathe, get your water. I mean, the taps have stopped running in Tehran, the capital of Iran, due to a perverse and dysfunctional form of Islamism. This is the ultimate result of a kind of theocracy in place of common sense. It's, in the end, however, my point is that economic theories are nebulous and amorphous because they're always trumped by politics. And I'm sure you agree with that. And that's why I take my fascist stance, because fascist economies do not suffer depression. And
Right.
yeah.
Well, I'm coming from this kind of other, like, we're at a point where, which I agree with what you're saying, but we're at a point where that is the best model, fascism, because we have enough resources. They're just not getting distributed correctly.
Yes.
You know,
we have
like
enormous
we've reached
resources.
the point of production where it's like everyone could have what they need.
Yeah.
And I get it. You can't just give everyone everything they want on a whim, but you can do resource reallocation, which will then strengthen the companies. Like there's like this Brit guy that works for, not Sotheby's. What does he work for? Ogilvy. He works for Ogilvy. It's like an underwriting company. They're like very famous in the ad world. They're the people that created modern ad psychology and all that to manipulate people for ads. So he works for that company. He says it's in the interest of Coca-Cola to get more people to redistribute wealth, because then more people as a whole can buy a single Coke, instead of, if people like Bezos and these people have a bunch of money, they're going to buy the same amount of Coke everyone else would buy, one unit. So it's in their favor to redistribute wealth from high to low, so that way there's more people to buy shit, which is, does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an innocuous kind of example.
Well, yeah, but you get what I'm saying. Just doing it, like dumbing it down. But if there were more people that weren't scraping by, then they would start buying all these goods that are, being produced.
Right. Okay. Yes. Yeah. And definitely
the only way to do that is with a fascist model, and forcing pretty much every, all those big companies to, redistribute the wealth instead of keeping them out of circulation, basically useless. Especially the first thing, if, like, let's say, it was like you were king of the world, I would request of you immediately to decimate and reorganize the real estate market, because they're all tax dodge. They produce nothing. All these people put all their money in real estate. There's empty houses everywhere, and all they're doing is just sitting there and pushing the prices up of everything else, when there's no production happening when it comes to real estate. It just sits there. Yeah. So what would you say to that?
I would say personally it's an important factor. I'm not quite sure if I consider it as preeminent as you've presented it, but it's obviously a factor. It's, as I said before, I've actually gone into that subject before, and I'd have to go back to my notes where I spoke of this at some length, that people keep thinking of their home as an asset, and that has to stop. So yes, I would start a re-education campaign and reformulate that people have to understand that your home is not an asset. It's not something that is really worth anything. It's really
it doesn't produce anything.
It's not productive.
It shouldn't be giving people these, like,
infinite retirement accounts where the boomers selling their house for $3 million, and then it pushes everyone else out of the market that's under a certain age. I think the median age for home buyers has gone up to like almost 50 years old. So it's how it is, that's not sustainable.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, no, of course not. No, it's like definitely it's we've got to kind of graduate from that mentality. It's not
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. It's just you're just doing free flow thinking.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I get it. Like I said, I'd have to look through my notes about what I said about this last time because I went into this at some length before. But it definitely what people have to get used to is the fact that your home is something you're spending money on all the time. Your home is dynamic. You're constantly fixing it. It's not really an investment that is something that you can count on. It's just basically a cost. It's an expense. If anything, it's a liability. It really is.
It's a liability. It's a cost.
Yeah. So
it gets taxed.
Yeah. It's so you've got to stop thinking of it as an investment and something that your future is. We've got to graduate past that. However, my intent through what I'm going into right now with this Riley author and his book that I reviewed to see if it was something I wanted to assign to the Blood Boys or not for their lessons. What I'm trying to get back into is a need for resegregation. In that sense, even though I was simply pointing out the damage caused in government by Trump's form of resegregation, in the community sense, the resegregation, it would be a wonderful thing. And that blacks were doing much better when they were segregated than when they were integrated, which I still say cities are natural integration points, but I'm just saying there needs to be black areas in the United States and white areas in the United States because basically we have freedom of association return, and people should be free to associate with whom they want to associate with. Like when I was talking to you privately and we talked about the Baptist churches in the South, where the entire solid South is Baptist, yet all the whites and blacks organically go to completely separate churches. So, but you've agreed with me on this before, and we've actually had several people agree with us before about segregation was pretty much when blacks had it much better than when they integrated, which is So
it's sad. There's got to be a way to do it properly. It doesn't mean it's some kind of bigotist thing. You can just say like, look, some people do better in this scenario.
Well, like I said, cities are where people can integrate, but we need black counties. We need entire black counties that are connected geographically, which of course has been mapped out with the Black Belt in the Deep South, in particular, essentially New Africa, as it's been referred to as by black radicals. And that these areas need to be essentially autonomous areas. And
I mean, they can have Atlanta.
And and of course white areas, and everybody would.
I'm just joking.
No, I understand that. I understand. You don't need to. No need to qualify it. Anyone with common sense would get that. So this is what I'm ultimately trying to get my message out by referring to this individual's book. But anyhow, with his other book, the one that was on Sowell, he opens that book by talking about the 1970s sitcom created, of course, by the Jewish individual Norman Lear, Good Times. Now, Good Times took place in the housing projects of the Chicago ghetto. And the breakouts...
Was that Moving On Up? Was it that one?
It's I always liked what was the title of it? Was it Moving On Up? No, yeah, that wasn't what it was called, right? It was
no, I think that was the intro song.
Oh, got it. Yes. I think that probably was right. Any
It could be a different one. Hold on, it's
yeah,
the intro song.
it's not that important to me, whatever the intro song was. But the breakout star was Jimmy Walker, who played JJ. And Riley notes that the actors who played their parents, Esther Roll and John Amos, were not happy about how JJ depicted a young black person. Riley so notes, Jimmy Walker, the actor who played JJ, had a background in stand-up comedy and portrayed the character as something of a buffoon. He channeled dated negative stereotypes about black people that were lost on me at age 12 or 13, but were still fresh in the minds of blacks of my parents' generation. JJ was
Moving on up was the Jeffersons. Sorry, that was my fault.
Yeah, thank you. That was the.
That was later. That was later.
Yeah, that's Jefferson shit. I thought that, but I didn't.
Yeah.
Didn't really mention it because I didn't really care. but anyhow, to read from the writ of Riley here, JJ was a bug-eyed, oversexed, and dim-witted. Or rather, he says JJ was bug-eyed, oversexed, and dim-witted. He was a preening, jive-talking goofball who flashed his teeth on cue and shouted, "Dynamite!" whenever he got excited about something. Riley explains that Esther Roll and John Amos, the senior actor and actress playing his parents, took issue with the character, and it wasn't because they were jealous that Walker had become the show's breakout star. Rather, like my parents, they viewed JJ as an embarrassing and harmful throwback to the minstrelsy of an earlier era, to read. So Riley goes on, and here I read therefrom. It's noteworthy that Roll and Amos were born in 1920 and 1939, respectively. In each U.S. Census taken from 1890 to 1940, black marriage rates surpassed white marriage rates. A 2012 Census Bureau report on marriage trends noted that until 1960, black men were more likely than white men to be married, and that the same was true of black women compared to white women until 1970. As of 1960, 2 out of 3 black children still lived with 2 parents, and 71% of black women between ages 15 and 44 either were married and living with their spouse, 51%, or divorced, separated, or widowed, 20%. Just 28% of these black women had never been married versus 24% of comparable white women. Now, all of this began to change in the early 1960s when crime and illegitimacy began to rise in connection with the breakdown of the black family. The 1968 riots in Washington following the murder of Martin Luther King Jr. had nothing to do with the assassination, but everything to do with black revolutionaries who, capitalizing on broken homes and juvenile delinquency, set about to cause massive destruction. This was the time.
On a side note, did you know that Norman Lear flew 52 combat missions into Europe? That's crazy.
It's not surprising to me. It's one of these things that it's quite common, really. A lot of that generation, everybody was drafted or volunteered, so yeah, it makes sense. And he's just lucky he didn't get shot down and wind up in a concentration camp. That's all I can say. That's there you go with that.
I just thought that was strange.
Yeah. Oh, it's not really. It's one of these things that what really pisses me off, not royally, but just is irritating, is when people try to make war heroes of guys that were not, trying to make them into something they were not, like Mr. Rogers, who never served in the military or combat.
Yeah, how did that even get started?
Because he's such a because Mr. Rogers is this archetypal character of niceness, and they're trying to corrupt that. That's basically it. They're trying to tell you he was a real killer, and he served his nation as a kick-ass Marine and killed all these people, but now he's telling your kids, to be friends in his friendly neighborhood, and so in other words, they're trying to just destroy all his work, destroy his life's work. That's what they're trying to do.
Right.
And
Makes sense.
yeah,
Makes sense.
so it's they can't stand him because Mr. Rogers was a nice guy, and they hate him for that. And there you go.
Here's some breaking news. Trump approved a peace plan in Ukraine.
That's
according
not
to
news.
Latest report.
that's just like somebody passing gas. It's like, hey, somebody passed gas, and who cut the cheese? That's meaningless. That's meaningless. I mean, you know that. You know that even as you read that, right? I mean, now.
Yeah, but they're trying to pass it off like it's some news. And then here's some other non-news news. Lithuania's foreign minister says Russia wants NATO destroyed. It's like, okay. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, Sean in the chat says, laugh out loud, Atlanta. He likes what you said about they can have Atlanta.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
I mean, they basically own it anyway, so it's fine, right?
There you go. Yeah. So, like, you might as well surrender.
That's where all the BCC guys are.
Yeah.
Black conscious community.
Yeah, I guess. Now, in the 60s, that decade into which I myself was delivered from my mother's loins into this vale of tears, this was the time of the rise of what the great urban historian Fred Siegel, who is cited in Riley's book, called riot ideology. In his 1997 book titled The Future Once Happened Here, subtitled New York, D.C., L.A., and the Fate of America's Big Cities, Siegel describes this ideology as what comes about when public officials, his words, public officials are reluctant to confront public disorder and crime for fear of violent opposition. Riot ideology was once a hallmark of Marxist groups like the Black Panthers and the Weather Underground. It is ignored by the mainstream mass media machine, even as it has helped destroy America's cities. The 2020 urban riots over the death of George Floyd cost an estimated $2 billion, a historical world record. In the work titled Forever 1968, a 2016 City Journal article, in the magazine City Journal, 2016, the article that I saved from years ago, titled Forever 1968, in that article, Siegel proved that there is a continuity between the current moment and the never-ending 60s. The revival of Black Pantherism in the form of the Black Lives Matter movement and the writings of Ta-Nehisi Coates, the new Eldridge Cleaver. Now, Siegel noted that the 60s are sometimes associated with the idea of participatory democracy, but that concept was buried under the weight of Great Society bureaucracies. Great Society was the term by Lyndon Baines Johnson for his War on Poverty program to equalize or raise the quality of life of the black community and eliminate poverty in America. Now, Siegel pinpoints the main problem. One feature of the 60s has endured: the glorification of violence. Violence incarnate was glamorized by the dashing, handsome, leather-clad Black Panthers and their gorgeous consorts. The Panthers colonized the minds of the New Left, particularly Students for a Democratic Society and its offshoot, the Weathermen, which longed to win their approval. Liberals were caught up in Panthermania too. Those liberals have now become people like Robin DiAngelo or Ibram X. Kendi, who push the nonsense of critical race theory. And Riley nails it. Critical race theory amounts to little more than a fancy justification for racial favoritism, and it always has. But through all the academic jargon, the calls for social justice and the incoherent defenses of racial preferences, and one thing will always remain true. Riley exposits, no one with any self-respect wants to be perceived as a token, whether in the workplace or on a college campus, and racial preferences can facilitate those kinds of assumptions even for the most accomplished black professionals. The race-obsessed radical left has helped destroy those it claims to want to help. Increasingly, the courts, including the Supreme Court, have come out against racial preferences. Riley still sees a struggle ahead, and to read from his writ, even if opponents of affirmative action are mostly successful in keeping proponents from doing end runs around the Supreme Court ban, the black underclass will still have to shake off the effects of 1960s liberalism. For more than 60 years, welfare state programs, through the incentives they provide, have abetted socially destructive behaviors and attitudes, while elected officials and their media allies have told black people that the resulting carnage should be blamed on racism. So Riley ends the Affirmative Action Myth book with some bracing and powerful words, which I'll read now. When you tell low-income black people that America's slave past has doomed them to failure, that the police are targeting them for no reason, that their behavioral problems are someone else's fault, and that they are entitled to what other people have without putting in the same effort and developing the same capabilities, you are not simply filling their heads with lies. You are also increasing the likelihood that they and their own offspring remain low-income black people. Indeed, perhaps that has always been the intention, not just for blacks, but for anyone conditioned to look to government for affirmation, money, or respect. Trump, for all his flaws, might just end up saving the country by both tacitly and actively saying, "Fuck you," to the race-baiting Jude Afro left, albeit at the cost of breaking our very government. Here's a quote. "It became necessary to destroy the village in order to save it." That's from an unknown United States major at Ben Tre, Vietnam, on the 3rd day of February in 1968. You know, that old joke about the 60s is that if you claim to remember them, you were never actually there, and were instead having another 50s while the counterculture passed you by. The playwright Sam Shepard, who was definitely there as much as I myself was, and I myself, already far too wise beyond my own years at that, had what I ergo personally take to be a clear and unromanticized memory of that time. Circa Anno Domini 2000 of the Communal Era, he told an interviewer that it was an emotional drain he could not wait to escape. "The reality of it to me was chaos, and the idealism didn't mean anything. I was on the tail of this tiger that was wagging itself all over the place and was spitting blood in all directions." In such context, the loss of Charlie Kirk is an immeasurable gain for both his cynically fronted family and for paleo-reactionaries as an insurgency. His legacy would be great for us all were his XPD, his expedient demise, to prove itself persuasive unto more people that political violence, like riding tigers, is a sport of fools, and that the beast will devour us all if not confined to its cage again, and soon. But Trump has mounted that very tiger by his dangerous exploitation of the Kirk liquidation. Charlie Kirk's influential reach helped propel Donald Trump into office. All too ironically, Trump sanctimoniously blamed radical left rhetoric for Charlie Kirk's fatal tirade in his White House video statement. Indeed, Trump immediately declared war on the American left after Charlie Kirk's self-provoked killing. The president spraketh not of ending political violence, but of seeking political vengeance. Charlie Kirk's reach and influence with the younger paleo-reactionary fifth column was considered crucial to Putin's president. In a lengthy video statement released on social media on the night tide of the 24th 9/11 Patriot Day and National Day of Service and Remembrance Eve Day by the White House, the United States President Donald Trump blamed rhetoric from the radical left for what he dignified as Kirk's assassination and said demonizing opponents must stop now. It is inevitable that in the history of America's radicalization spiral, the cold-bloodedly requiting euthanasia of the right-wing social arsonist Charlie Kirk will be recorded as only the second most dangerous event of the 10th day in September of 2025. Ultimately, the more significant development will instead have been the speech that evening by President Donald Trump. In the hours immediately after the paleo-reactionary incendiary, Charlie Kirk was shot and killed in front of a large crowd of students at a Utah university. That midweek of the 9/11 Memorial week span in September, there was no word on who had actually done it and no explanation for why it had happened. But in Washington, those who profess certainty no longer need much in the way of facts. Partisans came equipped with pre-existing truths, and events are slotted into narratives that existed long before the events occurred. Even before Kirk's death had been confirmed, on Wednesday midweek, the first full week of last month, the month before last by now, the representativist Nancy Mace, a Republican congresswoman from South Carolina, spraketh to reporters outside the Capitol, where she told them, "Democrats own what happened today. Y'all cause this." When Ryan Nobles, the chief Capitol Hill correspondent for NBC News, asked her if, by that logic, Republicans would own the shooting this summer of 12 Minnesota Democratic lawmakers, she replied, "Are you kidding me? Some raging leftist lunatic put a bullet through his neck, and you want to talk about Republicans right now? No, Democrats own this 100%. In a different time, it might have been easier to dismiss Mace as just playing to the cameras and to take heart instead from the many statements rejecting political violence and expressing shock, horror, and solidarity that were already rolling in from, the Democrats at least. But the visceral rage channeled by Mace was not an outlier, especially for Republicans. Congress's civility crisis has erupted over the Charlie Kirk takedown. The theriocide of the paleo-reactionary provocateur Charlie Kirk threatens to bring an already hostile relationship between Democrats and Republicans in Congress to a breaking point. As to why it matters, shouting matches on the House floor, tirades on social media, and accusations of complicity in murder, while not new to Congress, rarely occur with such intensity and in such rapid succession. On the House floor, when Speaker Mike Johnson called for a moment of silent prayer for Kirk, members from both parties rose from their seats, and the brief hush suggested that at least some of the old habits of ritual bipartisanship in a crisis might still be intact. Then a shouting match erupted, with Lauren Boebert, a Colorado Republican, loudly demanding more than a silent prayer, and various Democrats objecting that there had been no prayer offered for students in a mass shooting that same day in Colorado. the Republican representativist Anna Paulina Luna of Florida shouted back at the Democrats on the House floor, "It's time for the Trump administration to shut down, defund, and prosecute every single leftist organization. You all caused this." A few hours later, Donald Trump reacted to Kirk's death in a 4-minute Oval Office video that he posted on his social media feed. There would be no Joe Biden-esque lectures about the need for us to lower the temperature in our politics, or about how, while we may disagree, we are not enemies, which was what Biden actually said when Trump was theatrically grazed by an MK Ultra crisis actor's bullet in the summer of 2024. Instead, Trump explicitly laid blame for Charlie Kirk's his last tongue trip, in which he tripped over his tongue and broke his neck, which Trump uplifted into a heinous assassination on his own and the Kirkster's political opponents. Trump neither cited any evidence nor presumed any to be necessary. He made no mention of any of the political attacks in recent years that have claimed Democratic victims, including, earlier this summer, the shooting of 2 Minnesota state legislators, one of whom died. He promised swift action to take down the perpetrators of such violence, as well as organizations that fund and promote it. Trump's remarkable threat somehow did not get much attention. It should have. Not only was the president not even trying to unite the country, but he seemed to be blaming the large chunk of the nation that reviles his racially divisive politics and those promoted by Kirk, as surely as if they had pulled the trigger. Some of Trump's most influential allies and advisors were clarifying what this could mean by explicitly calling for a crackdown on the American left, hardly consistent with the spirit of free expression that Kirk used as his rallying cry for recruiting a new generation of young genocidals. On X, Laura Loomer, a far-right conspiracy theorist who has successfully pushed Trump to fire a number of senior national security officials, wrote, "It's time for the Trump administration to shut down, defund, and prosecute every single leftist organization. We must shut these lunatic leftists down. Once and for all, the left is a national security threat." Christopher Rufo, another influential Trump-Putinist, who led the move against diversity initiatives that eventually became a core tenet of the second Trump maladministration, invoked the political convulsions of the 1960s, so writing, "The last time the radical left orchestrated a wave of violence and terror, J. Edgar Hoover shut it all down within a few years. It is time, within the confines of the law, to infiltrate, disrupt, arrest, and incarcerate all of those who are responsible for this chaos." And in case there was any mistaking the official view of such pronouncements, the very next day after the assassination, Trump's deputy chief of staff, Stephen Miller, joined in from the West Wing, promising in a lengthy post on X to wage war on the wicked ideology that had killed Kirk and the proponents of it who, he claimed, were online cheering Kirk's death. Miller concluding, "The fate of our children, our society, our civilization hinges on it." Dialing it down, they were not. If you did not listen to Trump's own remarks, which received no attention whatsoever from the mainstream mass media machine, you must have missed the chilling message they contained. Trump may have sounded like he was deploring violence and calling for unity. In reality, he did the opposite. The speech began and ended with encomiums to Kirk's character and family, which was as entirely perfunctory as it was utterly insincere. The important and dangerous passage came in a sequence of 4 sentences in the middle. President Donald Trump baselessly blamed Kirk's death on the political left in a video released on the night tide of the 24th 9/11 Patriot Day and National Day of Service and Remembrance Eve Day. Before offering a list of other victims of radical left political violence, including most ludicrously himself, from behind his desk in the Oval Office, President Trump offered not solace, but incitement. To quote his T, at length and verbatim, "For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives." Trump was reading from a script, so unlike many of his more clumsy statements, this bears the mark of deliberate dissimulation. Trump's rhetoric promulgated that a left-wing woke warrior slaughtered Kirk. As he himself ordered the executive action, he knew full well that this was never to be borne out. On the... Oh, here we are. Let me see. Brendan sent an image here. Oh, cool. All right. Loving that. And, yeah, did he send one anywhere else? Not really seeing it, but, okay. Back to task. This meeting has ended. Thank you for the Microsoft Teams meeting. That is so fucking weird. I mean, did they cut it off because they felt... Anyhow, just taking a look at some of what's in the chat here. Now, on the morn of the 24th 9/11 Patriot Day and National Day of Service and Remembrance, the Wall Street Journal campaigned Trump's confabulation by claiming that investigators found bullets engraved with expressions of transgender and anti-fascist ideology inside the suspected murder weapon. But when the president himself averred this allegation, there was literally no evidence of this at all. Not even a suspect identified by law enforcement, let alone proof of motive. You can see his conspired consequences here in the link I will now place into chat. And with that, I will also place it into Infinite Call. If I can find my Infinite Call, here we are. And we will enter this here. Okay. Now, in the time we have remaining, the most important move Trump made in his remarks was to define political violence as an exclusively left-wing tactic. He listed a series of events carefully selected to implicate his enemies and exonerate his allies. Trump's list goes back to the 2017 shooting of Steve Scalise, but omits the shootings of two Democratic legislators at their homes earlier this summer. It does not mention the 2020 attempted kidnapping of Michigan Governoress Gretchen Whitmer, or the brutal attack on former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband in 2022, which Trump has abused as a punchline to mock the victim. Notably, Trump's list ignores the shooting just 1 month ago, well, 2 months ago by now, the month before last, at CDC headquarters, in which a man protesting COVID-19 vaccines fired more than 180 shots at the building and killed a police officer, but includes attacks on ICE agents, which have never involved gunfire at all. Trump, of course, handed out blanket pardons to his insurrectionists, who both brutalized and murdered police officers on January 6th of 2021. History warns against the mass pardon awarded unto the January 6th insurrectionists. Now, taking a look at live stream, and just guessing that maybe it's about time I can sign off. I think I've earned my pay for the night. How many hours have we been on? And I can always return to task. We've been on almost 7 hours. So I'll probably return to this subject, on Sunday night. And we could take it from there. Until then, everybody rejoin us at that time. And, we'll make another night of it. I think we did pretty good tonight and covered a wide range of topics. Wasn't necessarily all rounded off into a conclusion, but we've pretty much delivered a message. And when we get back onto task, then we'll be getting into, the horror of the present and some solutions that can be done. Let me see if I can think of some. Okay, well, we'll come to that on Sunday night. And everybody return here, same time, same place. And at least we had some fun tonight with Brendan joining Aristides and myself. And we'll gradually ease back into roundtabling in the near future. In the meantime, all my love for all of you who support me. And, of course, my call goes out for help, for any financial support you can provide. With that, you just take a look at the PayPal and enter as much as you can. All right, we've got our friend Shauna Rain. Feel free to join us again. She says, "You're awesome, sir. Take care and nothing but strength, health, and wealth from Nebraska. Love you, Shauna Rain. Mwah. Love you dearly, honey." All right. With that, we'll be back, and everyone join us then, and we'll be happy to oblige with our services we provide and our sharing of knowledge and analysis. Okay, ending stream.